Remind me, I might want to hit the mute button when I come in like that. Hey now, world! Hey now, Sodaron here, standing on my soapbox, preaching to all of you League of Legends fans. Here I am, or Coach Sodaron. So here I am. I am back streaming again. I am starting to get into a schedule now. I don't really need that up. I'm starting to get more comfortable. So, what I had planned for you all today is to VOD review T1 versus Bro and Nongshim versus KT, and then maybe we can get some solo queue in, but who knows what'll happen. I at least want to get T1 and Bro VOD review in. I have not watched these games. This has been some of my problem of why I don't stream is I sit here and watch these and take notes, and then I realize I don't have any more time in the day to sit here and stream. So I have to sit here and stream and watch them. And so I see that's what everyone else out there is doing, so that's what we're going to do now. I had kind of a bad attitude about that's not content if you go and watch, but that's the world we live in now. So I'm starting to accept things and go along with how we're all living in this world we have outside of my door there. So let me go ahead and I was going to start trying to make some spreadsheets. Now, when I was working with GAM back in 2022, I saw some things and I kept my mouth shut. And I never said anything or shared anything or showed anything. And I'm loyal and I won't. But I did see how some of the Asian teams operate behind the scenes and their analysis, which is just unreal. Like, this was back in 2022, so who knows where they are now. But it was just unreal the information they get on the teams that they're playing. This may have something to do where in the Asian world there's like billions of people compared to over here in America where there's millions of people. So there's a lot more people over there to work against. This goes back to why I keep harping on if the NA and LEC want to win worlds, I don't think you're ever going to beat the Asian teams. You have to play them at their own game because you don't see the infrastructures and the practice and the scouting they have. And that's mainly why they're ahead. So honestly, I don't think that the LEC and the NA LCS will ever win Worlds in League of Legends, but that's what we keep hoping for. And my dream, or I bought into the hype where I wanted to help coach on an American team someday. And I mean, I've already worked with GAM, but that's not good enough for the NA teams to hire me or LEC teams, so I'm not good enough. So here I am doing more practice at my skill, um, but I've wanted to work on an NA team and help push forward the coaching and stuff to have a better team with a better chance to win worlds. Now, I guess it really doesn't matter if I look at the logistics and things of how much NA plays compared to how much, let's say, LPL or LCK plays. It's pretty obvious when let's just like look at the schedule here. I need to use optics more. I rely on my vocal and visuals, but I know a lot of you young folk out there rely more on optics. So what is Sodaron saying here? NALCS schedule 2024 summer. So we're just looking here at, okay, how many games are they playing in NA summer here? Matches. Okay, well, they play best of one, so that's already 3 possible games in each series, or at least 2 more games in a possible series that LPL or LCK team would have just on stage alone. So more practice and more scrim to get better. So they're already playing at least a third less, or a third of the games total that LPL or LCK would be playing. So logistically and optically, it makes me think, well, there's already no chance because you got these teams playing this many games in the summer versus this team's playing only a third of that. well, then obviously these teams that are playing more and practicing more are going to be better. They're not going to these teams over here playing a third of that are probably going to waste their time and not practice or not work or put in the grind of solo queue every day and live out in LA and on the beach and live a comfortable life and not care about beating the LPL teams or the LCK teams. So just my common sense tells me this. Maybe I'm wrong, but we're just looking at like the amount of matches and games here. Week 4. Okay, so let's just so like week 5 C9 play one game there. Okay, let's just take a look at the LPL schedule here. LPL schedule for summer. Let's just look at summer. Okay, summer. Just looking for the schedules here, just real quick, see how many games. Oh, wow. JDG's already played 12 games. Huh. And so looking at the LCS schedule, C9's played how many games? 6. 7. Okay, so 7 games. Now, is this the summer? Are they playing best of 2s and I don't know? Maybe I'm wrong here. But I'm just looking at like the total amount of games here, just real quick. Okay, LPL summer schedule. 2024 group stage. Oh, that's the group stage. Group B, Group C, week 4. Oh, okay, so they played 13 games just in the first stage. And now, okay, so JDG's played 4 games, 5, so like 16 games, 17. Yeah, it looks like they're playing, and that's just the Rumble stage, and then you're going to move on down to the playoff stage, in stage, and then the playoffs. Yeah, that's looking like a lot more games than what any of the teams, just my common sense, and I don't have my calculator out right now to add all how many more games and subtract and all that, but it's really looking like a lot more games than what any of the NA teams play. So, okay, let's look at the LCK schedule here. Just doing some real quick scouting, and so Gen G's played 12 games. Damn one's played 15. Okay, so LEC summer schedule. I can't type. So just analytically, my mind thinks, well, LPL, LCK are playing a lot more games, so they've got a lot more stage experience and scrims. And so I would think that by the end of the year, their form is going to be much higher than let's just say the NA teams. So, okay, let's look here. SK Gaming has played 9 games. So if you can see what I'm saying is a couple of the regions have way more games than what some of the other regions do. And so by the end of the year, when you get to Worlds, now, if the NA teams and LEC teams spent their time doing other things than sitting around saying they're good on social media or not working, gotta work every day. And I'm trying to do the same. I'm trying to put my money in where my mouth is, and I'm gonna have to get up and work every day and do this. So it kind of looks like for me, what I'm reading into all of this is that the LPL has a higher work ethic, I guess, and the LCK has a higher work ethic. Now, there are some things that go deeper, and I don't want to get into this right now. So, because some people that I've talked to, a coach out there, and you start bringing in like, well, NA has different labor laws. I don't want to get into this stuff on my stream. Um, Sports has that hype that it doesn't matter what you get paid, right? Like you want to win that big trophy, and you'll probably be rewarded later on. Like you'll make a lot more money if you win the championship versus if you're just there to get paid. So I'm not trying to like get deep into this subject or anything. Maybe just try to wake some people up out there as well. I'm not trying to scare you or so. Anyways, on to this was a list here. I'm trying to make of the patch nerfs and changes and get into the LCK stream here. Now, my audio in my last VOD was bad, and I will admit that. I was playing some stuff, and when I went back and watched it today, I wasn't happy where my audio level was. I apologize. Now, the VOD is watchable if you sit there and watch. It's just you'll have to turn the volume up. I can't go back in time and fix it, and I don't have the time to do it. It's also not worth my time, so I'm just going to leave it the way it is. But check it out. I did a VOD review of WBG versus JDG, which it helped me here. I got a little new tool that I'm going to use called Epic Pen. I did try to adjust this camera here a little bit because I know where I want this box here, but I'm not going to be able to, it's going to take a little while and a few streams to get it adjusted exactly. I want this box like right below where the 5th champion icon is in a match. And then I realized that when I use the Epic Pen, if I drag it down here where my camera is, you probably can't even see it. Sure, why not? Good tool. It's a great tool, Epic Pen. I just have the free version. So I thought maybe I would try to make some type of nerf thing here. See, work on my Google spreadsheets ability. So this was some nerf list that apparently Riot has been putting out on social media this week that they're gonna nerf Belveth, Brand, Corki, Jax, Kindred, Lilia, Nidalee, Rumble, Tristana, Zyra. So I guess they're done selling these champions to you. They're gonna put them back in the pool, jumble it up a little bit, get some new champions and skins out to you. They've sold enough Nidalee skins, enough Lilia skins, enough Rumble skins, enough Tristana skins, enough Zyra skins, enough Jack skins, enough Corki skins, enough Brand skins, enough Belveth skins for this. I guess they call it a quarter. So they're going to put them back in the box and pull out some new ones so you go get some new skins. So that's that. And now we're going to get into this VOD review stream. I wanted to do the T1 versus Bro because a lot of people are dogging on T1 right now, that they're not a good team, that they got lucky in one World Cup. And this all connects back to my channel where I did a live view and stream of World Cup. I think it's watchable. It's not at my level where I want it, but I can't just magically get there. I have to climb and work on it every day. And I'm slowly realizing this. So, because I got into the streaming game kind of late. I should have got this stuff back in 2014. I was into PCs, and I waited till 2020 to buy a PC that even had a video card that was capable of streaming. So, and a microphone. So this is all new to me. So I wanted to do a VOD review of this. Get the sound balanced out. Okay. I think where I had my volume and stuff, why don't you talk while streaming? I think I talk while I stream. I talk a lot. Did you not hear me? don't talk while I stream. Well, I think I talk a lot. You can go back and watch my VODs. I talk for hours and hours and hours. So I'm trying to do a T1 versus Bro VOD review here, and they had a lot of changes in the LCK over the night with this new patch. I'm trying to get to the nerfs. I think this is important stuff, guys. This is why I'm sharing it on my live stream here. We're going to be playing on 14-13, which was the patch over at Esports World Cup. The first time we get to see it. I like how the LCK does this stuff here. And, whoa, maybe this isn't going to work out how I want. Got to get better at spreadsheets here. So. Okay. I'm learning in live time how to get better at spreadsheets. So Graves and Lee Sin are nerfed. Oh no, they're buffed. Okay, champion buffs. So Lee Sin is banned, I guess. Changed his safeguard and iron will. His shield increased at lower lakes. Lee Sin's health growth is increased. Graves gets bonus armor per stack increased. Okay. With Lee Sin being banned this first week of play.
Yeah, I've been unfortunate, you know, had some issues.
Well, we will not see any Lee Sin this week in LCK.
So not really going to be able to see the impact of that now. And Graves, nice changes, but I think these are kind of trying to push in.
I don't think this does anything to the AP junglers.
I don't think it's enough right now.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to change up all too much. Graves, in a very AD carry centric meta, isn't going to be played all too often in the jungle. I think Lissandra can be a nice.
This is more for me than you viewers out there. Okay, so Oriana's base AD is increased. Misfortune's base stats, base AD is increased. W, strut. Damage, lockout, move speed, delay decreased. Initial and max bonus, move speed increased. Zaya's blade collar, cooldown reduced, and damage increased. Okay.
Niche pick against the Ahri Vi type combos we've seen a lot. We haven't really been seeing Misfortune. We didn't see it in EWC. I think very strong right now, actually, a pick that we could see come through, especially if something like the Callista's banned away. And then Zaya, a little bit better.
So we may see Lissandra coming back. That would be nice.
Other AD carry she's competing with, she's really just that niche disengage AD carry anti-dive pick.
Yeah, I think she definitely works if you're playing into.
Okay,
like,
here's the
like
nerfs.
But in other compositions,
Talia is getting nerfed.
A lot. And we saw nerfs.
Red is getting nerfed. Karthus is getting nerfed. So apparently Karthus's Q is doing too much damage right now. Says Riot Games. Talia's Q is going to get bonus monster damage reduced. So she's doing too much damage in the jungle, they're saying. Brand's mana regeneration is reduced, and his conflagration damage decreased. So they're nerfing Brand's passive. I've never really paid attention to what his mana regen was. And then his E was nerfed. I don't think that'll really hurt Brand or Karthus.
To the AP junglers,
maybe Talia and lock Talia more in the mid lane.
Talia one, it was a pretty big hit, but she's still very viable mid. Brand and Karthus, it is a hit, but I still think they're very playable and still saw them at EWC.
I don't think it's going to hurt Karthus or Brand very much.
You're starting to see the trend shifting away from the AP jungle meta. We saw EWC didn't change too much, but we'll see how it iterates as the...
Patch 14.3 changes. Okay, so Skarner is getting nerfed his Q. It's going to cost more. Max health damage reduced. Callista, her base stats, base attack damage reduced. The W Sentinel, minimum non-champion damage and non-champion execute threshold removed. Non-champion damage cap reduced. Fate's Call cooldown is increased. Okay. I don't know why Zach, Ragus, and Kennen are down there.
The next 2 weeks go
They're
along.
just small
Couple more
nerfs.
champion nerfs here. Skarner and Callista.
Yeah, the Skarner changes are on his Q, the big ones. Like, his mana is increased and he does less max health damage, so his poke is less strong. He's going to do less damage in the early parts of the laning phase.
I never really thought about that. Skarner has some type of poke.
At level 1, just 2
throws
AD.
rock
That's
with
quite
the Q.
significant when you add also the Fate's Call.
Never really
Some
thought of
changes
him
as
as a
well to
poke.
how Sentinel's passive and interacts
Tank.
with monsters. But this
Okay,
Varus
so
change, I think,
Varus.
a little bit more...
Champion adjustment plus systems. Varus. Base stats, base attack damage and attack speed growth decreased. Passive is Living Vengeance. The AD and AP growth upon minion kill or champion takedown adjusted. Attack speed scaling added for takedowns. The W Blighted Quiver. Damage and basic ability refund increased. W Blighted Quiver cast lockdown on Q. Piercing arrow increased. So it looks like Varus is getting a nice little buff. Electrocute looks like it might be good on Varus. Item opportunity. I don't even know what this item is. I need to do more research. Opportunity. Preparation with lethality reduced on rage champions. Extraction bonus move speed decaying over 1.5 seconds.
significant.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because they've kind of tucked down his early laning a little bit, but in return, he gets so much more power from his passive. So kind of changing the playstyle. I feel like between opportunity getting nerfed and these changes, it's helped on hit.
See, I don't really pay attention to what patch I'm on when I'm playing the game. I'm usually paying attention to the... We call it LOL Esports regions and what patches they're on. They're always behind. I don't even know. Like, we're on 14.14 or is it 15? We're on 14.13. Okay, so we're finally on a patch where the region and teams are on the same live patch. I don't know. Oh, I guess I don't have any friends to have a conversation with Discord. Is why do I need Discord friends? I have Discord. I don't give my Discord out. I'm not really big about Discord. Do I need to put my Discord up so people can get a hold of me? I'm hoping my microphone volume is much better now. I talk really loud, so that's been some of my problem. Yes, Isabella, I'm on Discord. Just like, can you imagine what my Discord name is? It's Sodaron. Okay, so back to this VOD review and stream. Trying to help you kids out there get better at this game, and you can watch these teams and get better at this game if you want to invest some time. Say you play League of Legends.
That you wanted to talk about. We got to see Ziggs over.
Oh, now they're talking about World Cup. Apparently, Ox is a big fan of Ziggs because I don't know, he made a tweet and commented back about Ziggs. So Ox is a professional Ziggs player. I don't know what Wolf plays.
From EWC, but also the three others.
So Ivern's the big one for me. You know, obviously we saw the LPL teams pick this one up. Top Esports in particular looked very clean on it. So It's very strong with double AD carry, and since we don't have that patch,
Ivern was the AP jungle counter we figured out at,
all the time.
I think Wolf's the one that said
Objective
that.
control so powerful with this pick. You take a hit in
Wolf
terms of
said
your
that one
clear
of the
early,
World
so you
Cup
don't have a lot of economy. But items
broadcasts
like Redemption, Moonstone,
clicked in
also
my
giving
head.
so
Oh,
much
he's the AP
longevity in the
counter.
late game. So I think our LCK team should really be
That,
taking a look
so
at
we
this
saw
pick.
Tien play him
For me,
most of
really,
the time.
Ziggs, it's something that I'm a big fan of. APA obviously playing a lot in the mid lane, but seen it a lot in the bot lane, particularly paired with Leona.
Afraid to
who's
put my
risen in
cup of tea
priority,
on.
is
I have a
something
cup
top
holder
of the
on my
account.
desk, but I'm
But
afraid it's gonna
basically,
fall off.
if you are going an AD mid, you can provide the AP
You end up
from
with
there.
a
You
mess.
need more if you don't have an AP jungle on hand. But also just games were very fast paced at the EWC. He can really drive.
I think this is like get my epic pen here. I'm really digging epic pen. If I could just keep it hidden here, so I know my camera is right here, but I can't see it. I'm pretty sure, but I can't change the colors unless I pull it up a little bit more. So, is this in meta now because Faker used it? This is a heavy engage support. I know that. So, because I just saw Crisp use it, or was it banned? I think it was banned against Crisp. They needed an engage support when it was JDG, WBG, and they banned Braum. Ivern's the counter AP jungler, and then Ziggs is Ox is all about Ziggs, that you'll hard carry a game in 30 or 40 minutes if you have Ziggs bottom or mid. I think he's hoping that you see Ziggs instead of Tristana or Corki right now.
Pace of a game forwards with his ability to take towers.
But we're wondering
and
why
then
did
also
Faker
if
pull
you're
out
playing an AD
Yasuo?
carry, you know, if you have engage, he's so good at following
Just
up
seemed
from
like
distance
Yasuo
with
was
that
good in
ult.
that
And also, I
game,
feel
was
like the
why.
Braum Yasuo, both
If I
were rising
recall, they
priorities
had
for similar
Yone
reasons. Yasuo, we
banned.
only really saw when other AD mids were banned out.
So
But just the win wall
Yasuo
value and the
countered
impactful
some of the
value against
AP
these double
stuff that
AD
was
carry,
going on.
compositions is really high.
Yeah, again,
I don't
display
remember
of
what the
could be possible here from
last
EWC.
World
So
Cup
thank you
draft was
for
from
breaking
top.
that one down.
Why we
for,
saw Yasuo. I think it
meta
just
patch
fit
picks.
the team comp
Now,
is
guys,
why. And Faker can play
Series
every
part of the
champion in the
pre-show.
game.
It's time for Degon's Fact of the Week. We're going a little game.
See,
chase
I
down.
watched
Now
a
my
little
voice is gonna
bit.
go a little more
I watched
game
it
hosty. Our contestants for
this last
today
night, and then
are
I fell
Ox and
asleep.
Wolf. Are y'all ready?
That's convenient that we're on the desk and with the contestants. So it would have been a bit.
But I'm
annoying
realizing
if someone else-
if I'm gonna stream, I have to do this while I'm streaming.
Yeah, you just-
I don't have the time to sit and watch these. They don't do me any
All
good,
right.
so I
Did you
might
have
as
your fun?
well
'Cause
do
now
what I'm
it's
doing.
Time for the questions. Time for fun for me as you guys get stressed out as we start with our fact of the week.
Schedule.
The right matchup.
I wanted to
here
see
is
what they're gonna
Time.
pick this week. The
But after
LCK
getting
cast.
off a plane yesterday / today, it's not, not a whole lot of time.
We're
Okay. Everybody's picking T1's gonna beat Bro, and everybody's picking KT's gonna beat Nongshim.
You guys are not paying attention to the right matchup here because it's actually the Kwangdong Freaks versus Gen G.
Well,
This
let's
is where
get into the
Kwangdong
game.
Freaks will come on in. Bros getting the win against Nongshim. That's right. Giga Chads, I got you covered. I told you you would. But Ox, you got DRS over
So
T+.
T1 won World Cup, and apparently the story is that they literally just got off the airplane about maybe less than 10 hours before they had to play this match this morning.
Well, if Hunter's doing a little bit of
Not
downloading,
midnight yet. So
of,
today,
the
Wednesday,
new,
over in Korea. In the future, it's
firmware.
Thursday.
that's not something you see very
So,
often. It has
T1
spread
wins
to other
World
members
Cup,
of
and
T1.
then
Generally it's only Faker.
They
but
don't even get back
as I
till
mentioned
like 10
before,
hours before this match.
these guys just got off a plane yesterday, so it's rough. There's jet lag. There's a lot of pressure, a lot of just exhaustion.
So it's basically like,
yeah, like I said, bro, we're gonna
now maybe
strike.
some of you out there don't know who Bro is or this team in the green. I'm here to help support Bro. I think it's easy for streamers and casters out there to pick the better team, and they may do a bad job about casting the game because they spend the whole time upselling the good team and dogging on the bad team, where I feel like good casters do a really good job making the game sound exciting. I will say Wolf is really good at this. He will sit here and instead of talking about T1 the whole game, he'll try to talk about Bro and things that Bro do that are good. And that's one thing that I really like about Wolf, and I think is needed in esports right now, because some of the casters, they just start harping on the good team and don't tell you what the good things that the team that's gonna lose does. So this is the series where
T1 are currently weak.
the LCK casters predicted that T1's gonna beat the team in green or Bro.
It probably mirrors it pretty nicely as...
Oh my god. It's Yasuo. Does he see the Yasuo right there? I mean, it's really close to his face.
Yeah, he's
just gonna close
actually,
his eyes.
we can only see
You know,
this
I'm
because
trying
he was
to
imagining it. So like this image is not done
maybe
by production,
connect
this
some
is
fans
paper
out there that are into League of Legends that aren't into the professional League of Legends teams.
I mean, I'm your weeby friend. I gotta
What's going on,
explain that
JD?
stuff.
And my dog. Let's see what the dog wants real quick. Now, I will say, so I figured some things out on my stream here that if I have to go or take care of my dog, I will just give you a heads up. Hey, Leon, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for stopping by. Hey, Pizza. Sorry I read Leon's name first. I'm kind of bad about reading the bottom up. Hey, Pizza and Leon, thanks for showing up, guys. Hey, does my sound better today or not? I don't know if you're still paying attention or not. But I was saying, I'm going to do the stream at my own pace. I don't get paid right now. So if I got to walk away for a couple minutes, I'm going to put my AFK stream up, or my AFK thing like this. Thank you. I think I got the problem fixed, Pizza. Because that's some of why I wasn't streaming, is every time I step in to start streaming, I got this headache where I'm like, oh, I can't get my sound figured out, and I didn't feel like dealing with it. And I had it set up since like 2022, and I needed to learn how to use OBS. So I wasn't happy with the quality of the sound, how it was coming out. And I think I have that fixed now, because I want you to obviously hear me. I mean, I'm a loud person, right? Like, I talk loud. So when you, like, my mic's only on like 25, which I thought seemed really low. But because most people are like, well, turn your mic setting up to about 75. If I did that, I'd be peaking up in the red. So I had to figure out a balance of right here. Thank you guys. Thank you for the feedback. Again, if I walk away and have to AFK a minute and do something, don't get mad or upset, or just watch it at your own time. I'm going to do my thing. It's just I have some things in my real life that I got to deal with at the moment, that were like figuring this whole streaming thing out, and they're eventually going to iron themselves out. So I do have a child, a 14-year-old dog, and sometimes I have to take care of him or see what he wants and stop my stream. So I figured out what I'm going to do. If I have to do that, I'm literally just going to put this up. Like right now, I think he's okay now. He went back to sleep. So there you go. My dog was just saying hi to Pizza and Leon. That's why he popped up over there and started saying hi. So if I have to step away, and I will take breaks during my stream. I mean, I was sitting here thinking, I gotta do this for 5 hours straight, and no, I don't. I don't get paid. I can see if like I got subscribers and stuff, I'll be here, more at your convenience. But since right now I don't have any of that, why am I worrying? So I'll do it at my own pace. I'm sure I keep doing this for a year from now, it'll get much better in a year from now. But I have to right now do it at my own pace, and slowly it'll grow and get better. And that's what was holding me back. So if I do have to step away for a few minutes, I'll give you a heads up. I'll put this up. You go back into my stuff, you'll see where I'm back at the screen or not. It's pretty easy to go through, or we'll put timestamps up, and you'll see when I come back or not, and we'll get this streaming thing off the ground. I really appreciate Leon and Pizza, because you guys have been some diehard fans and show up every day for me. So I do appreciate you guys. And Leon and Pizza, you're some of the reason that keeps me streaming every day. Thanks, Pizza. So everything's better on this end, guys. I apologize that I was getting it going back in 2022. And I was just trying to do too much. I was doing coaching stuff and then trying to stream and all of this. And then when I was coaching, I was trying to or when I was doing coaching work, we'll call it, because I wasn't like physically in there coaching, but like physically scouting days and once was like scouting and doing information that you do for analytical work. Then I'm trying to watch LCK, and I was trying to watch all of VCS and trying to watch all of LPL and be like a G2 fan, and you can't do that. It's impossible. So I'm kind of bad when it comes to things like that. I try to do too much at once. So, anyways, back to this. I don't have to walk away right now. So, and again, I'll bring this up right now, and since you guys are here, I did put up a VOD. I do apologize. The volume levels weren't where I want them. I feel like if you listen to this VOD, I think this VOD has very important information if you dig through it. But I know that like kids out there get turned off by stuff like this. So if the volume's just a little bit off, they won't listen to it. But maybe someday you get bored, go back and dig through this. There's some important information that I say and learn in this VOD. So, but to me, like, I can watch it and listen to it, and I do go back and listen because I'm trying to get better at my craft. So that's another thing too, like throughout my days. Like sometimes I have to go back and I'll watch the VOD I did the day before just to see what I said and do I sound bad or do I think I sound okay? Just to get better at my craft. I think that's something that people need to do. Like if you play solo queue and you want to get better, just watch your replays. Got the little one here. What do you need, JD? See what the little one wants here real quick. Are you gonna play some? Probably. Well, Leon, I'm trying to do the VOD review and then play solo queue. So I don't know how long the VOD reviews or if I'm getting tired. I played one game of solo queue just for you yesterday, Leon. I was hoping that I could get through the VOD reviews kind of quick and then get to solo queue. That's really, I would like to do like a VOD review a day and play some solo queue, a little bit of both. So that's what I'm trying to do. It's just the stars have not lined up correctly yet. This guy here spent like 3 hours talking about the first WBG game yesterday. So I'll take like a 30-minute game and make it 3 hours of talking. So I'm realizing I don't have to talk so much or worry about that. So I just need to be more entertaining than anything. So I'm hopefully we get a game or two of solo queue in before I go to bed. If I've got the energy, Leon, I'm gonna play some solo queue. I wanted to try Ivern out again because Ivern is just not my style of jungler. I like to go steal enemy jungle camps, and I can't do it with Ivern. I have to go in there and try to steal it, and then wait 30 seconds or so before I can go claim the camps. So I can only steal one of them with Smite. Yeah, I think Ivern's funny. I like him. I like the tree champions. Like Maokai and Ivern are two of my favorite. Zyra. So, so if you fall asleep or not, Leon, it may be like 3 or 4 in the morning when I get to it, but I'll try to play a couple games of solo queue for you. I've been having fun with solo queue lately, so that's good. That's the key. Is solo queue fun or not? And my attitude's changed towards it. It's just fun. It's not the climb and all that stuff. So let me check on this little buddy. I'll be right back. Here's some important information. I think he just wanted on my lap. I don't think he's got to go out. That's the problem. I got a 14-year-old dog that's got the bladder of a 14-year-old dog. Sometimes he's got to go out every hour or so. But that's okay. I mean, if I sit here and talk for an hour, I'm allowed a 15-minute break. You listen to the radio, they talk for 20 minutes and take a 15-minute break. So I'm not getting paid. Why am I worrying about taking a break or not? Why am I worried? Oh no, I'm gonna lose some viewers right now. Ooh. You guys can watch it at any of your time. You can leave comments on the YouTube or whatever you want. Okay, so going back to Bro versus T1.
Steve Valdez.
I mean, it kind of looks that way. That was really cool. A very nice job by, obviously Faker, not production.
Leon's like, I don't like
no,
professional
production,
League of
good job.
Legends. I just want to see you play solo queue.
Guma looking very awake. I do wonder how many cups of
I would
coffee.
like
So far
me
for
to
me,
play
it's one.
solo queue
Yeah.
because I think I could
That
get
won't
high
be the
ranked if
second
I
one.
sit here
That
and
won't
play
be the
it.
final
That's the
one of
thing,
the
is
day.
like I think I could get high ranked if I would just sit and play the game.
Tell you that, and that was, you know, a couple of shots of espresso. That is.
In case you're wondering, by the way, Faker played.
I think it would be sad if I
at
couldn't.
EWC in the final game.
I think I'd have to
of the
uninstall
tournament,
League of Legends
which
if
is
I
why
couldn't get
we
high
got
ranked.
one.
I
And
actually
also,
sat here and
Faker
played it every day.
Yeah.
It's exciting. It's cool.
Yeah, and Faker did
A lot of my
also get
problems,
the
it's hard to
MVP
figure out a
of
main.
The entire tournament. A lot of people
I like
are
to
saying
play
that
top
Keria
and
should
mid
have
and
gotten it
jungle and
for a
AD.
good reason. I think his play in the finals
Hard to be
was
like,
also
well, I'm gonna be
spectacular.
this one
It was
thing.
going to be between one of those two, right? But Faker eventually did pick up the MVP. Keria
But maybe
also
that's like, and maybe that's more of like a coaching thing. Like a coach kind of likes all of the roles where that's why some of these, you don't see many coaches that are like super hardcore solo queue high ranked League of Legends players. I don't think they have the interest. They're too interested in the game itself. And to be really good in solo queue, you've got to master your champion. So if you want to get really good at solo queue, you have to keep playing the same champion over and over. If you want to be the #1 ranked NA jungler, just take Lee Sin and play him every game. You'll get there. Trust me. I've seen quite a bit of LCK players that make a career because like Pyosik is one. Not to dog on him or anything, but he's made a great career off being a Lee Sin main and a Kendrick main.
playing really well nowadays.
Owner. His owner seems to be making a pretty good career being a Lee Sin and an Italy main, because I don't have anything bad to say about owner or Pyosek. People will sit and say, well, he can only play 2 or 3 champions. Well, he plays them really well, obviously, because he's making a good bit of money and he's won worlds and he's winning tournaments. I mean, I think that there was a pretty good prize pool at World Cup this weekend to where you hear thoughts of, well, T1, this roster of T1 will be around next year. I like that. I want teams to stay together. I like that G2 has the same roster. I may have been a little bit too negative with Broken Blade, where I kind of take it back. Like, Broken Blade has what I want in a professional player. We want to see him play some more, like, heavier mechanical style champions in the top lane.
Did have a big Bard game up against BLG.
And that's kind of what I was chiming on at the beginning of my VOD, is it's really easy to sit on here and stream or be a caster. There may even be one in the LCK group. I don't know. I like all of them. I love the LCK. But they, just from my point of view, being a 38-year-old mature adult, is they chime on the easy things, like always saying, well, T1's going to win, T1's going to win. When you want to be a good caster, you've got to sell both sides. You got to sell, well, what is the bad team doing wrong?
Certainly feels like he's really in a good spot mechanically. I do think that some of the decisions that are being made can be questioned a little bit.
Now,
sometimes
Coach
very
Sword, I
over-aggressive from
think
Keria,
this
but
is Sword that
at the
was
end of
on
the day, maybe he's just
Griffin.
channeling his inner barrel, which is just fine.
Did I don't have anything negative to say about
Especially
Sword.
now that, you know, KT got their wins. If this was in channeling your inner barrel of the last couple of weeks was maybe a bit
Well,
rough.
most fans will say Sword
We'll
was
see.
a really bad player.
I'm sure that
Griffin,
T1 is going to maintain their high level.
Maybe even like
of
compared him to
flexibility in draft.
Broken Blade a little bit, where he
Main
doesn't
question is
play
gonna be to
high
what
mechanical
extent can
players.
Korean play
I don't know. They
their
didn't win
style?
Worlds.
As the fans happy and ready as always.
Yeah. Just saying.
Okay, so I guess I could get into. I don't know. I guess I can get into
And you know
draft
what?
here. This this is. I got my little notebook,
He has
so
been
I'm gonna
a
take
mainstay
notes.
for a good amount of time now. Experiments with Samver.
Go back a
Side
bit
lanes
here.
and how she scales is just kind of insane.
Try to
We're just not going to see him.
kind of keep
We do
track of
have
like the
Renekton
first picks.
And Senna and Rumble taken away. Rumble definitely the biggest ban that we see nowadays, especially on the red side.
As we are again trending towards Corki Tristana, it's one more patch cycle. They are on the chopping block for the next patch. Hopefully that will be enough. I don't think that this time around it's going to
Lee
be a
is
thing. As the respect
permabanned.
ban towards the Renekton, I really appreciate from T1 here. The Lord will still be given his due respect. Tristana, in my opinion, definitely the standout between the two picks. So I imagine that's what
Bro's
T1
gonna
wants to go
ban
towards, so it
Sejuani
doesn't really lock you into anything specifically. And we'll see what Pool Bay is going to bring out here. Was most known for his
is
aggressive
Star,
playstyle
apparently.
challengers. Obviously had a really strong top
So-
side to go with him, and there is yeah, that's not that shouldn't be a surprise.
I'm just showing you guys how I
Yeah,
do
just-
in
I mean-
this game. How I
It's not a surprise, and I guess
Do
the
whatever
idea
I
is
do
that,
with
okay,
it.
if we give them Tristana, we play Corki. As you're mentioning, Chronicler, but at the same time, it does feel like over the last bunch of weeks,
I mean, a lot of reason why I keep
Um,
notes is A, it allows me to quickly look back at, well, in game 2, G2 picked Rumble, LeBlanc, Varus, well, top picked Yone, Ken, Maokai, G2 lost this game. I didn't see, I messed up on there. I forgot 2 of the picks. Wait. But you can like quickly go back, but also there's so much information going on in a game that your mind will not be able to register the information unless you write it down. So just remembering these picks and stuff, it's like I write it down for my memory, for my benefit. It's not really like I'm writing it down to remember tomorrow. That's just how I operate.
Tristana
I have
has
to take
come out ahead
notes.
most of the time, right? It
Oh,
just
yeah.
feels like
The
in
older I
terms
get, I
of
see I got to
overall
do more of
impact on
that
the map,
because I'm not going to
talking about
remember
laning
things
phase,
like I
laning
think
phase
I'm going to.
generally pretty easy.
So that's my point. Why the
What
notes?
she's able to do, especially pushing
Kids out
side
there,
lanes
it's
and
good to
how
take
she
notes
scales
because you
is
won't
just
remember
kind of
the
insane.
things you think you remember right now.
Azrael making
tomorrow.
its way
You'll forget.
through here as well for
There's
Envy.
multiple reasons
Envy
why.
still starting. We did see some experiments with Samver early on, but he has been the mainstay for a good amount of time now. We'll see what is going to be the setup here. Imagine that T1 don't feel too pressured.
And
to
I
pick
could
up an
probably
Karthus
skip
Luma
through
here.
this.
They can, obviously, but he plays a...
And
lot
the
of
more VOD
champions.
reviews I do,
One
I
of
may
the
get
saving
quicker at
graces
getting
of
through
this
this
patch
and then
is
be
that
able to play
Skarner
more
has in
solo
fact
queue
been-
beyond.
He's been hit.
I should be
He's
able
been
to do
pretty
these
hard,
quicker than what I'm
which I
doing
think
them
is
now.
great.
It's just I need to
The
practice and
unfortunate
I'm
thing
working
is that
some
Cassandra is
things
still
out
there, so
first.
now he's just riding alone
Yeah.
in top lane, outside of the Rumble, which obviously has already been taken away.
Yeah, I think that Cassante, because of that, is in a really awesome spot, as we are going to be seeing
You got the Zyra.
in the
We
jungle
do talk
here
a lot
for
about
you.
the
Now,
jungle here.
Owner has picked Nidalee into Zyra multiple times.
Got a
did that in
Nidalee
PvP
Zyra
as well.
matchup.
I think that it's got a good matchup. You can put
Still
on a lot
see
of
an AP
pressure
champion.
in the jungle, not allow the Zyra to go kind of insane with her farm speed, and it just feels like kind of a very controlling jungle pick, especially when you're facing that Zyra. So, you know, I get that they want that AP jungler, one of the top ones, but I think that owner could have a fun time in this jungle matchup.
It does work well with the trough that Brianna has, where you can lean into more of a poke style, and it makes it hard for the enemies to engage due to the Zyra existing. That is a poke style as Brion, I think, is unfortunately not something that I think right now they're going to be capable of pulling off
Scared of
consistently.
so
Would
T1
love to just see a
doesn't want to
top
see
laner,
Skarner, I guess.
right? Just pick something beefy up. I think Poppy is a great example. You could obviously
That's
still
kind of
theoretically
weird that we
flex
got
this
Poppy.
towards Paulo, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Poppy
We're
is
seeing some different
a consistent
champions
front,
here
as
in
we do
this
see
draft
the
now
Caitlyn
that the
Braun come back
LCK's
again.
back. After
Was
the World Cup.
something that the Caitlyn for Guma should not be a surprise. And, the
And
Braun,
they've got a
as
new
already mentioned
patch.
in pre-show, has really risen in priority with
That's the thing too.
how
We're at the
insanely
start of a
prevalent
patch here.
these
Was on
engagement boards have been.
14-12
I'm
the
wondering
last
if they
time
just
the
wanna go
LCK
for Karma here, which when it comes to the execution is a bit rough, but it should provide you a good amount of shove. It goes well together with the Ezreal. because my problem with this is that it just doesn't feel like playing an engage support into something like the Grom Caitlyn is really going to go very well.
Yeah.
Unless you find like a
All right,
really,
Gene, what do you-
really solid early on him, I just don't think realistically that's something that you can consistently hit. And the Karma, I think, would have tied the composition nicely together. Obviously, your engage would be really subpar, but I think for Brion, what they saw is we need something simple. Engage supports fit into that bill. I'm
Kind
I'm
of getting
worried,
at the end
though.
of
I
my
think
day,
this is a
so
draft
I-
that is very hard to execute.
Yeah, I
I think
need a little
T1
bit of
got
energy.
basically everything that they'd want, realistically, outside of having engage, which is T1. They're gonna
Yeah.
find a way to start fights nonetheless, and they have the Nidalee for poke as well.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Okay, I guess we
It's
don't need to
been
see that. I
A
know
little
you
bit
guys
less
are used
engaged
to
in some of these drafts week by week. So
going through this really fast.
see the Corky, a lot of top picks. We'll see if it's enough to get them across the line. Let's hop into the rift for game number 1.
I'm a person that doesn't like to be in a hurry. You guys may not like that. I don't think I have an ad blocker like you do. Immediately blocks those out.
All right, here we go.
Okay, so I go into this yesterday and I started showing, and I did vision stuff on whatever coaching stuff I've done and jungle route stuff. What do we got going on here? We got this game. I was talking about this against WBG and JDG last night. That first thing I'm looking at. What's going on here? Where I will get better at this telestrator. Okay, so T1's got their sweeper lens, and Bro doesn't have theirs. So they're using the trinket ward. So we're looking for their wards. Now, there's the Zyra plant. These are pings, I think. But this first, minute is so valuable to see where the teams are trying to get just a bit of information to figure out what side they want to gank from or apply pressure from, or if your lane can shove aggressively, or maybe your lane needs to play safe because you're going to get ganked at a certain time, or you can't overextend on the enemy side of the map and shove the wave into the enemy turret. You need to know these things, so you figure this out from here. Like if you got a ward here in this brush, for example, like Faker could play aggressive on this side because he knows he's safe because he's not going to gank from that side. So he would probably stay kind of on the left side of the lane here, just like kind of viewing where an owner is or runner is right now. And I'm just saying, so these are the things we're looking for. So trying to find the wards. Can't really see them right now. Don't see any.
Oh, well, that's that's a spear to get us started, and we'll see how this does continue.
So I'm trying to figure out, did T1 get in here and sweep a ward out and get some vision from Bro? I didn't really see it.
New pull bait just gonna back out of here.
I think actually getting a good chunk here early on against Guma.
Okay, so Bro do have a ward there. Some of you guys are probably like, this is so boring, Sodaron. Maybe I can help you fall asleep at night, guys. So Bro have a deep ward there in the enemy side of the map. Over, again, I harp on this. This is what you got to do when you're doing what I'm doing right now. You got to beat the dead horse every day. Get on the soapbox. There's this imaginary line that runs through here, and if you step over that line, you're on the enemy side of the map. So if the red people step over this line over here, they're on the blue side of the map, right? So Bro have a ward down here on the enemy side of the map. That's going to allow them to play aggressive, is the whole point I'm making. So Ezreal and Rel can play aggressive. Now, is Ezreal and Rel going to play aggressive in LeBron and Caitlyn? Probably not. Okay, you wanted a drink? So is Ezreal and Rel gonna probably play aggressive or shove Caitlyn and Braum? Probably not. But so Bro have a ward. That's probably why T1 don't have one down there. So this is what we're trying to figure out, this analysis here. And see, it doesn't come instant. You got to solve the mystery. You got to play Sherlock Holmes here and figure out what mystery is going on. So why is... well, I see why now. Why is Guma recalling? Well, he just took a bunch of damage. I was going to say, is it to go back and get a sweeper lens? Probably not. So T1 have the sweeper lens early. I don't think they got any
We'll see
vision
what
out
Youngjae's
yet.
pathing is going to be. Also do note that Poolbay was able
So
to...
Zeus gets a deep ward up here on Bro's lizard camp. Okay, so T1 have that vision.
get it back in, so nothing too much of note happening here. With Braum, you can always go...
Okay, so I'm looking. Red ward there. Blue ward there. Okay, so where is owner gonna start? He's probably gonna start at his red camp. Okay, so anyways, T1 have information on the they're gonna have information on Bro's jungler, right? So that's a good ward that Zeus played there. Now, what does that take away though? You've got, that's kind of a, see, that's what I mean. Like, it takes a few minutes to like digest this information. So, or at least me. Maybe some of you guys out there already thought these things, and I'm just slow. But you also have, well, Zeus has his ward there, so I guess that would allow him to play aggressive, right? He'll be able to play aggressive into Morgan. That's a really good ward that the top laner just put down on T1. Faker usually puts his the Raptor camp around minute 25 seconds, minute 30 seconds. Okay, so back into the game.
Go for delayed invades. His level 1 is one of the best in the game with his passive, but doesn't look like that's actually going to be the case. Youngjae, unfortunately, one of the plants spawning near the turret. And not ideal. I don't think it'll matter that much. I've seen Zyra just power farm
Bro have their
and
sweeper
clear
lane.
in like 3 minutes something nonetheless.
I was going into this
Well,
last night
Morgan.
where, you know, some of the teams, I guess it's like standard now, basically. I need to point this out more on the stream. Again, my problem is I sit here and watch all this stuff, but then I don't stream it. But that doesn't do me any good. I might as well be streaming it while I'm doing it. So that's why I'm finally sharing this stuff with you. Okay, so how does that affect your first like 5 minutes laning in bottom lane when you got 2 trinket wards versus you got 1 trinket ward or 1 sweeper? Or you got 2 wards. There's different things and different ways you can play.
Taking a peek here.
Yeah, I mean,
I
I'm
was
not
wrong,
really sure.
so owner is starting on his blue buff. I thought he would start at red side, but I was wrong.
What he's going to be able
Morgan's
to
in
do
there just
outside of a
getting
little
some
bit of
vision and
harass.
harass.
Italy doesn't really care too much about that.
Zyra doesn't
And
need a
Youngjae,
leash, so
as you
that
mentioned,
allows
not really
Rose
too
bottom
concerned
lane to
about
go
the
down
plants
and start
spawning in
super
the
aggressive.
wrong place, because eventually he just is able to place them himself, and he will farm
So we saw a leash, right, on T1.
extremely fast. It doesn't really matter. As Zyra, the only person
Really
to
helped
win on
Italy
Zyra
out.
in the LCK so far is Canyon.
It's a little rough the first couple
And
levels. Italy is.
Zyra's still a really
She
good
could
pick.
use
I don't
it.
want people to see that and be like, hey, I guess that means that only Canyon can play it. Canyon is exceptional as a jungler, and Genji are a great team, but Zyra's still a very strong pick. As, by the way, Guma
I
has
don't
only
think
lost.
we've seen Faker's ward yet. No, is this to probably get flash from Pool Bay? I think Pool Bay is a pretty well-known challenger player, and I think I recall them. It's Karthus is normally the bro mid laner, so there's a new mid laner in this game. But there's probably a trade of flash or something.
Lost one game on Caitlyn.
shouldn't come as a big surprise. If you have seen T1 play before, Guma is Caitlyn. It doesn't get pulled out too often, but whenever it does feel like it really hits the spot. Trying to maintain that, you know, Death Jinx win rate of
Word's about to go
like
out.
a year or two ago. It did really take a big beating at some point.
Polbe?
Polbe is, yeah, just gonna flash, and obviously the player.
I don't really
struggling,
want
but
to spend
it also
3
again
hours
beckons
talking
the
about the
question.
He's dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just walked back into auto
So
rage.
Faker gets
Yeah, I
a
have
solo
no idea
kill
why
on
he did
Pool
that.
Bay.
So
And so the walking in is obviously.
So Faker gets a solo kill. Now Bro's mid laner's flash and teleports down.
Very egregious, but it also beckons again the question: did we really have to give Tristana over again?
Young Jay and Owner
No,
are staying.
that shouldn't have happened.
I don't
honestly.
think we
I
should
mean,
have.
although giving Ashe to
More of a
T1
jungle
is really
swing.
scary as well.
Pay
I
attention
think
to the
the other
jungles.
ban that had to be the Tristana ban was the Sejuani.
Yeah, I would agree.
Because Owner can play a lot of stuff. He can play Nidalee. He is going to do a lot of Nidalee playing in the bottom lane, I think, here in this game. Especially based on the
Now I expect personally T1 to kind of, I say, play with their food in this match. So they're gonna do things they normally wouldn't do, maybe against some higher ranked teams. So they're confident coming off World Cup.
path that Young Jay has taken towards the top side of the map.
I
You already see a
beat
little
this
bit
dead horse, but there's a thing you do in League of Legends where you get the dragon at 5 minutes. It respawns again at 10 minutes. Every 5 minutes the dragon spawns. So you get the first 4 dragons. And so you get them, and then you get a Baron buff, and then you close it out like 25, 30 minutes in the game. It's basically like a
Fresh,
perfect
it's not
game of
perfect
League of
commits.
Legends.
So here we go again. Polbe going to lose the trade in a huge way. And the thing about Polbe is that he's a great player, but I think he really struggles with nerves. And here in this first game,
Morgan's
a
ahead,
little bit of
guys.
that
Morgan is ahead of
already.
Zeus right now.
I remember I was actually doing the
Bro
challenge
gets the
coach
scuttle
stream
crab.
for Bro, and he had like this huge pop-off performance in 2 games actually, and he went into the interview and he was just so nervous. He didn't really say much, right? But we know he's exceptional as a player, so I do wonder if some of those nerve issues.
So Owner is up here taking some camps and farm away, and T1 got some really good wards up in here. It's really going to help this bottom lane. Oh, got to clear this out. We're learning to use a telestrator on my stream, guys, so it may take a week or 2. So this allows any pressure that T1 want on the bottom lane, so they're really getting ahead of the bottom lane here. Faker just got a solo kill, so he's... Look how far he is shoved into the enemy wave here. Enemy turret here. He's way overextended. But he still has his flash up, so... Again, I harp on this, but once you go over this line and you're overextended, you either want flash, a ward, or a teammate, or you're gonna die.
Can affect some of his gameplay, especially up against a guy like Faker.
I think it's obvious, right? Like, I think the initial trade and the flash is fine.
So,
Walking back in,
1k gold. Or 1k
something
gold
that,
lead right now for
that
T1.
shouldn't happen. Young Jay, this is the core issue, I think, as to why we see so many Zyra struggles. Like, once you start falling behind,
Young Jay's going to take a huge amount of damage. He steps on a trap, so the extended range for the Nidalee goes in, and Owner and Faker
It might
just
be-
pulling
Jay
Young
lost
Jay
his
in between
flash there.
turrets.
I like to really pay attention to the summoner spells. Again, that's how you make your plays. If somebody has their flash down, they're overextended, they're a goner. So you're going around the map trying to find that, make plays.
might be able to do something here.
Well, Paulo's going to miss his stun, and now he's
Paulo's
in a lot of
missed
trouble.
his
The Ignite
Ignite.
comes down. and they get pushed away as Carry is able to push past the turret himself.
This should mean that T1 will
And
have this
already
dragon.
This game
in
is
5
off the
minutes.
rails, Chronicler.
Yeah, T1 with a lead
Baker's
is not,
backing.
it's not a very fun
Teleports.
interactive experience to play into. Unfortunately, it's 1.5k at 5 minutes. Feldas,
Yeah.
this wave is gonna get lost.
Little ward bro
Jay
have so
isn't
they can
really gonna
see
be allowed to play
over the
game.
wall.
Yeah, I mean, bro, they're in a spot where, yes, they had a week off, they had time to iterate and
Like
stuff.
owner
but
just went back and got his
generally,
Sork
that
pen
doesn't help
boots.
nearly as much as going to an international tournament and
I like
downloading-
this little graph that the LCK has. This is the only region where I see this jungle lane proximity. Trying to figure out exactly how to read it. It's been in the mid, so owner's been in the mid lane. Okay, been in the mid lane 9% of the time. It's been in the bottom lane 18% of the time.
all the newest data from all the best teams around the world, you know? And I feel like some of those drafts that we saw in EWC look a lot like this one from T1, and they're already...
Young Jay, yeah.
I mean, Faker's at like level 5 up making... He's making a statement that he just won the World Cup.
Unfortunately, the moment you get hit by that spear, that's just the end of it.
Did he get hit by the spear?
I think.
What did Young... So what did... Let's go back and look what was Young Jay doing. I mean, the guy's just in his jungle,
Best
right?
teams around
Trying
the
to
world,
get some
you know?
farm.
And I feel like some of those drafts that we saw in EWC look a lot like this one from T1,
Okay.
and they're
I
already...
lost my spot
Young
there.
Jay,
This was
yeah.
a minute.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the moment you get hit by that spear, that's just the end of it.
Did he get hit by
See
the
that
spear?
Zyra can't, like,
Kinda
he's
looked like
just
he
in his
stepped on his
farm
wrap
at the
nearby,
first
but-
camp and he can't
I
even
know.
be there.
I'm
He
not
gets
100%
killed.
Maybe just a weird hitbox and it was the spear. Because it was a lot of damage.
Well, that's my point. I think it
Wanna
was 'cause
playing
the first time when I
super
watched
aggressive
when I
in
watched
this.
it happen live, I thought it didn't hit.
Yeah.
But now looking at the chunk that was done, I don't know, it might have been a Tristana damage. It doesn't really matter, right? The moment that
I
Faker
wanna
shows up
see
there, you
Bro
should have an
upset
inkling that
T1
Owner's
here.
going to be nearby as well. And they did actually have a window there, I think, if they rotate Envy
not
and
gonna-
pop up. I don't think
I don't think it's gonna
likely
happen if
Leon
you
is
start
gonna
with the
just
Void
win
Grubs.
skirmishes against T1, but at the very least it
You're
would have been
taking the
playable.
dragons. over
Although
the
he should be
Void
able to get
Grubs,
out, but
bro.
Faker's chasing.
Yeah, Faker is chasing. He knows he has that Braum
That's
trying to
on the
set up, but
mapper.
now he's going to ult Morgan away as Morgan taking a ton of damage. Faker just frontlining as Tristana doesn't care. And as you mentioned...
Let's look and see what summoner spells and stuff are up there. Morgan's flash is down. Ezreal has his flash, his cleanse.
They are down a member, so T1 certainly getting in there and trying to make their case, but eventually it's a double kill for Pullbay.
I gotta say, Morgan actually with a great roam there. The reason why that play works is just because they're up a good amount of people. Really digs Pullbay out of the hole that he was in as well. Like, these kills are really, really big.
So this
because otherwise
game
the lane
is
would have been like truly completely unplayable.
Hopefully Bro
He's
get
still
the
not in a good
Scuttlecrat
spot,
here
don't get
so
me
we
wrong.
get the dragon.
Faker's still up a kill, which kind of offsets the CS lead. Faker also
Scuttlecrat,
sitting
but
on the hole.
unfortunately I think
the 1v1's
T1's
gonna look a lot
just
better,
gonna
but it
fight
doesn't
that
mean
dragon
at least
right on
it's
top
relevant.
of it.
And that's the T1 we were talking about. Down a member, and they're like, we can out-hands it. It's fine. We can make it work.
One's
And to be fair,
all their farm away
like
too.
it's
So
a
they're
one,
just shutting
one
out
for two trade. in the
Young
grand
Jay where
scheme
he
of
can't
things.
do
That's still
anything.
not too bad. They are really playing.
Probably lucky he's only
as
10
aggressive
CS
as you
behind
can
right
possibly.
now.
Yeah.
Zyra.
You know, I think T1 coming to this matchup and they know they're the big favorites and they're playing like it, but sometimes that gets T1 in trouble. We'll see if it gets them in trouble here as Keria will be fine. He holds up the door. As Owner, he's level 6. He's putting on a lot of pressure just by himself.
I think owners
As yes,
trying
he
to put on a
engaged came in,
clinic
but the
here.
follow-up was not quite there for Bro. Meanwhile, we have this 1v1 in the bot
Yeah,
lane, which Guma is...
So Guma can shove up here. We'll go into more some analysis stuff. Guma can do this. Don't do this solo queue, please, guys. Don't play like Guma is right here. He can do this because he's got a control ward here. He's got a ward here. He's got Keria here to come protect him if he overextends. And he's got his flash and his cleanse. It's the only reason that Guma can be down here solo shoving. You should never be this in solo queue. You should not be shoving into two enemy players and trying to shove a turret down. So this isn't a good picture. And Faker's just up in at the red buff. I guess he's gonna go The red buff here from Young Jay. In this picture too. Maybe I need to call this painting you a picture like Hawaii. Never do this. I'm painting you a Hawaii picture. Never do this. You never want to see this picture. Solo queue. Wow.
Absolutely stomping.
Yeah, we hadn't really talked about this yet because there was a lot more
So
pressing
I think
matters on the map.
Carry
Yeah, Guma is up a
gonna say
large
is
amount of
bored.
like a large
Coming down here to
amount of
protect
gold. I don't
Guma.
How large, Crown?
Yeah, well, very large, Velves.
Case
Caught me off
Ezreal
guard.
and Rel
Very
decide to
large.
go
I
all
think
in on
that
Guma
as long as
because
Envy is in that isolated 1v1 and
cleanse
Carrius
and
is running
flash
around
probably,
the map,
but not kill him.
Ascension WoW is a
Area came
standalone
in
World
there.
of Warcraft private server that
I guess I need an
reimagines
ad
WoW in a
blocker. It's
brand
better for this.
you're gonna look to simultaneously get your own jungler ahead.
Uh-oh.
As yeah, that's he got it.
He actually got it, but he's also going to get his death here.
Starting to feel a little bad for young Jay, 'cause
Flash as the
he
root
can't
does
do
come
anything.
in. And no,
It's
not the disengage.
Even
no,
in
please.
farm, that shows you the power of this Zyra.
Oh, no, he's going to get away. Why is that cone there just to save his life for no reason? Shouldn't exist.
I think she's
Well, it
getting
was a nice play
nerfed,
from
but
Owner
it's-
anyway.
I don't think it'll be
To
a huge
the
nerf.
dismay of Brendan Veldes, Youngjae makes it out.
It's more about this black torch item.
He didn't get killed by Nidalee.
Nidalee doesn't
not
have
too
the
sad.
black
I think Youngjae is struggling enough as is. But he's still got the rep buff. You know, Owner flashed.
Okay, so what's going on here? Morgan has a nice ward, so he's gonna know, I guess, where Nidalee is, even though that Zyra just saw where Nidalee was. So I think in this picture here, Morgan knows this imaginary line. He knows he can't cross over that. But his flash is down. So what do they call this? Zoning. Letting the lane just be neutral.
I think Owner's play was great there. Obviously, just shy.
But what I'm
And
saying
actually,
is,
if he got-
do Bro have any chance to start going for Dragon? Do they prep for the Dragon? Avoid grubs? What does Bro do here to try to catch up and get back into this game?
got the red buff, that might have been enough to be able to get the kill with the extra debuff and the fact that Youngjae wouldn't be healing.
No, Corky just got his steel plate boots. Maybe that'll help him trade in the mid lane a little bit, even though Faker has 3 kills. Hit his boots as well.
Do take a look at the CS for a minute here. That's the one thing that Morgan did have to give up. I think with that roam did fall about a wave behind as to enable the rest of his team. But the game state really
So Bro's
isn't
going
that
for the
bad.
Dragon.
That
That's
doesn't
good.
mean
They're
that
sitting on
much.
a ward.
But it's nice.
It's
you
not
know?
good, but it's not that bad.
It's not that bad, Val.
Could be worse.
And that's a win for Breon.
Yeah.
Because the 1.5K that they were behind at 5 minutes, that's still kind of the same. That's where we're at. It hasn't gotten worse, and I think that's a win.
It is. It actually is. You know, jokes aside, I think that T1 have really been trying hard to continue with their lead and put on as much pressure as possible. But at the end of the day, Bro have been able to stabilize a little bit, and you know, they're still
Full Bay can be
behind, but
overextended over that
not
line
getting
because
farther
it's got that
behind,
ward
which is really the main
flash.
key thing here. I think that double kill over to Pull Bay is going to be extremely helpful for keeping them at least.
Hey, you have to make a
parity
cup of
with,
coffee
what
tonight,
Faker
guys.
might
I
be able
don't
to
know.
do. But we do know what Tristana can do anyway. As Guma, meanwhile, up 24 CS, is still by himself down on the bottom side. As Faker just going to jump away from that one. I feel like the zoom in is like Jonas Strong expecting Faker to jump in. Because sometimes
like-
he just does that.
Like flash ult, pull bait.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have surprised me, especially with how Faker has played the Tristana. Really, even going back to
So
like
Bro got the
MSI,
Dragon,
there was a
and
lot
they're gonna
of
take the
Faker just
Void
being
Grubs
like, no,
here.
I'd win, and then he doesn't.
I never. Let me stop this for a second. I never know how far into depth of analysis that I should be doing, or I could do. Again, I went like 3 hours into game 1 of WBG JDG a lot of it was just the first 15 or 20 minutes talking about the warding and the pressure and which lane's going to go this way or not. So we can do that here. I don't know if you guys want that or not. I kind of did it to show you yesterday. I don't plan to do that every time. I think more importantly, I just need to show up and skim these games every day. Because I doubt, I'm probably like one of the only people that'll sit here and watch these games. That's my own thinking. So then there's just a handful. There's only like a handful of me out in the world. And then most of you don't watch them at all. You just watch highlights from other people that watch things and get your news and information from that. Because you probably got your video games and solo queue to play. So I understand that. So that's one good reason to follow Sodaron, I guess. He can give you your LOL esports news and analysis and information that you need. And save you some time so you can go play solo queue.
He just keeps going for it. Just keeps going in. As Morgan, this is Poppy.
So Braum is back there to help dive and take Morgan out right here. Obviously, Bro don't have any vision of where Braum is right now. There's no wards over in the bottom jungle. I could never tell really the times and when this comes back up or not. I looked at it yesterday. It was like a minute and 30 seconds, didn't I say? 90 to 120 seconds, so a minute and a half, 2 minutes. But trying to keep track of whose ward is where and what is what I'm saying, because it's kind of hard to keep track of. You know, who put this trinket ward down, who put this trinket ward, and then there's 2 control wards. I'm guessing it was Zyra had one and Envy had one, but where? What I'm saying is that Morgan really needs a ward here so he can see.
Notoriously hard to dive, but I do think that they have the tools.
He does have his ult. He is going to knock the Nidalee away, and that should be enough.
So Bro
Well,
lost
still
their
gonna lose the
poppy
turret.
ult there
Yeah.
for a team.
So it's something. They got
But
grubs.
Morgan will have his
5
flash.
grubs. Not bad. It's going to deny it from Tristana, which I feel like is
Next.
the biggest thing.
Dragon will
But
probably
at the
be
end
the
of the day,
team
now they're
fight.
trying to dive onto Zeus, even a TP, and it's
Comes
4
Morgan
people
teleporting
here
in up here
against
top to
K'Sante
make
Shuri.
play on Zeus. Zeus' flash is up. His ult is up. Here comes Owner with his flashes down. So we're going to see, is this 4-man dive going to kill Zeus or not? With Owner coming in. And it looks like Faker is also about to come into the lane. So Faker's coming up top to help. But what we're looking at are what ults are up. Flash, cleanse, the summoner spells. So what? So is Zeus a goner? I would say Zeus is gonna be a goner. Sante does get a huge gap distance where he may be able to ult and come in time to come down where Faker is, and then they can. You will have Corky coming in though, so it'll be a 3 versus 5. Carriot and Guma won't be teleporting in. So how is this team fight gonna go? Because it looks like Faker's coming over this way.
Surely they just kill him, right? As a lot of damage is going into Young and Paulo, and now Owner is here. Zeus still alive, as the damage will eventually take
Fight
him
for
down,
Bro.
but Owner is just feasting on the members of Bro that are behind this turret. As Faker is here as well, a dump over the top. Faker looking for another kill as an ult goes into the Poppy, and now Faker's jumping in again. And Envy here by himself has to flash away. Very nice ult himself, nearly takes off Faker's
So I thought
head.
Zeus,
But
but
it's
see,
not
he
gonna
got
be able
Poppy
to. At
ulted
least he gets
into
away
the
alive.
wall. So
Meanwhile, Gumak continues
Sante ult
playing
and be able to meet up with
League of
Faker.
He's actually playing
one
Swarm,
of
the new
3
game
versus
mode
5.
where you just
Yeah.
Very interesting stuff here from
Bro,
Kuma.
kinda
That
get a
was
little bit of a
I know
comeback
that
there.
they ended up getting the kill, but that was a bit of a disaster of a dive, unfortunately for Brion.
I don't think it was.
There was.
What are you doing?
It's fine. He's Braum. He doesn't care.
I don't know
I guess
what
he's
Carry
holding
is
the wave.
doing, farming
Yeah,
and
that
playing
makes
around
sense.
mid lane, but I guess
And
he's
Holbeck
bored.
thinks
He
he
wants
can
to
kill him,
carry,
but
and wants to
it's
show
not
that he can
gonna
carry
happen.
too.
He's
So
gonna flash
he's
away.
hanging
That's
out
fine.
in
He
the
is
lane.
Valkyrie.
Yeah.
So that top dive was.
I don't know what
They
Carry
weren't
was.
able to actually chain the CC, which is hard against the Cassante, to be fair.
I guess
But
Carry
Morgan,
was there
like,
because he
Zed's
thought
actually aloof
Guma
for so
should have
much
been there
longer.
with him, and Guma
Reinforcements
kind
are
of does
very
his
much
own
on the
thing.
way. So he doesn't get hit by the root. Then Morgan knocks him into the wall, but also knocks him out of the Zyra ult.
Guma
And
can
then,
get a
of
little
course,
selfish.
Morgan takes like 2 extra turret shots.
What
It
I
ends
see.
up being a bit of this was really cute from Faker here, jumping over already, knowing that he would get the reset, and then having the extra damage available. This was really nicely done by Envy, actually getting the pre-buffer before he
But
flashed.
You just
meaning
put him
that
on
he
Senna
did
duty,
just
right? And then
a little bit more gold that could have been good
Turns
as
around.
well. Look at this. This is a Tristan.
Faker, what does Faker have here? He's got his flash up again. This isn't really me preaching the style of League of Legends that I want you to learn and play, because T1's not going to play that style in this game. Seeing how they're playing the lowest ranked LCK team that's 0-6, and then they just won the World Cup. And now I'm sure people will start saying, well, T1's the best team in the world, not Gen G. And maybe they are. I like that the T1 roster's been together for a couple years. A few years. A couple years. I like when rosters stay together. I think that allows you to have synergy and do some... That's why I say, like, World Cup kind of showed it. Like, it allows you to pull out different things that maybe aren't meta just because you have a synergy where your teammates have played with each other for a couple of years, to where you can almost think what your bottom lane is going to do. You live together, I guess, every day. I don't know if teams even do that anymore or not. They used to have gaming houses. I don't even know. I think they got away from the gaming houses. But it was like the teams were around each other 24/7 every day. And so you would think 2 years of that, you'd be able to read your mid laner's mind or your bottom laner's mind and know what they're going to do in a situation. It's the same thing we see in sports, basketball, football. We want to see the same rosters for more than 1 year, and that rarely happens. Like the Kansas City Chiefs, they've won the back-to-back Super Bowls, almost like 3 in a row. They've won the back-to-back Super Bowls, or they've recently won 3 Super Bowls, but you've not had the same roster every 3 years because players get more money and move to other teams. And then it's like, well, do you value your family and your love and your teammates, or do you value money more, etc.? So T1 at least have had the same roster for a couple years. Hopefully they stay together next year if they like each other and can handle being around each other all the time. If they won World Cup, it sounds like fans are trying to say, hooray, you won World Cup, so now we can keep the same roster again next year. Because the stories at the beginning of the year was, well, obviously this T1 lineup's going to split, and Zeus will be on a different team, and Guma will be on a different team, and where's Carry? I got to go. And then they're just going to keep Faker. Well, hopefully we get to see this roster again next year. So here's to many more games of streaming and casting and VOD reviewing of T1.
Flash. No buster
Cheers.
shot, though. Could be a moment.
So Faker is up here where he shouldn't be, but he has his flash. He's considered the best player in the world right now. I don't know if I would personally rank him that or not. That sounds like the word on the street.
All right, there's the flash, nicely done, and the hop is going to be canceled. Faker, he's just pushing forward. He knows he's dead, but trying to take out Envy
that
here,
key
might be
one.
able to. The flash
Yeah,
forward.
Faker got
And
way
he will be
overconfident there. So there you go. You got a picture
Flash
of
nicely
the
done.
quoted best player, if not one of the best players in the world, getting overzealous and trying to 1 versus 3. I don't know what went on here, because what I'm looking at, Zeus doesn't have a teleport. Why did Faker just got overconfident? Bro maybe made a really good play here. He's on his side of the map is what's funny. So he's at that line I talk about. And he has his flash. He's not dead yet. But why did he go in 1 versus 3? I guess he didn't know where Zyra was for one. So maybe he just saw 2 people there. It was too late when Zyra got there. Zyra missed their Q, right? Whatever the root is. Maybe it's the E. But, okay. So Keria and Guma are shoving mid lane out. Zeus is down here in bottom lane. Owner, I think, is going to his blue buff camp or Gromp or something. Faker has his flash. His ult is down. It's about to be right. It's about to be back up. Probably like 10 seconds, 20 seconds.
And the hop is going to be canceled. Faker, he's just pushing forward. He knows he's dead, but trying to take out MB here might be able to. The flash.
So what was Faker doing there is what we're trying to
This is a Tristan. If he
Okay.
just
They were in the brush. So they were in the brush. And again, I talk about this line that extends through the middle of the map that you don't want to go over this line without a flash, a teammate, or a ward, or an ult. Because you're gonna be a goner. He didn't. They don't have wards here. There's no vision wards here. So all Faker sees on the map is this Poppy right here. So he didn't know there's 2 people right here and then a third right down here. And so Faker's just up here trying to shove this wave out. That's what he should be doing. This is what Faker needs to be doing, is shoving this wave out so it puts pressure into this turret right here. That's what they're trying to do. You got to shove the wave from this middle part of the map so it crashes on over on this side. So
a little bit more gold, that could have been good as
Get the
there.
wave.
Okay, this is a Tristana with flash. No buster shot though. Could be a moment.
So we're trying to figure out, did Faker make a mental error? Did he know better? He was trying to shove the wave out. They didn't have wards there. He also has a sweeper. That's another thing too. Faker has this sweeper lens. Maybe he should have a Farsight ward, Farsight stone. Well, he won't yet at this time, but we've seen this at World Cup. He was taking sweeper lens a lot. So T1 highly value taking out vision. They put a sweeper lens on their mid laner. There's the far side, right? No, those are trinkets.
All right, there's the flash. Nicely done, and the hop is going to be canceled. Faker, he's just pushing forward. He knows he's dead, but trying to take out MB here might be able to. The
Owner's
flash
down there.
forward, and he will be punished for that. As down he will
On the
go.
enemy
Plate's
side of the map.
still up, by the
Still
way,
in
as
the
Guma
machine.
collects another one in the
The
mid lane.
dragon is back up in a minute, and the Rift
I can't believe
Herald
they're
is
still
up in
up.
30
It feels like this
seconds.
is one of
So
those
I'm
games that
guessing
Blade
that
should
they're
have gone down
planning
a while
to
back.
prepping
And
for Rift Herald
Guma
and
just
Dragon
continued
Fight.
to PvE.
Like
Oh,
Rift
no.
Herald,
He's dead.
top side of the map.
Just gets
There's
stunned
some
by
stuff
Braum.
just
Doesn't
went
respect
down
the
when I was
Braum. You
talking, but
have
I'm
to
not
respect
gonna
that
go back
stun
and
coming through. The second that goes down, a trap right under you, and you're not getting away. So
Do
Polte's
this for
dead
3 hours. I could,
once
If
again.
I'm gonna get any solo queue games,
Mid lane
in
turret's
game,
gonna fall as well. I think Guma's goal was to get as
Gotta
many
do,
plates as possible. Maybe he watched
roll
Games
in a
of Week,
bit.
you know, last week. He's trying to get the speed run.
I was trying to-
Play now, by the way.
What?
Yeah,
KT?
he's done it.
What's going on here? It's just gonna kill the Ezreal, as there was so much damage done to him.
I mean, it's 11:30 now. Guys, I could stream for 2 days straight if I wanted to. Or this could be a 10-hour stream if we wanted it to be. So it just depends. It depends if my mood. I could stop it and do solo queue now. If you guys aren't enjoying the VOD review, I could stop. Yes. Leon Zix asked a question on, do you have any tips on how to become a pro player? Well, I'm not a professional player. I think I have try to have a professional attitude that will someday help me become a professional player. But my main thing is, okay, you want to be a professional player, go and pick one role and one champion. So if I wanted to become a jungle main professional player, your best bet is take Lee Sin and just start grinding him. Play 15 games of Lee Sin a day. Play 5 games of Lee Sin a day. Play 10 games of Lee Sin a day. That's what Sodaron did wrong if he wanted to become a professional player, because I thought I had enough skill back in 2013, 2014 that I could have, but I didn't go about it correctly. So I thought that I could be like Faker and come into this game. And I remember telling my friend, I was like, well, if you get really good, all you got to do is go in here and buy all the champions. So I was like, if I go in here and I have all these champions unlocked, then I'm going to be really good at the game. And you go to my main account, I haven't been grinding the game for years, but I have almost all the champions unlocked on my main account. So I played so many games just to unlock the champions. Like, I thought I should be good at the game then. But what I did wrong was what I see the professional players do, and what I have to do now, because I did it the way I told you, is I should have went, if I want to play jungle and main jungle, I go pick Lee Sin, which, if you want to be jungle main, you want to become a professional League of Legends player, play this champion 10 times a day, every day, over and over and over. Go lose with him, play him again. Lose with him, play him again. Win, you win with him, play him again. I think a lot of players out there get stuck where they play a game and they have a bad game and they lose, so then they go, well, I'll try this other champion. And at that rate, you'll never become a professional player. Like, say you play Lee Sin one game, you have a bad game, so you're like, well, I'll play Brand next. You gotta stick with one, or at least like 3. Because, like I told Leon in my comment there, he was asking, and you gotta have more than one champion for ranked, right? You gotta have what, 10 champions or something like that for ranked. To me, that doesn't matter though. It doesn't even have to be ranked. Just start playing normals. But the main thing is grind that champion every day. 5 games, 3 games, whatever it is, 10 games. But don't give up and have a bad game and then play somebody else. Keep playing the same champion, because I've kind of showed it, I think, on my stream, where I was trying to show it with Brand. And I think I kind of messed my stream up because I went to Ivern the other night when I wanted to play Brand still. Because I was going to show, well, look how I get better with Brand every time. Because I think somewhere on my channel in VOD, you could see where I played the first 3 games of Brand. I think the first 2 are under a VOD called Brand Discussion. Or at least I show the games or something. Maybe I don't. But then I go and pull them out in a solo queue game, and I have the VOD on here where I went 12-0. Now, if in my 3rd game I went and played Brand and went 12-0, I was going to look for it, but never mind. That shows you, like, just, you see that after 3 games I get better and better and better. You're going to lose. You're going to have really bad games. To tell you the truth, I learn more in the games where I lose than when I win. So that's very important. So don't get mad at your losses. Go back and look at your losses. Look at what you did wrong. Watch your replays. It's also good to watch your replays. See what you did wrong. Don't be scared of what you did wrong. Don't sit there and be down on yourself because you did something wrong. Fix it. Use that opportunity to see that you can improve yourself. Don't be scared you had a bad game. Go watch your bad game. Laugh where you made a mistake. Oh, I'm so dumb. I did this wrong. You won't do that later on. Those hard days are behind you. But I think a lot of you guys get stuck where you're like, play a game and then you lose, so then you pick another champion and then you lose, and then you're just miserable and you don't know what to play. If you want to win, keep playing the same champions. Pick a role, main that role, pick 1, 2, 3 champions. You do need more than one. So Lee Sin, so right now you want to get good at jungle. Brand. Play Brand. Lee Sin. And I don't know, like Nunu's a really good easy champion that's good. Nidalee is one that's hard to master, but if you're really good with Nidalee, you can super hard carry games. So Brand, Lee Sin, if you want to get good at jungle, you want to be professional, play 10 games of Brand, Lee Sin, and Nidalee every day, and don't stop. And I'm telling you, you'll get where you want to go eventually. And after a week, you'll start to see what I'm talking about. And then a month later, you'll see what I'm talking about. And then 2 months later, you'll see yourself improving instead of being in this endless spiral where you lose and you're mad and you don't like the world and you're miserable. And don't worry about getting your one win for the day. I mean, even Sodaron doesn't get one win. His one free win for the day every day. I learn more when I lose. So I learn more from my losses and going back and watching downloading the replay of where I lose and laughing at what I did wrong and looking at my mistakes instead of trying to hide it and run away from it. Or look at yourself in the mirror and conquer the man in the mirror and don't be scared of that person. Get to know him. Instead of being scared and run away from who you are. It takes a lot of that to stream. Or say you want to be a professional AD player. Ezreal, Zeri, Ashe. Play Ezreal, Zeri, Ashe every day. And after a week, you'll see what I'm talking about. In a month, you'll see what I'm talking about. 2 months, who knows? Maybe 6 months, you'll be a diamond player. Maybe a month, you'll be a diamond player. It's just you need to learn to keep grinding the same ones. You're not learning anything by making a mistake and then like, well, I'll just play Fizz since I lost a game of Jungle Lee Sin. That's why Sodaron never became a professional player. So that's to answer your question, Leon, on any thoughts of how to become a professional player. Go and watch VODs of the best players in the world. That's another thing. Like, study what they do. Faker, Kanavi. Just research. Gumayushi, Han Sama. You want to be a good AD player? Watch Han Sama. Just watch the pro players. Pay attention to what champions they're playing on the current patches. And master them. That's probably the gist of what you're asking, Leon, is how do you become a professional player? Pay attention to what the current meta champions are, and how you do that is go to op.gg champions, and it shows you what the top laners are right now. Darius, Aatrox, Mundo, Jax, Poppy. But you can't master all of them, so you can only pick like 3. Jax seems like one to master. Aatrox is one to master. And Rumble is one to master. I would probably pick different ones. Like I would probably pick an AP, an AD, and a tanky one. Jungle, like I said, Nidalee, Lee Sen, and who was the third one I said? I think I said Brand. You master Lee Sin, man, you can play any jungle champion. Just master Lee Sin if you want to. Lee Sin and Nidalee. Once you master the three, then the other ones are easy. But you're counterproductive when you're playing maybe a couple games of Lee Sin and then you're like, well, I'm going to play Ivern jungle now. And you're wanting to grind and climb and be a pro player. Because, I mean, you look at the pro players, it's kind of boring. Like the leaderboards, they play the same champions. But at the highest level, you have to because the mechanics that the players have. Like I think my mechanics are fast for as much as I play. Now that doesn't mean that I'm like pro or not. Like, I think I have really fast mechanics for how much I play. I'm just looking at the top challenger player in LCK right now. So here you go. He's spamming Nautilus, Rel, Alistar, Ornn, Rakan. Notice how it's only like about 5 champions. That's it. So you want to be a professional player, you're pick a role and you're going to have about 3 to 5 champions you're always playing. And it changes the patches and meta, so it will change. The main one is like you want to do jungle while Lee Sin has everything you want in a jungler. He can heal himself, he can like jump distances, he can area slow. He has an ult that'll hit multiple targets and knock them out. He has everything you want. Self heal. Like you want to nerf jungle champions, right? Why not nerf Lee Sin? He's OP'd. Just his kit is OP'd. He's banned in LPL, or I mean, he's banned in LCK this week. Lee Sin is. So Lee Sin is one. I mean, look right here. He's banned this week. They're scared to show some of these junglers, I think, like Owner and Canyon, are going to have such a higher skill gap between some other junglers that they're scared to show Lee Sin this week. So there's my thoughts, Leon. I don't know if you guys are still here or not, but that was a good question. Thank you. You guys have any more questions? That's a good one. Sure. I don't know. I'm learning some new things here. I don't know what that does. So thank you, Leon. That was a good question. I don't know. I probably just spent about 20 minutes answering your question, Leon. So thank you. Write me some more questions, guys. Email them. Shout out to me on Twitter. You can add me on Discord. It may take me a while, but my Discord is Sodaron. Just add me. I may or may not respond. There's a lot of LOL esports people out there that are so busy that they never respond on Discord. So we're very busy people. So it may take a year. I'll respond to you. Reach out to me on Twitter. I don't mean to be at this camera angle. I'm going to fix... The next thing I want to do on the stream is fix this camera to where I just have a camera shot of myself when I'm talking. Because I like this camera shot and I'll look at it, but then I forget this is what's going out. So I forget what my end game product is. And so I know we were like in the middle of this game right here, but I gotta hit the little dog's room real quick. I don't think I have it in me to finish this game out real quick. So I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick. I will be right back. I'll give you one more. I'll add one more thing to Leon's point there in question too. If you want to be a professional, this is a very important thing. Never give up. Okay, you kids out there, you want to be professional players. Never give up. Get up every day and fight the grind, and don't give up your dream. Okay? Don't let people tell you you're wrong. Don't give up. Live your dream. Now, you're going to have to put in a lot of work. Don't be scared of work. Don't be scared of failing if you want to become a professional player. I want to see professional players. I'm 38 years old and I want to see professional LOL esports players and professional esports players. I want to see this. I don't think I see too many at the moment. I'll just leave it at that. I want to see a next like I'm big on Yike. I think Yike is what you want in a professional player. I don't have a bad thing to say about his in-game play, and I don't have a bad thing to say about his out-of-game. From what I see, he looks like a very good person. I don't know if he is or not, but from what I see, he is what you want in a professional player, is what I'm saying. So don't give up. And what I'm saying is I don't see Yike, or I've never heard of like, well, Yike went on social media and flamed this or that. He's just got good people around him and support, and he's shining right now. So, or Broken Blade. You don't hear like, well, Broken Blade went on this and flamed somebody or that, or Caps. I want to see. So my point is like Yike. I think he's of this next generation because he's like what, like 18? Maybe he's like 21. I don't know. I'm old, but they're of this next generation of esports players, and that's what we're in right now. And I got passed up by it, right? Like I already put myself behind because I was playing this game in 2013 and 2012 all the time, thousands of games, and I could have bought a PC where I streamed it and I would have became the professional player, but I didn't do. And then I was kind of bitter and angry for a while because I didn't do that. There's no reason to be like that. So I'm behind the curve and behind the game. So there's this younger generation that they're adults now. I want to see that. I want to see these professional players. They don't act like jerks off stage, and they're nice and they're very professional when it comes to the social media and being on stage and their off stage antics and stuff. So don't give up on your dream and don't let people tell you you're wrong for wanting to do it. But you'll also have to put in the work. You're not going to magically become a professional player overnight. I mean, there's millions of games of League of Legends probably going on as we speak all around the world. Again, I went into the beginning of this stream about how like the Asian part of the world I think is way ahead of us in this, at least in the LOL esports, because the population. There's that many people on social media and playing games and stuff. There's just more information out there that us in the Western world can't compete with that's all. It's like billions of people versus millions of people. Go figure. So they can get a lot more work done when it comes to analysis and information and things, other than just playing the game on stage. They're the in-game product, but there's so much more going on in the Asian scene, the families and the number of people involved into each one of these teams. So don't give up on your dream if you want to become a professional player. That's the other thing. Don't give up. You need to have this fortune cookie here. So I'm going to hit the little boy's room. I'll be right back. I may have to take JD out. I got sidetracked from the game anyways, so it may be like a 10 or 15 minute AFK. Hey now, we're back. We're back. Just had problems now, guys. See, that's how life is. It's not what everyone thinks it is. But more importantly, I'm back. I went to the bathroom and got to hurry, made a mess. So there I made a mess. I had to spend 10 minutes cleaning up some mess that I didn't plan for. Just because I got to hurry from streaming. Got to hurry. That's all I'll go into it. But and then I took JD outside. So I'm back. It doesn't really matter what I do or anything. I don't know if we had more live viewers and stuff. We may be able to do the stream a different way. Who knows? Okay. So we were talking about this game of T1 and Bro. I don't know. I was going on my rant about becoming a professional player, and then I went to the restroom and made a mess. And I had to clean it up, and so I'm back. So I'll probably take another break at the end of this T1 game here, because I'll have to throughout my stream probably stop and eat food and take breaks and stuff. So that's why if I'm taking a break, I'm not gone. I'll be back. If this is up, it means I'll be back. I'm probably taking care of JD, my sidekick, or other things. It doesn't really matter. I mean, we're streaming. You don't need to know my personal life. Who wants to know my personal life? Maybe this is like Soda's playroom back here for all we know. Maybe Soda's playhouse. That's not looking fun there, because today was cool and about like almost cold where I had to wear a windbreaker just now when I went outside, and now tomorrow is going to be really hot, near record heat tomorrow. So wasn't that fun? All right, so talking about pro play and going back into this first game of T1 versus Bro. We've been up for. Why is our bandwidth so low? This is what I don't like. I used to have fiber a year ago, and I don't have fiber now. Oh well. All right. So we're back into this game of Bro versus T1.
You know what's the
VOD
Look
review.
at that.
Yeah.
The worst part for me.
Hey, I think
about
I do
this
good
is that
VOD reviews. I put in
even with everything that's happening in this game, I feel like T1 is
teaching,
legitimately
try to
just
be
looking at it
balanced.
Like, guys, come on, I wanna get through this. We gotta.
But I did,
get those
okay,
turns down
I was
as soon as we
losing,
can.
I forgot what was going on, but we had this faker play up top about like 20 minutes ago, I'm sure. But we're back to that now.
It really is.
Than,
They're playing with reckless abandon. Here, Faker trying to get the flash in to get that final order, which I don't even think would have been enough. But it's as
So it looks like Carria and Guma are going to make some crazy play here mid lane, and then Zeus might be coming mid lane too.
we said, Faker just going very ham. And here, Pool Bay, just the moment you get stunned.
Ooh, that
and
Nidalee
even
spear
without Nidalee
and that-
trap, I'm pretty sure he would have ended up dying.
That's pretty nasty. Nidalee Spear and Caitlyn poke at the same time. So Caitlyn and Nidalee pretty.
But or without the Nidalee spear, rather
Ridiculous.
after the trap
Poke.
comes through.
Yeah.
They're just brilliant.
So we've got a 31k gold difference to 24k on Bro's side. So is Bro going to come back or not? Can't tell you. Bro have one dragon. Again, I don't like how T1's not playing the way that I want you to see if you're trying to get better at this game or learning the proper way of League of Legends. There really isn't a proper way. Just the known formula that like T1 or top teams use or play is the playing for objectives, the turrets, the dragons, the heralds.
Just can't do anything. It just feels so futile.
Yeah.
Valdez, they're 8k down.
There's not a lot.
So Bro's down here taking the dragon at 15 minutes. Zeus, I guess, is just kind of coming in to get some vision on it.
A
Maybe.
finesse in this game either. I feel like T1, you know, they're not using the scalpel in this one. They're using the giant sledgehammer, and
Yeah.
they're just kind of swinging.
Morgan. Okay, Pool Bay is gonna teleport down in here to help keep this dragon push Zeus
In
off. This is gonna-
giant arc.
And then Faker's back here behind making some type of crazy flank play. And then also the question here right now is where is Owner? Where is Guma? Where is Carrier? Because there must be over here somewhere too. Because Faker's over here somewhere. So are they gonna come in and make a play? Faker and them are back here. Faker T1 players are back here. Are they gonna come make some crazy play right here? Flank behind Bro and Young and Pool Day and Young J.
Towards Bro.
Rel and
you know
Israel
what?
are mid.
It's working. It's getting the damage down.
Yeah.
There are a couple of Drakes that do go to
Guma
Bro,
and
but
Carrier were
you
at
know,
base.
Cloud Soul coming through, and T1 are still 8,000 gold ahead nearly. So at the end of the day, I don't
So
think
at least
Bro's
Bro's getting some farm there in their own jungle.
Both inners are
I think
gone.
Zyra was lucky to
Well,
get that
that's-
Grom.
We're 15
And
minutes in.
T1 have a nice ward there. There's a really good ward spot for later on in the game if you have the waves shoved way out into the enemy base. Up here in lane.
They don't have inners. That's not okay. That's not.
And
that's,
I should
that's-
probably
oh, man.
telestrate some more ward spots.
Yeah.
We spent a good
It's
bit of
not
time.
okay. Well,
Got
now we're
Zeus
TPing
making a
behind
teleport
Pool Bay,
play
who,
up top here.
didn't realize that
Pool
there
Bay's
was a-
caught out. He doesn't have flash. So Morgan's going to answer this and come in top. He's teleporting right now. Rel is there.
Board there. Now, TPs are coming in from Bro as the stun is going to hit. The spear is not going to hit as a massive Magnet Storm is going to get the front line of T1 as they will be punished for their happy gaming. Bro,
T1 tried
get
to
in
make
there
a pretty green
and clean
play
up a
there and it
couple
didn't
of
work
them.
out for him.
And what can they get off of
We're
this is really
outnumbered.
the main question.
We probably go back and
If
look
this
at it again and
coincided
keep it rolling.
with a Baron 4 minutes from now,
Fine.
that could have been a moment. If it coincides with another objective, but instead I think they're going to be happy. You know, they take a little bit of gold, but they're not getting the bounties. They're not really swinging the gold in a meaningful way. Just getting a couple of kills. Nicely done by Breon to get the reinforcement squad at the ready for Pool Bay, who looks like he has overstepped. Ends up not working out for T1. As we do see here, this is because there is no inner. They feel like they can go for plays like this, but there's not a whole lot of actual damage here. The spear from Owner doesn't actually hit. Nice cancel, like on the pullback there from Zeus, but they didn't have anyone that actually did a lot of damage. So Pool Bay makes it out. Nice reinforcements there from the rest of the team. Will it matter though? Is generally the overarching question. And I don't think it will, Valdez.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of funny that after that play, they were all still kind of cowering in their own jungle, just eating spear damage. It kind of shows you the state of the game. Even after a couple of kills, it's like, well, we still don't have control. We still don't have map control. Is damage taken?
That's actually kind of insane.
How did he take so much damage?
Trying to
He's
think
been
what
involved in
Bro could do
almost
here to
every
come
side.
back.
No, that's the cool thing. He's also playing Italy, which is
36K
notoriously a
gold.
champion that's really easy to die on.
29K.
Really easy to die on, very slippery, can avoid a lot of damage.
Now,
and
Bro
yet
do
Owner
have two
finds a way
dragons,
to
so
take
if
the
they could
maximum
come
amount
back
of
and
damage.
get
Actually,
two
my favorite
dragons
part of that
here,
graph
get the
was
soul.
Gumayushi being lost because he just hasn't interacted with people.
He's not playing the game right now.
I feel like
yeah.
that
Well,
might
he's
give them
playing
some
Swarm.
hope that they can come back.
Yeah,
in
it's
this
not playing the League of Legends game, let's
Oh.
say.
It's just promo. Here, look at that.
Again,
No damage
T1's
taken.
playing like you
Just
don't
wants
want
to
him
get his
to.
turrets,
You're
man.
getting the dragons
Area
away
is
with
just
Bro.
here by himself as
Trying to style
I
on
think
him.
he should be okay just because Owner is nearby and is level 12 as now the stun
Trolling
comes down
or
onto
not
Malu.
even trying their
And
best.
he's gonna have to back away from this one. Bro looking for any picks they can get at all.
Basically, that
Guma
means
has
they're trying to
Yeah,
just
and
mechanically
T1 also still have a
outplay.
Herald,
Doing
which we
really
haven't really talked about
styling.
yet. That is a
Styling
fact
means you're not
that we kind of neglected to mention. It's coming down mid
using
here now.
the macro that you should, the proper macro.
Yeah, generally Herald's used to
Trying to
take
play
like
purely
mid
by
powder
mechanics.
turrets
And then maybe you do like a cool rotation to bot lane turn, and then you pick that one up.
at best, yeah.
The
Gen-
net auto from Guma there doing.
Yeah,
half
that's
Young
some of the
Jay's
difference
health.
in professional
Yeah.
plays.
Zyra also not very tanky,
Players that are
No.
just better
but
mechanically.
he he does have a giant spell now. That's going to help him a little bit.
They can straight up just
That's nice.
play another player.
That's nice,
Have more
Velves.
practice,
nice,
more
yeah.
games grinded.
I like that
Jovi,
for him.
The game
Baker.
isn't over yet, technically.
All right, fight over the
So
crumbs.
basically, pool day is just
Tristana
getting
wins.
fed to
Tristana
the
always
sharks
wins.
and the-
Why is Faker allowed
the
to play
Lions
Tristana
in
in this game?
We don't. We're not.
Why is he playing
We're
Tristana?
not, we're not supposed to have the answers to these questions, Valdes.
Maybe
kind
they
of what
saw
it
the
feels
Yasuo,
like,
and they're
say
like, you know
you're-
what? Maybe it's better that
Yeah,
you just play
sports
Tristana, not something else.
playing,
But in
I-
this
I
meta, I,
guess.
think you
playing
have
the
to
road
deny
in
it.
sports
So,
back then when they were
On
good
the
in the
upside for Breon, they are
or
about
play
to
into the
move
world
towards
champion
the cloud
DRX,
I don't think they
which
should.
was in game.
They should be able to take it.
And
But
it's
T1
like literally
might also
feeding your
just
kids
stay consistent with their planning and be
lions.
like, we don't care. We're gonna like take top inhib,
Such a high skill gap.
but they are actually
Top
making their way.
And at
around
that level,
Valdes.
the macro.
They're contesting. They're bringing everyone. And if they bring everyone, Breon is 8k gold down. They should not be allowed to really do anything.
Palu had Celestial opposition when he got hit by that ult.
Okay, the poke, Envy.
Yeah, Carius flanking on Braum. A new kind of engaged Braum.
So basically, T1
Cool, but
have
got inspired.
poke comp, I guess you would call
Well,
it,
this
because
Cloud
you
Drain
got
is going to
melee
be
with
started
the
up
poke.
here by Bro. We have
Poke,
the
so you
first
have to
5v5.
just stand around and
first
catch
real
people out of
5v5
place.
as, ooh, Morgan going to
Hitting and
cancel.
doing damage with the
that one.
spears and the poke.
And T1, don't
poking
seem to
them
have a
out
big
till they're about
interest in
half
the break itself.
health
It's
and
fine.
then
Yeah.
all in
Just
on them.
it's just. I told
Boom,
you.
but at this
They're
time,
actually
Baker's
just
just
going for
shoving
the
it
init.
in
They
the
don't
turret.
care about the Drakes. The Drakes are fake. They're false. They're not real.
Drakes can't hurt you, Valdes.
I
This
haven't
is like
seen
the
Drake.
opposite of
They're
what
just
I was
gonna start
preaching
the Baron
yesterday and then
because of
all
all the
week.
pressure
that
they
you
have.
don't
They might
wanna
as well.
keep
They're so
playing
far
this.
ahead. 10,000 gold. Almost.
And so T1's
Nine
just showing that
Close enough.
they're mechanically
no.
superior
They're even
and
gonna
that
get
their
in front of the
macro
True Shot
is
barrage.
superior.
This is very early though. They don't have that much
More
damage.
practice.
Maybe.
Where's Young Jay? He's not
Oh.
in position. He's
Oh,
not
probably
going to
has
time. The
hard
slow is
time
there,
getting
and he just can't
partners.
get in there to smite it. As
Top,
now they're thinking about engaging as
tier
empty.
list of the
Getting a
LC
little bit
games.
close to the
They're
sun. A lot of
probably in the
traps here as
bottom
well.
five.
Magnustorm only going to hit the Braum though, so not very nice actually.
Grim
I
partners.
take that back. Cancel the nice.
Probably don't even get
As now Zeus is going 1v2.
Grim
1v3
KDF.
in the backline gets the knockup, forces the flash, does die. As everybody is super low and Guma is charging.
So in
into
pro
everybody
play, that's
forcing
one thing,
forward
is these
onto
players are at
Envy,
least
and we'll take them down. And
practicing
maybe
8
T1
hours a
just end
day,
the game
not
now.
longer than that. Just the team. And then solo
They're not
queue on
even
top
playing
of
the
it.
same game.
So
Valdes, that's
again,
what we're
Neon, you were
witnessing
asking
here.
about being a pro player.
I
I
look at
do
this
know
game
they
like,
stream 8 hours a
All things
day.
considered, you know, Breon actually
Not
had a lot
more
of great
sometimes. I
proactive
saw it on
moments.
game.
They
Yeah.
Went over
stuff,
like
they
12, 13
banded
hours
together. It
sometimes.
just doesn't matter. They are
Also
so far
practice solo
behind
queue on
Global
top
Gold,
of
and
it.
Youngjae obviously only way he gets
Very
into the pit
long
is flashing,
day.
but they're not in time thanks to the traps and the zoning, and then here the engage from Palu, only
Day
five
after
front line,
day
doesn't
after
really get a
day.
whole lot done. They gotta try something when all turrets are still standing at this point in time, and Zeus gives them a freebie, setting up for Guma, but I think this Nexus should drop.
All right, well,
Palu
Palu
trap.
behind enemy lines, which
Baker
is
gets
their
caught
own
in a really
lane.
bad spot. I don't
Baker
think
is going to flash and jump away, and Zeus now 1v5 in the backline himself. I feel like a lot of T1 members are like, please just end the game already. I want to go home. As Zeus, oh no, still alive here, gonna get a heal from Owner.
So I'm sure
As Baker
T1
goes
wanna
over the wall, they
quickly
take out Envy,
win
and
this
you are right,
series.
Chronicler, this is not the same game.
Go
that
home
these
and
two
get
teams
rest.
are playing. Carrier goes down. Meanwhile, once again, Guma is frontlining against 4 people.
Fortunately, they
and he
can't
doesn't
do
have
that.
to
They're
care
professionals.
because they are just so
They
far
just
ahead.
went to World Cup. I think that's one reason why they did so well at World
I
Cup is
wonder
they're a
what
roster
actually
that's
the-
done
I
so
don't
much
think it was the
traveling
final. I think
together
it was
that
the collector
Jinji
plus
hasn't
Redbuff
done this traveling.
that got the kill.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have mattered.
He's
I-
Not prepared to travel.
He does.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Sure,
you
the
went
fruit
in
they don't
right.
probably have.
Velves.
Very
Alright, good to
proactive. Love that. And Morgan is going to go
Hearing
down,
that
as
the
will
Koreans
this
were really
turret
picky with
on
their
the
food,
Nexus.
so
And Faker is
travel,
going to
they've
jump
gotta
into
have
them. T1 do not
They're
care, as
miserable.
Faker will take him down. And the
Felt like
Nexus will
Jinji
fall
just
at
wasn't
23 and a
there.
half minutes for T1's
Tough.
first victory.
Comes to the travel.
Well, that's a
Really
very
threw 'em
different
off.
philosophy as to how to
This
deal with
T1
jet lag.
roster's done a lot of travel. They did this.
Which is, if
What
we
was the
win
tournament
fast
they
enough,
did this
it won't
beginning
matter.
of the
Yeah,
Red
it's
Bull one
fine.
where they went and played
I-
against G2?
I think you can
and,
notice that we're a little bit
Carmine
out
Corp.
of sorts because what do you say
Little
about a game
bit.
like that?
Yeah.
Breon, I think
Okay,
their
so there's
skirmishes
game
were better than they
one.
looked before the break, so that was nice. that was the only thing that you can say about that game as a positive takeaway, because the laning gaps were so huge, and
I'm
the
gonna let this
objective
roll a minute while I do.
that came through from T1 was so much better. And I'm not talking about, you know, the cool objectives, the dragons and the ground.
No.
I'm talking about cold, hard stone.
Actually, no, I'm
Hard
not.
stone, all
I'm
the
not going to
turrets
do that.
Gone in seconds, and T1 they didn't
I'll just
lose
take
a
my
single
AFK.
one. 10-0.
Yeah.
I'm gonna AFK
That was
probably
a game.
for
I
10 or
do-
15 minutes here, and then
I
I'm gonna
think
do
we're onto
game number
something. I think
2.
T1 have decided, you know, they've shown up to work today. They are required to do so. It was on the schedule. And they say, you know what, let's just end this as soon as we possibly can. They got Tristana, they got Caitlyn Braum, and the game ended. Owner also on the Nidalee, I feel like, having a very fun time. And that's going to do it for game number 1, guys. We're going to take a break and have the space to break down that wonderful game number 1, and we'll be right back.
어디 할리? 나 철관문 있어. 미드라인도 발로 붙여줘. 내가 할게. 일단 억제기 안 쳐도 돼. 미니언 좀 남겨줘라. 디바야. 렐 노플. 자이라도 노플이야. 자이라 노플. 나 이제 나한테 쓸게. 렐 노플. 더 갖고. 자이라 노플. 이제 5초. 자이라 필. 이제 노플이야. 나 날라갔어. 나 괜찮아. 이제 앞비전. 한번 깨볼래? 어딨어 이제? 참 노플. 죽여놔. 나이스.
No combat. Beautiful wall pass. Brilliant. Defense the defender.
Linda asistencia.
Lowe's knows what a great assist can lead to. Join Lowe's Rewards for our greatest assist yet.
The all-new Copilot Plus PCs enable an array of AI capabilities to accelerate your productivity and creativity in a big way. They're the fastest, most intelligent window PCs yet, designed for both power and security. With the impressive power of Snapdragon X series processors, you're getting lightning-fast performance. These next-gen PCs can perform 45 trillion operations per second. That's trillion with a T. This means unparalleled efficiency and responsiveness. Multitasking with several applications, intensive tasks, no problem. These PCs handle it effortlessly. And the battery life? With up to 22 hours of local video playback or up to 15 hours of web browsing on a single charge, you can stay mobile without constantly hunting for a power outlet. More productivity, less downtime. Okay, let's get into the new AI features. This is awesome. One big difference, these PCs keep your AI data on the device versus operating in the cloud. This keeps you in control of your own data security and allows faster performance too. Check out Recall. This is an explorable timeline of your PC's past activities. Use it to find things you've previously looked at on your PC, a photo from last summer, a crucial project link, or an important message. Just describe what you remember, and Recall retrieves it for you. This can save you so much time from searching on your own, and you're always in control of what's saved as a snapshot.
Welcome back to the space. T1 brought back a title, they brought back a little bit of jet lag, and a word that we're going to use to describe this one, a shellacking, as they took care of business against Bro. Degon here in the space alongside Ox and Wolf. That was very impressive by T1. There we go.
It's a very big stomp. I think it starts with the draft, of course, in terms of what we saw.
Thought I was
here.
back, but
The
my
draft
dog
for
wants
T1
on
because
my
they got
lap.
both the Caitlyn and
Dog
the
on my
Tristana
lap.
here. The Nidalee stocks go way up
Bye.
because you have guaranteed prio in mid as long as you play it well. Gets a solo
I
kill
don't
on
know if we
Kobe.
want to
You got the
exploit
Caitlyn
the
lane
dog
bottom
and
side.
get a
So
camera.
basically this allows T1 to play a PvE
There's this
uninteractive style of game where you
LCK
just
gives
push
great
turrets nonstop.
analysis and
And then
drafts.
the Nidalee goes in, takes
Anything
farm
they
away,
say is
brings the Zyra, almost got a solo kill on the Zyra,
Good to listen
and
to.
he went electrocute actually because it's been subsequently buffed over these last two patches. So basically, owner said,
I don't
wanna
know
end
if
this game
electrocutes
fast.
to
I
go
want
into
interact with the
AP,
Zyra. I want to actually push these lanes to
Conquerors
bigger
to go into
advantages.
AD.
And T1 just ran away with the game.
And you know, at the Esports World Cup, we saw a lot of
Meaning
like the
you're playing
pace being
against,
set to the
AP
game being really
jungler.
fast. Once a team got a lead, it was so quick to close out. And this feels like a continuation of that. You know, there was such a driving force to sort of get advantages in like the mid game, early mid game, and it just felt like Bro couldn't keep up at all.
Yeah, they definitely could not, which leads us to our first highlight here at 11 minutes on the top side of the map, still with gold available on towers. T1 strike.
And I feel like this play, there's
JD.
more to it than just what's on screen, because as this is happening, you've got 2v0 in the bot lane, taking a tower there.
sidekick.
You have Tristana happily laning in mid lane, and Bro are trying to make something happen. They send 4 people top lane, and although they do eventually get Zeus, the cleanup is there. We have this super strong Nidalee coming in.
So what am I doing now?
He's actually
I'm just
confident
listening
enough that
to
he
LCK.
leaves one of these kills for a
analysis.
while to try and give the
Probably
reset
talking
over to
about
Faker.
things
It's
that I
this
talked
one, so
about
we
in the
see
game.
Faker like, okay, get the reset ready for me, I'm going in. And then he's able to keep going forwards. And essentially,
I
this
didn't
is
really
like
think
Bro's
about
attempt to
that
get
with
back in the game that just
resets
backfires
on
massively.
Tristana. I was talking about
Really
how I
cool
think
interaction
Zeus is
that,
trying to get
Ox
his
pointed out
pull
during
off
the game
to
as
get
well,
a
where Envy is
gap
able to
distance
flash
there
during
and
animation
get
of
to
his true
Faker.
shot there. Very tricky
Make kind
move.
of a
Not enough damage, unfortunately, to
play.
take Faker out, but it was
Bad
cool to see the
play.
mechanics out of him nonetheless.
messed it up. That was about the only
I think
mistake.
it's time to talk about how much gold
Sure.
we racked up
Well,
in
it
this
could
game
go
in
back, and
terms of,
T1 probably
some
made a lot of
PvE
mistakes.
action.
Just like not taking the
Yeah,
dragons
it was
early, but
an insane amount.
T1 made a
So
lot of mistakes in that
2.68 gold from turrets at this point, almost an 8k gold lead at 15 minutes, and there was tons of plate gold going over as well. I believe that was about, yeah, there we go, 1,375. So, you know, obviously kills are nice, but gold is what wins you the game, and the gold lead was just so insane, especially when you think where the gold was allocated. Like, look how many plates specifically Guma was able to get there. It's just, you can't overcome that.
Yeah, and it goes back to the drop points you were making there, Wolf. The Caitlyn, the one that highlighted there on the bottom side of the map, very aggressive, not getting punished there, and Tristana just heading on over to T1. We've seen this champion now be the #1, the premier pick, especially with some of the nerfs that happened to Corki.
Yeah, and you know, we could talk about it from a brainstorming perspective. They have now actually announced the changes that are coming through for Tristana and Corki on the next patch, and it's going to be like a little bit of a mana buff for Trist, but then her Q costs 50 mana, so I don't think that's going to change that much. A health nerf for Corki, so she's going to win that matchup even harder in the future. I'm very concerned about what this next patch is going to look like for the LCKs. It's just going to be all Trist all the time.
Unless it gets banned away.
I think it needs to be at this point. I think it should just be a perma ban at this point. I think there's other picks we see permanently banned, which are, honestly, I feel like less liable to take over the game. So just don't let it happen.
All right, let's take a look at the POG for game #1 for the T1 side.
Spontaneous adventure with a close friend will lead to excitement.
I mean, he did get the solo kill, which we'll probably take a look at
League
here.
of Legends.
This is more of a Tristana and Pulbay thing than a Faker thing, but look, he makes it happen. He punishes Pulbay here. Pulbay just trying to get some XP here, and it's going to get taken out by 2 autos.
Yeah, I'm going to say, we've seen Faker be on the receiving end of this one a couple of times as well. It's not fun, but yeah, I think this move up towards top side, this was kind of the point in the game where Bro were trying to make the Hail Mary. He was a big reason why it backfired. And then there wasn't a ton of action, to be honest, after this, but he did a pretty good job when the skirmishes did break out.
We gave our votes to Owner. I thought he had a great early game. His control over the Zyra matchup was fantastic, but Faker, he tristed his way to another one.
Yeah, he's breaking into the jungle justice pile here, I guess, as the only mid laner making his way into the top 5. There's your votes.
Okay, so on to game 2's draft.
They are
Bro
now
on blue side.
on the blue side, so they can just pick Trist and be fine.
Yeah, I would assume that he banned it away from Karthus. He's also a great Tristana player. He played it a lot. I think that for T1, though, Faker is great at the Corki, so maybe they also just trade that matchup themselves. We'll see what they decide to go for, as Vi and Ashe will be banned. I think the ban on Ashe on the blue side is a good idea, especially against T1. Maybe against other teams you would ban other champs, but you gotta take Ashe out of the hands of Guma or Keria, or maybe even Zeus one day, I don't know. Rumble, also going to be banned here.
Yeah, you could honestly tell me every single champion. I believe you if you told me that Zeus would play it. Except something like Cho'Gath. That's too
down,
he doesn't that's
Owner,
not
which
thing.
does seem
not going to allow
the
that
biggest problem.
Nidalee ban to come through here. I am with
Remember,
the space.
Zyra got shut down
particularly with
in
the
the last
a lot
game
of
where
impacts,
he
but
couldn't
Owner had an
beat his
incredible
jungle.
game. Snowballed the early game. That mid-jungle duo
10,
definitely should not be given over again, and it hopefully won't, because
he did a
this
good
is
job.
Tristana pickup. We're going to be very sad.
Watch them pick Sejuani here.
Pressure that T1
why would you
into Bro's jungle the last game.
mention that?
Feldas,
why would you even mention that, Feldas?
So Bro's got to first pick this Sejuani away from T1, which is smart, because that one T1 game this weekend at World Cup.
I am one with the universe right now. Get on my level, Chronicler. No, I think it's high comfort for Young Jay. They feel okay playing Corki and Tristana. I don't know why. I don't agree with it, and neither do any of our analysts, as it did get a big groan from the Korean side as well, unsurprisingly.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's obviously that's
One first pick Tristana.
Take it away, Feldas.
Yeah, no problem. I'll take it away from here. Owner's like, which champ should I troll
Can't
with
play
today?
Lucian.
Kalista.
Play Kindred.
Pretty good.
This doesn't feel bad. You remember what the space highlighted in the previous draft?
Did they
right?
kind of
like,
now Owner's kind of
Katie
banned out here.
Tristana to really hard
Well,
shot
who he
lanes,
plays
and if they
Lucian,
really
Italy,
stop-
and Vi,
It's the same
Sejuani.
thing. Just gave him this.
What would he play next? And Bro's gonna take his.
Oh, well, okay. Yeah,
Faker doesn't get Trist, and Corki is next pick.
This is a tough situation for me, because I don't want to be too down on the team that's struggling this much. We've seen this even with teams that, by all accounts, should be doing a lot better. KT is a good example. We had Nongshim in 2022, right? Sometimes a team just gets to a point where it doesn't feel like they can win. And I think going for comfort, I respect that. I think that makes sense. I just
Well,
I
surely
don't
not
understand
Sodaron.
how we go out of that or come out of that last game.
Brand.
And this is the decision
Brand
making.
owner.
And like again, realistically, Breon is very unlikely to beat T1. But at least we should give them an opportunity. In this, Azir into Tristana is a match like the Tristana started coming up as a counter to Azir.
Yeah.
That's how she started getting play, like way back before she was as strong as she is now. Obviously, really benefited from the AD carry item rework that we had a couple of months ago. This bot side, I don't know what you're going to end up with. Like Ezreal Karma, maybe.
It's getting banned. At least the Leona.
Yeah.
Just to deny like Ezreal Leona. But yeah, it does feel like Bro are really trying to dig deep to their roots. They're like, okay, where have we found success in the past? Let's just try to hold on to our identity. You know, let's play champs that we know how to play 100%. And maybe from there we can fix some of the other issues. But the unfortunate part of that is that it just ignores the entire current meta, which is a big deal in League of Legends. Especially with Tristana, just how strong she is. It's actually a Zeri ban. So Ezreal
Zeri tops
available
thing we've seen.
if that does want to get played, unless
Zeus
Zeus
play,
plays it
and I've
into
seen
Renekton,
Zeri
I would
mid
not even be
and
surprised.
on Cal and Thunder Talk.
We didn't see the Ezreal Karma last time around. I hope that they see it as a more viable option this time around because they have the Sejuani. Last time they would have been lacking engage. I think this time that won't be nearly as much of a problem. Because I
Not a
want to
glass
have
and
as strong of a lane as possible without actually having to engage. Like, I don't think you can pull out like a Drake
how would I
lane,
put
right?
this?
Like, I think that's just not
That was
realistic.
playing Rengar.
Trying to do that into
A
Guma
package
and
deal is what
carry
I'm
out,
trying to say.
as we will, of course, not get
Not a glass
sucked in
fixes
by
the problems
fuel hovers.
that Kalista
I think
has
T1
because
is just
she
going to
needs
play
time to build up the
very
wins
straightforward.
stacks.
Aatrox.
So
makes sense.
her
Thinking it's
bailout or
that
W
style,
allows
but it's gonna go
Kalista
for
the
good
extra
Sansa.
time you need
Yeah.
to stack up and get the auto attacks in
sense.
for the red.
It's pretty straightforward, provides a front line. Again, can kind of run at the opponents.
Kind of a package
to
deal.
force engages,
and we
especially
didn't
from
see
ahead.
it for a while this spring.
And it can deal with pretty much any matchup.
Back in after
including
World Cup.
the Renekton. Although Renekton, I feel like does do a decent job in this one. As Misfortune going to be picked up alongside
And it's also, I think,
Rel.
Rumble,
We were,
or Rumble,
you know,
Ash,
with this patch thinking maybe Misfortune would
the
be,
one that
would be playing
Curio
along
wants
the way.
that they banned it.
And here
so
she
there
is.
they
I really like that. I think it's a good shout coming through here from Boreon. I still would have rather
Trying to
seen
figure out
something
what
that
my
can at least
dog
push back in
wants.
lane. I do think a
That's
lane
why I
phase is
can't
still going to be
seem
really
to
tough.
like one.
But it's, you know, it's a wombo comp.
Pick it. Yes, there they did the brand. T1 finally played brand. Finally. I've yet to see T1 play jungle brand. I don't know if they'll win or not because I mean I've literally never seen them play it. I don't think owner even has the practice on brand. Come on, buddy. You want down? Come on. Go over here on your little dog bed and couch. Over here. Whoa, 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 whoa. There you go, buddy. You're okay. Lay down, bud. Good boy. I gotta do work. I gotta work. I gotta work. Lay down. Lay down, buddy. Good boy. So, I've been chiming and harping on this brand and how strong it is. So here we're finally going to see T1 play it. We haven't seen them play the brand yet.
For Breon here,
Of course I like
if you
this.
didn't look at the T1 champions, I'd be like, man, that's good.
Now, the problem is,
But then you do,
that
and you
this is a
realize-
very... how do I put it? I was going to say egotistical draft from T1 because Sejuani is the brand counter. So Sejuani should be strong in the brand and be able to shut him down.
That they are
So
playing a front
Young Jay had a
to
really
Brand
bad game
Armada.
the last
Yeah.
game. Not that it
And
was
their
bad
lanes
on
are
his
not looking
performance,
good
but
in
meaning
terms
that
of
it was
not
bad
getting
on
the
his
number.
end.
So top
Area
lane,
and
no
owner
problem.
and Faker
To be
kept
fair, I trust
Zyra
Zyra
from
for
doing
you know, he got his
anything.
Renekton banned,
They
and
were
Morgan should be
constantly
able to
in
get the better
Zyra's
plays
jungle
than the one
stealing
that
farm
won't
from.
matter, but that's you got a winning
So,
lane. So maybe
This
Young Jay
goes
and
to my
Morgan can
content
take
stuff
the
as
rest
well,
of the
so
team
I'm glad
on
that
their back
T1
and get
pulled
them
out
to
the
5v5s.
brand.
where you might have a shot, but it's
No.
gonna be hard not to get outpaced by the brand. It's
Not
gonna be
seen him
hard
play.
to
I don't think,
not get blown up in lane by the Tristana.
Maybe this game will
And
make me
the
look better
composition
because
from
I
T1
played
is
it.
so
The game's a
explosive, like, I
brand. I
can't
went 12
overstate
and
that
0.
enough.
Owner, huh?
Yeah, I really love that brand R5 as well. I feel like you're just chunking.
But I don't think
so
they're
many
practiced
health
on the
bars with
brand at
that
all.
Sejuani
It's
realm.
almost like
All
owners
get
probably never even played the
absolutely blown
brand.
out by
And
this
they just
pick.
decided, let's pull
It's
it out,
very
see how
popular
it
pick in the
goes.
LPL. We see it
They're
every
gonna
once in a
do a
while here in
swim
the
on the
LCK,
live stage.
just because we kind of play a wider variety, I guess, of the AP champions, and we don't prioritize the brands quite as much. But this spot specifically, it feels perfect.
And Brand's the big LPL
It's already great with all the other pieces
jungle
that you
champ
mentioned,
right now.
Chronicler, so we'll see if this
Band.
very cohesive,
Also, it looks like
nice
Karthus
team fight
is in because
kinda
they
come
had
from
a
the
bad
side of
game.
Bro works this time around, or
Well,
if T1 are just going to
I
smash
didn't really
them over
pay
the
much
head
attention
with
to
the
the
sledgehammer once
Bro
again,
mid
like
laner
what
like I
happened in
should
game
have.
number 1. Guys,
It
let's
looks
get
like
ready
he
to the
didn't
top
do
of the
much.
red
So
for
we're
game
gonna
number
put
2.
in their normal later in this game.
All right, game number.
So again, Riot does this to us where we don't see the first 30 seconds. So, and also, owner's got the wrong rune on here. Seems like Arcane Comet's the better choice on brand. I don't know why he's running Electrocute. Tarzan runs it. From what I haven't. I don't think I've tested Electrocute in PvP. I've tried it on the practice tool. But again, I got a video where I went 12 and 0 on jungle brand and super hard carried where my teammates were awful. Like it was, the other team was really far ahead at one point. But I went Arcane Comet, which I got that build from Canyon a couple months ago, and then it went out, and then everybody started running Arcane Comet brand.
For 2.
So we're looking at what boards are going on here. This game, maybe this is a red side thing that I didn't know till now, but on red side they don't have the sweeper T1. See, the other on blue side they had the sweeper. We don't know how far into the game we are. I'm guessing about 30 seconds because it takes about 30 seconds to run out into the middle of the rift. But he doesn't have a sweeper lens. He doesn't have a sweeper lens, so we're going to have an extra ward to play with. So no, the last game it looked like Carrier started with a sweeper lens. It didn't get the ward, and then recall and go back and switch the trinket to the sweeper lens after the trinket, and then you go back, you place your ward, and then you go back and recall and switch the sweeper lens, and then you can get back and clear out the vision. That's not going to happen in this game, which might harm owner.
Young Jay.
From what I've tested, it does seem like Brand does better clearing the red side.
On
first.
Renekton.
Just clears the Raptors.
Palu, I feel like
Red buff
actually
camp
is most
and
played
the
as
Grom's
well.
really fast.
I don't have that stat in front of me, but I feel like he
The
plays it
Grom,
all the
seemed like
time.
he kind of struggled with.
So, 4 out of 5. Extreme comfort here for Bro.
So, the Rel Polu did go back and get the sweeper lens. So they have Bro's ward, I guess, is right here in the bot side brush, blue side. Carrier went back and got his sweeper too. But I don't see where the ward is that Carrier put down. That's what I'm looking for.
Is that enough?
So
We'll
nobody
see,
has
but I'm not
a
optimistic.
ward
I'm willing
on
to be convinced.
the enemy side of the map.
You know, we're going into this with some qualms, with some
Their
trepidation. but
owner
maybe
puts his ward
Brian
down
can finally
below
show
the
us
red
why
buff camp.
the Bro levers are out there.
Practicing the Telestrator is here. So these are the things I'm trying to pay attention to in the first 5 minutes of the game, 10 minutes of the game. The vision is very important, and the game gets going so fast that people forget after 5-10 minutes. They start getting hyped about the kills, which I don't like, takedowns and the items. I've never really been interested in the items.
Well, I mean, they don't really need to do anything. The bro levers are there.
I feel like they're
not
there
going
because
anywhere.
of moments like this, almost more.
And it's what I was talking about in my content yesterday, is that it seems like players can do the 20 and 30 minutes and go into solo queue and handle that. Once you get the 2 or 3 items, it's the first 10, 20 minutes figuring out what to do in the game and fixing warding and placement and positioning.
Than because of fantastic drafts.
I do really
Owner's
think
going to
that
start the
there
blue
were-
buff, which I think that Brand does better starting the red side.
They were a team like back in.
I did it in my last VOD where I had a really hard time. I didn't even have a leash, I think, and I had a really hard time where I had to back and use a health pot doing blue buff and then Gromp, where Brand can clear the Raptors, red buff, and Krugs really fast, be level 3 without needing a health pot.
Win a lot of games that they weren't supposed.
Faker got his normal Faker ward that's around 1 minute and 30 seconds down here on the Raptors. I talk about it in my content. And then he decides to go all in on Karthus.
And I feel like that just hasn't
Showing
really
him
been the
that
case.
he's the LCK
Faker
MVP, I guess.
Going for Fleet this time around. I'm pretty sure he went PTA last time.
I didn't look at the runes.
He's going to have the extra sustain. Same for Karthus. Movement speed also nice. Into the.
So again, and I talk about it, what does this ward do here? This allows Faker to, both of these wards, this allows Faker to play super aggressive in this matchup. There's the invisible line that runs through the middle, so anytime Faker's over that line, he shouldn't be over it without a flash or a ward or a teammate or something. But this allows him to basically play over this line entire laning phase while the wards are up, because he knows if he's going to get ganked or not from this side or that side. So, and Bro don't have any deep vision like that, so Sejuani's probably going to get the level 3 on this top side, then go to the bottom side, probably show up bottom.
Here, the MF, I actually think coming out is quite cool. I do like
Morgan's
this
on
pick
his
that
Renekton,
you can
which
provide
is
in terms of
comfort pick.
obviously team fighting power. When you
It's like Morgan's playing very aggressive top lane.
Can actually be pretty impressive if she does get a lead. That is it's a short range 2v2 into Kalista Renata.
That's the
There
thing.
they Bro decide to put their one ward they have for, what's the duration I say, 1 minute and 30 seconds to 2 minutes. Their one ward is going to be down here, so that means they're going to be on their back foot. This line should be back a little bit more, but T1 can play over this line now. They're going to probably be shoved super hard.
Like, if you get a lead, I feel like you're picking this
That-
comp, you see Kalista Renata face up, and you're like, let's lose.
Gary's got his sweeper
Like, I don't
lens
know,
up too. He
when you
might
pick the rel
ward
especially.
cleared out.
Yeah, that's
Like, if it's MF Varus or, you know, something like, I don't know, MF Karma, or that's not really a lane, but something like that you could challenge, but not this.
At least that's much rather see something like the Leona and Nautilus, which you can't
So
make Nautilus
it's
into Renata.
difficult
so
to figure out
makes
where
sense.
these wards
But I
went
wanna
and
highlight
put the
that-
ward where.
Okay, well, as we say, that carry out.
But it's meaningful and important because it shows if they're pressuring or playing safe.
Let's get caught off guard a little
He's
bit
helping. He's giving him a chance.
there. Very generous, really.
Auto insurance all seems the same until it's time to use it. With USAA, it's easy to find.
Samver getting a good chunk there is quite nice.
One's playing aggressive in the bottom lane with no real vision. I mean, I guess
Yeah, I think the big thing
list
for me
of
with
whatever
Rel
it's
is that her team
called
fighting
allows
is a
you
lot
vision.
better. But you do just sack
Ruma's being cheeky
because
and
Rel
looking
doesn't have the
for
damage
young
that
Jay.
Leona
Poor
and
guys.
Karthus do, which is why I think they
T1's
have
been
much more
all on
prevalent.
young Jay.
Obviously, Yen
He must be a really good
picking
jungler if
Nautilus
they're
into
putting that
Renata
much
is,
pressure
about
on
as
the
unfair
entire
as it
game.
gets, so
They're
that
scared
does make
that
sense to
young
me
Jay
as,
can pop off and win.
Morgan
Because
doesn't have his
T1's been really
E.
Yeah, it's
focused.
just a bait here. The red buff coming down, and Morgan's just dead. I mean, he has flash, but he's not even going to bother to use it. That's first blood going
So I
over
didn't
to
really
Owner.
watch
Very
the
nicely
route
baited
that,
out here by Zeus. As it was looking a little bit dicey
Owner
for him,
went there.
just meant that
They
Owner
showed
gets the
up
kill.
top.
The handshake is going to miss.
Because it's
but
around the time that you need to be getting the scuttle crab, so I'm guessing they're gonna get the Scuttle Crab by the Void Grubs, and T1's not going to get this dragon, and then Bro's going to get the first dragon.
Very out of position here against the Callista as the Ren comes out and he nearly loses his life as well.
That's a really standard timing as well. Owner didn't do anything crazy, just literally full clear.
T1 have a nice deep ward here that allows them to play aggressive. I'm a little late on who I saw put that in there. That's, okay, that's where Guma went, put his ward down there.
From bot to top. So that should be something that
I should
Morgan
get
definitely
quicker
expects.
at my analysis. I'm
If he doesn't
rusty,
use his
so
E
I
and just
need
gets
to
the crash in, he actually might be able to get out. Maybe, but not going to be the case. Try to go as aggressive as possible, and it backfires immensely.
So Young Jay did what I was saying, where he would
TP
show up
back
bottom,
to his lane
and
be completely fine.
Kindle
Picks up a
Gem,
very
and a
early
control
grab
ward,
ward,
and a
which I
health
don't
bot.
think is the best.
Hopefully go for
conservatives, and
Dragon.
Still provide you with armor and a good amount of shred. As as you're saying, Val, it's just a bait.
I don't even know if it was a bait, to be honest. I feel like he wanted to take a good trade, but he failed it.
Nah.
But it was still good, because, well, he died.
I'm willing to give him the benefit of that with the brand also coming up. And again, this is as easy of a timing as you could get. So unfortunately for Morgan, maybe they thought that Owner started on top side. I'm not 100% sure what they saw in terms of early jungle tracking, but
Okay, just taking a look at the summoner spells here. Everybody's got their flashes up, so nobody should get caught overextended right now.
a big win, getting the brand ahead early. It's the sole AP source on T1. There's a lot of beefy boys and health stackers, like, because Morgan is going to get tanky just from the amount of health he's going to get, which obviously Brand does exceptionally well in.
Brand's sitting on his black torch now. Sejuani's keeping even.
Bonk you over the head.
Start playing Sejuani
Yeah,
on stream.
that is a little bit of an issue for sure. And Brand is going to have a fun time in this one, as the double-ups have been nice.
Well, T1's going for Dragon. They're doing what you should do. So here's what you should be doing. Now, T1 didn't really have any prep here. They just going for it to, I guess, initiate, force a team fight, which is now's the time, I guess, because Morgan's teleport is down. Of course, Zeus doesn't have his teleport. Meaning Karthus or Morgan can't come in here and flank. So, Bro needed to be there. They need to be there at 5 minutes.
Blood into bottom side clear into Dragon, which is very fast
I didn't
for
think
Brand.
T1 would go for that. Maybe that's a red side thing that I need to pay attention to on T1. Maybe they don't do it on blue, but do it on
Morgan is going to
red.
be able to get a nice chunk into the turret already. As Faker level 6 threatening Karthus once again.
To see Karthus doing a good job of navigating this matchup early. Obviously, the fact that Paul Bay made such big mistakes in lane in the previous game ended up being very detrimental. Allowed T1 to really snowball the game through mid-jungle in a much more aggressive way than I think otherwise they would have been able to.
This is bottom. The T1 bottom lane's making a play top lane, which I just noticed. Maybe some of you watching now already saw it, and I'm behind. That's okay. Looks like Faker's coming up here, so I guess they're gonna try to get Morgan and then get the Void Grubs. It's brewing.
One of my biggest issue with the Tristana is that we do see Paulo on a roam here, but like realistically, she's so hard to lock down. It's
like
no.
Faker just went in to get a ward and then decided to go back to mid lane. Maybe he wasn't needed up there, or just apply more pressure mid. And they've got Rel's mid. It looks like. So it's looking like Bro's gonna get outnumbered here. The Void Grubs or something.
Morgan's in a lot of trouble here. Just gets pulled back into multiple members. His owner is even here as well. The preemptive swap coming out from T1. And everybody's just gathering up for
Bro's
some grubs.
AD's just down there farming
They're
alone.
going to get a lot more this time.
Oh, the read from Brian is
Shoving
good
the
because
top lane in,
Samver
and
is now
T1's
going
getting
to
the
start to
Void
push the
Grubs.
wave. Like, they'll be able to crash a big wave into this bot lane turret, so that's at least a bit of a win. We'll see if Morgan can catch the top side wave, then it won't be too bad, but MF, like, the wave clear is okay, but not really going to be that amazing, especially pre-6. If you can just hard shove that.
So it's looking great for T1, right? They got the Dragon, they got the Void Grubs.
Morgan isn't going to be able to get any of this.
Well, they might be approaching this turret once Paulo comes here, but
Azir's
with Brand
even
nearby
with
with all the
Tristana.
fear, they're not winning this trade. It is a 3v2, and they don't seem to identify that. Oh, the handshake is just dirty, as Paulo in a lot of trouble. Faker gonna flash
cost,
into the charge from the Sejuani.
Various
And,
flash.
yeah, he's gonna die. So
There's
nice little play
flash.
traded back here from Bro, and actually Paulo did stay alive.
That's a pretty big
So
win.
Brome
here
just made some good
for
plays.
Breon. Looking very
Start
different
coming back
compared
here.
to that game number 1. Able to get Morgan his wave. Zeus did end up catching the wave, but Samfer still did a good amount of damage, picked up a large amount of farm for his call. So he is going to go for the wave clear ult there, as we unfortunately have to take a look at Morgan again. Breon just very caught off guard by this lane swap, something that we've seen a lot, right? Just to get the
Don't
grab.
really think they needed 4 guys to
The
take down
Renata
Morgan.
and
Okay.
Kalista, because they have the tempo
did.
advantage, make it easy way over. As I
There's Faker in the
wanted to
mid
give
lane.
Jay the benefit of the doubt, but that was actually just straight up a flash when the Q was already buffered.
He could have just flashed the other way, like
Yep.
south,
Yep.
and he would have been totally fine.
Yep.
But I feel like Faker was like, no, I win these. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna get him. I'm flashing in. I'm getting this kill. So
So
the
Bros
neutralizing effect
rotating
of
their
Karthus
bottom
has
lane
been
top
better this
finally.
time.
They're a little
In
bit
game two.
behind.
And a nice
Morgan's
game
rotating the
from
bottom
Jay.
lane, which
Get the
where
job
Zeus
done
has been shoving.
as his Zeke's completed. Carry a level 5 here, looking for another cheeky
Don't
handshake.
really know why they swapped like that.
And there it is.
We've already had 2 examples of people
Yes,
flashing
maybe
into
one felt
skill
like-
shots. So we had Paulo, who didn't die, and then Faker, who did die.
They were
And it
gonna
was
like
just
get
a pretty-
ganked and
okay,
start losing
carry.
fights against Sejuani
For young
and Rel.
Jay,
Just
I'm not sure.
rotate.
Sure. Good enough. Good enough. We're gonna have to.
We're
see
giving
it.
Had
them
to
the
rotate
benefit
to
of
the
the
top
doubt.
to stay ahead.
You know, Breon with a team fight, wombo combo style composition, not being
Zeus has his
behind
Bramble
more than
vest.
1K
I see
gold.
you
That's not too bad.
in the Renekton.
Not too bad. Look at this. Predicting Owner coming in, and Young Jay.
Owner gets caught out. What was Owner doing?
That's not too bad. Combo style composition, not being behind more than 1K gold. That's not too bad.
Not too bad. Look at this. Predicting Owner coming in, and
So,
Young Jay.
Young Jay's
gonna
getting
get
some
ahead of the
revenge
T1
here.
jungler,
Bro's
as
getting
the ult will be
revenge
thrown in.
on
That's a lot
Owner.
of damage. Faker
They
not
were
gonna get
all
the jump
on
in
Young
time.
Jay
Now he's
all
gonna jump
game
towards
last
the north, but he's going down. That's a
first
solo
game.
kill from Karis over Faker.
Don't
And he
really
will be
know
punished.
why
Any bro lead.
Over
Faker didn't have his flash.
And he will be punished. Down. That's a
Trying to
solo.
figure out why Cars just won
gonna
this trade.
Gonna get ahead of the T1 jungler, as yes, the ult will be.
Cars ult. He has his flash. Faker doesn't have a flash. He's behind by 2 CS.
Be thrown in. That's a lot of damage. Faker not gonna get the jump in time. Now he's gonna jump towards the north, but he's going down. That's a so.
I don't know what Faker was
gonna get
doing
the
there.
ahead of the T1 jungler, as yes, the ult will be thrown in. That's a lot of damage. Faker not gonna get
Guess
the
he
jump
just
in time.
calculated
Now
that
he's gonna
play,
jump
or
towards
he
the
got
north,
a
but he's
turret
going down.
aggro.
That's a solo kill from Karis
That
over
turret
Faker,
hit right there.
and he will be punished.
Any bro levers out there? Owner tries to cut corners. They goes in, not having any vision in the brush, just gets found by Young Jay.
Perhaps T1 are
Has
just
the
limit
curve on that
testing in
one.
this game.
And then in mid, Karthus just gets the
Uh-oh.
outplay. Ooh, Feldes. Breon coming alive in the second game.
That they are. They found a lot of nice picks here, and they have evened up the gold now.
So now Azir is going to be probably strong against Tristana because he's got his Gnasher's Tooth. So stone plate, whatever. I need to figure out the name of that item.
You mentioned before, a little bit behind, not a
Another
big
thing
deal,
about
but
Sejuani, you don't really need
gold
boots.
parity. Definitely a nice little chance here as Morgan is going to dash the right way.
He would have died. Owner was waiting for his snack there. He's like, says, where's my snack pack? Where's my crocodile? I'm hungry. They didn't get his snack. Very sad.
Yeah. You bring any snack today? outside of yourself?
Well, I didn't have to do that. Just a protein bar. It's very boring. I didn't really bring anything of note. Really good read here by
Bad
Brian.
vision there.
See the big stacked wave. Have an inkling. Has yeah. Vegas just jumped in. And then he gets the reset, but at that point it's obviously already too late. It's cut off
Maybe
guard,
that
like,
was
by
a
the
miscalculation on
edge of that
Faker where he
ultimate,
didn't think that
which,
Azir
of all
had
people,
his.
Faker obviously should have an inkling
Regardless,
that,
so Bro's down here taking the dragon, and
obviously already too
Bro's
late.
down here taking the
It's
dragon,
cut off
and
guard, like by the,
T1 taking
just the
void
edge
drops.
of that ultimate, which of all people, Faker obviously should have an inkling that he might be swept back there. And at the end of the world, T1
Okay, for
still going to be up
wards.
and go to 6 grubs here. I don't think they're going to be feeling too bothered about this, but it's a better game than game 1. And after seeing the draft, I didn't see that one coming, and it's a big win for the Bros.
Sometimes that's the way it goes. The ones you least expect to be bangers end up being bangers. We do have Cloud Soul again. Atlas is not here, I promise you. He's taken the day off, which must be nice. You know?
Can't relate, Valdez.
Yeah, I can't relate. I hope he's resting up for tomorrow. And yeah, just Cloud Souls abound. I feel like it's going to be very valuable for both sides. Both sides actually did pick up a Drake in this game. T1 electing to actually pick up the first one with the brand in this one. They weren't able to get any Drakes.
So the AP jungler, normally the reason they're playing it as brand here is it starts getting really far ahead
They
of
were
the
instead
enemy
opting
jungler,
for
which
a cool
is
new
happening.
strategy where they just got every turret and not get any other objective. I think they got Herald and
Just kind of watching this game play out. There's a lot
Yeah, they
going
got
on.
one grub.
yeah, one grub, Herald, only some void. As we do see a potential dive being set up here.
That's a handshake already. Paul.
Is so let's look here. Let's take a look. Okay, Carrier, Owner, and Goom are getting ready to dive. Samver, Rel, Sejuani. Just got Flash, Cleanse. Also, there's teleport up, so Azir could come down here and make a play. Now, Guma doesn't have his flash, so this might not be a good play to be making. Carrier doesn't have his heal, so that might not be a good play to be making right now. We've got Berserk is up. We've got Fate's Call's up. I don't remember what it's. Is it Maelstrom or Maelstorm? And what's Misfortune alt called? I don't remember that one. That's a really annoying one. Back when you play like against bots in solo queue, you get caught in Misfortune's alt every time you try to team fight bots.
Paulo in a little bit of trouble, but he's not going to get hit by 3 abilities from Owner.
I feel like if T1 dive this, that Bro's gonna win.
As now it's actually T1.
So they choose differently, and they're gonna get caught out. So Kars is gonna make a really good play here. And Guma doesn't have flash to get out. He does have the cleanse. Faker's coming around right now.
Who are in trouble as a massive sweep. The one.
Wow, that was really nice to zero.
Alive as Bro will pick up the kills. They will
Bailout's
take down
not gonna
3 members of T1.
But
Faker
still
does
alive.
get in and takes out Paulo.
Baker's
but
probably lucky to get
now
away
we
with
know
his
what this
life
comp
there.
does.
Commander Karis swoops in from the mid lane. Is it happening, Feldas?
It's happening.
Are the Bro Leavers finally getting rewarded after all this time? Really, I want to give credit because you talk about the wombo combo, but the actual setup needs to be crisp. That was really nicely done. The fact that Owner tries to flash out, still gets swapped back in. The fact that
Oh, what's going on mid lane here?
the fact that Owner tries to flash out, still gets.
Faker's Man, he's just going super aggressive all
Swap back in. The fact that
Karthus, the
Wasted
commander,
his
you know, he
flash,
fights
too.
with the squad, and he is totally fine.
of course,
Untouchable.
it can't go down. He needs to lead his troops.
Yeah.
He's the emperor.
Well,
Wise
commander, yeah.
Well, you can be both.
Emperor and commander.
The carrier just saved Faker's life there.
He needs to lead his troops.
Yeah.
Of course.
Commander, you know, he fights with the squad, and he is totally fine.
Of course.
Untouchable.
It can't go down. He needs to lead his troops.
Yeah.
He's the emperor.
Well,
Everybody's been saying that Faker's been the MVP of World Cup, but I think carry is kind of like
Wise
commander, yeah.
Well, you can be both.
Emperor and commander.
Yeah, I think we should look into Azir lore next. And
Okay, Dragon comes up in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. T1 have a good bit of vision down here in the bottom jungle already.
he's the commander of the... I assume he would be, you know. Back in the day, I feel like Emperor's kind of all-encompassing as a type.
From what I saw from Brand, by the way, Brand is good in the squishies. So, there's Sejuani, Renekton, and Rel.
Idol.
Samver in a little bit of trouble. Instant cleanse, though. Very nicely done.
Actually gets a whole lot of damage down. Obviously, Gumat bailout.
Look at his
Owner
health
picks
bar.
up his
Yeah,
Leandri's
roll.
Torment, finally.
So, nice trade.
Sejuani staying even.
Actually ends up working. As we take another look at this, just caught off guard by Karis being first, and then that flash from Owner. If Owner is alive, I
Faker
actually think with the
teleports
Faker
on top
TP,
of
they
it.
might be able to get something going
Lucky he
here.
got out of there.
If he can just get an extra rotation in, but he just gets blown up immediately, and with Brand, mispositions like that, you can't afford. And there it is, Magnet Storm. It's so satisfying when you talk about a wombo combo comp, and then it actually happens, and you just see how it can work. Oh boy.
Samver does have flash, but can he get out of this one? Yes, he will. The stun also hitting, and Samver getting out with the flash. So, trading flash for TP is not half bad.
Oh, hey, you'll take that.
Owner's
I've
up
been
in the
some
top
trouble when it
jungle
comes to
getting
the health of
farm.
that turret. Faker is making his way over to try and take that down. It's going to be probably a herald for turret trade. They do know Zeus is there. Was spotted on the board earlier on. Hollow and Morgan. Heroic.
We see Bro over here on the mini map getting the Rift Herald. I don't know why T1 want to keep fighting this bottom
They're trying
turret
to
so
keep
much.
this turret alive. I don't think they can.
Yeah, I don't think it's happening. The Magnet Storm,
the
very
TP.
lackluster. The TP is going to get canceled. That's just not going to happen, as now it's a 3v2, make it a 4v2. Is Guma going to join up? Morgan, not very long for this world. The only question is, who do they give the kill to? It will be, in fact.
So T1 get the bottom turret and they get Morgan, but they're also losing the Rift Herald. What's going on in the mid lane? Kars, he's up chipping away at the top turret up here. Rift Herald. So it's like an even trade, basically.
Faker, unsurprisingly, who will pick up that kill.
Samber really shouldn't be pushing up overextended like that by himself. His flash was down.
There were a lot
Flash
of
is down, so
decisions
he
that
really
could have been
shouldn't be
made
doing
there.
that, but he's
Unfortunately,
going to
that was
roam
not
up.
the right one.
We had Young Jay there at the Rift Herald.
TP's in a little bit earlier. I think it would have been fine. I think in general, though, if you're playing for Herald and you're playing for top
And
turret,
Bro just got the
let
Rift
them have the
Herald.
bot side turret.
Young Jay probably
Don't
could have
try
went
to
in there
win
and
the
got more
map
farm, or maybe
on
there
every
wasn't any
side of
farm
the
left
map
for him to get,
against
so he
T1.
falls.
They tried. They got punished.
A
Also
couple items
heavily.
there.
He's not-
I don't remember what this HP regen item's called, and this stone plate gargoyle. Let's see. Where's the items? Doesn't it show items on here? Is it stone plate? Gargoyle stone plate? Zeke's Convergence, okay. Well, that's a nice item. I can see how that would be really good on Sejuani. Interesting.
Now they lose their inner as well. 2 kills going over. And all of a sudden, the gold lead firmly back in favor of T1.
You just get so much gold in your pockets.
So the
when you're
brand
taking
is
down
getting
2
ahead in
turrets
farm.
and 2 kills at the same time. It's just kind of insane how fast the gold can swing. And Bro had a nice thing going, but unfortunately not able to hold on to it for too long. As we're going to have to watch this once again. Already the turret was taking so much damage, especially with the demolish. Which I think eventually does come in.
Yes, maybe they were at the bottom lane because they wanted to take advantage of the void grubs.
The demolish. So he's the one who hits it. And it just goes down so fast that Karthus has no time to get in.
Again, I want to reiterate, I think you just let them have it. Like, you're playing on the other side of the map.
Yeah.
Already, don't really need to go for this. Should be able to get mid lane with the mites. So that's it's not the end of the world for Brian. It just means that T1 is in a much better position. And I think, realistically, they should be in this game. I think maybe, how are you doing, Veldas? Is the fatigue setting in for you?
See, Zeus has a ward here. Guess he can be shoving up here that far because he's got a ward there and some deep vision there. Faker's recalling. The dragon's life, so I guess Bro's taking the dragon and T1 can't see. Oh, Bro's behind again.
For you? So maybe that's what's happening
Dragon.
here.
Maybe, yeah, a little bit.
Which Zeus can't teleport to this dragon, so his teleport's down. He can't teleport there. Faker can teleport there. Now Faker's flash is down. His ult's down. His Samver's cleanse is about to come up. Brand's flash is down. I don't know, owner might be scared you don't have flash in this situation.
A little bit.
A little bit, yeah. No, I'm still okay for now. I'll have
Throwing
my
that
second cup
1-to-1
of
line.
coffee.
Oh, you did?
No, I will.
Faker's
At,
gonna
you know,
teleport and
7 p.m.
shove
as
this
we do.
lane in, break into
We'll
the
get there
Bro
for
enemy
series 2 to
base.
keep me afloat. For T1, they only have to deal with this series, and you know, a couple of turrets did go over to Bro, and yes, T1 are getting some turrets of their own. This is kind of the Tristana special. If left unchecked, she just kills turrets very fast, and they got the bottom 2. They're gonna get the top 2 as well, and T1 will maintain a lead of gold.
Yeah, or Guma up there getting the scuttle crab. Baron will be up
Because
around the
everybody
next
on Bro
spawn cycle.
was in mid, and they committed heavily to
Faker's
taking down that
recalling
tier 1,
already.
and then everybody
But he's
back, so
not.
nobody
He's
was
doing the
there to
Faker
stop the
game
top
where
push.
you pretend you're recalling and then you
Unfortunately.
your enemy literally buys that you recalled and then you didn't, and then you go back and steal a wave and you keep doing that. I do that.
The
in
Brian
solo queue a lot.
composition
I think I learned that
will
from Faker. Maybe not.
always be dangerous to play into. Right?
It's
I
called
think the main
common
issue for
sense.
me is that if you don't get owner into a big sweep with Karthus' ultimate, he's
But
gonna
that
be
was
doing a
Faker
whole lot
being
of damage,
Faker
and
right
the earlier
there.
kills going over to Faker means that he has not just hit his 2
I think
item spike.
this Blade of the Rune
even
King's a
that
new
far
thing
behind
we've been
Karthus
seeing.
when it comes to gold. See the bounties parity there as well.
Kraken Slayer for
To
a
see
long
what
time. and then
Brian can do. They
World
are
Cup, it's
possibly
Blade
pretty
Blade of the
aggressively
Rune
towards
King.
this
Maybe
top
that's
side. There's
just
no
this
objective
game
up
because
right
you're
now.
playing into tanky.
I want to look for a
Rel,
fight.
Redacton,
I
and
don't know. Maybe on the
Sejuani.
blue buff. Could be. These choke points are good for.
Now, there's no, I think, okay, Misfortune has the far sight ward. I was going to say, there's not really any vision here for Bro to be going in this jungle right here. So I don't know why. Yes, they're trying to shut Brand down. That's what happened the last game. I don't see really any vision for Bro to be playing like this. I mean, their wave is shoved up this far. But again, I think it's mainly maybe they thought his flash was down too. But like the last game where T1 just straight up went for Young Jay like all game, Faker, Owner, and Carrier, and kept him out of his own jungle. So maybe that's some of it, that they're getting payback on this from the last game.
Freedom, though.
They're aware what they got to
It is a
do,
very
so
nice
they're
choke
fighting
point,
over the
but
golem.
T1 elect to just get out of there. Zeus is going to be ulted himself. He does
got
have
it, I'm
flash,
guessing.
but he doesn't want to use it, as now he will at the very end. Also, we do see
Got the blue buff.
the hostile takeover just sailing by. That is going to force Bro out of the choke. And they don't get
Yes,
much
Owner got
outside
it.
of Zeus's flash.
Flash.
Huh?
We also haven't talked about it as much yet.
So
but
I
really
guess,
happy to see Kalista
Owner
not
used
be
his
lethality.
spike.
Like, I think
I don't-
opportunity nerves really showing
Green flash,
their
I bet
mark,
he used his spike.
which is good. There was a lot of opportunities for everyone,
Yeah.
which, you know, from a conceptual point of view, I really like, but from an itemization point of view, I really didn't appreciate. Right now,
Almost just cleared out a wave and then
still have the team fighting power to win at
I
any
mean,
point, but like when you look
shoving
at how the
the
fights
wave.
actually play out, that's where it becomes
Same
a little
thing,
bit tough.
clearing out,
Getting a good ultimate is really really hard for Samver because there
You know,
is
there's some
so
real,
much fresh
there's some
stationary
League of
targets,
Legends
right? There's Tristan.
well-known personalities out there that'll just argue with you all day over nonsense. Well, shoving isn't the same thing as clearing out a wave, because when you shove it, it's going towards the enemy base, and if you clear it out, it's just staying neutral. Owner is still ahead there of Sejuani, but Young Jay's doing a really good job trying to keep up with the brand.
Trying to jump on top of you. There's Carrier with his
Like
ult.
I said, from what I see in this, maybe Young Jay's a really good jungler because T1 keep trying really hard to shut him out. Last game and this game.
They can get a pick though, that would be huge.
Yeah, it feels like Young Jay and Paulo kind of leading the charge on all plays and just begging anyone on the side of T1 to overstep their bounds and just go a little bit too far, which, to be honest, I mean,
they have.
T1 have done that many a time.
It's almost
in this
Baron
game
time.
and in
This
other
is-
games, and
should be prepping to take
oftentimes
this
it works
Baron.
out well for T1, but
Get vision around.
sometimes it ends up being labeled.
I don't think any of these teams are gonna go for Baron at 20 minutes.
Generally not happy for T1.
Morgan's still
happy for their
behind.
opponent,
Normally,
so
again, I talk
Young Jay
about
and
this
Paulo
in my
just begging
content,
for
but
someone
the
on T1 to
teams
get a little bit over
go
aggressive.
at Baron when they get 2
But
items,
as
so
of
Morgan's
the last 5
behind.
minutes, T1 actually have been playing very balanced.
Zeus is
Feels like you know, they're
behind.
not taking any
Brand
big
is
risks.
behind.
Yes, Faker has been pushing side lanes
Baker's
kind of
been
unchecked,
ready for
which
Baron
could have been
for a
punished,
while.
but it wasn't. So T1 just enjoying a nice little lead at this point
Sports
in
are
time.
just about ready. So
Yeah,
there's
I forgot
Guma
at
just
which
getting his
exact
second.
era T1 gained back the,
T1's
you know, you can always win a
gonna
team
take it.
fight.
They
no
wait
matter
till
how
they
far
get the
behind
2
you
items.
are. Because I feel like there was a large part of like 2022 where there were really good early
Where it's-
game, they had great team
win a
fighting,
team fight or something.
but it didn't feel like they really had that.
Their carry just
comeback
got his War Mogs.
as much
He's
as they did
building
in
War Mogs
previous
even
years, and I
on
think
Renata
ever
Glass.
since we hit like what Worlds 2023, that's been.
I need to
it's
get
been very
Renata.
much
I
there.
enjoy
We saw
playing.
it very recently as well at DWC. We'll see. If
I think I had Renata, and I think I did the RP refund, and then got like Briar, which was, or got like Cassante or something, which was silly. I shouldn't have done that. I should have kept Renata Glass. I really like playing that support.
can avoid that. And I know that
It's
we're
like a
talking about
Trendamere
like
for
they're
me
ahead,
to play.
even when they're, you know, down about 1,000 gold.
Yeah.
But with the team comp, I really don't think it's the end of the world. The main issue is going to be how much can Zeus do. He is the only frontline
Morgan's
for
shoved
T1.
up pretty far with no
He is
vision,
the best
but
frontline though.
Yeah.
he's basically hanging out here as a ward for Bro. I don't think he's taking the Gromp. He might be. Morgan might be taking the Gromp. I don't really know. I thought Carriage just got a Warbogs and came back in the lane, but he's recalling again. Like, he needs more control wards. I was
Especially
talking.
with Skarner being taken away, which I think is good. I think we all had enough Scorpion for a
Morgan
little
is
while.
taking-
Yeah, I think it was good.
Morgan,
I mean,
you
he had
should
a
have
nice
fought
big
for it, man.
come back onto the stage, you know, had his moment
Morgan
to
did the
shine
right thing.
in the spotlight, but then we were like, okay, that's enough. Let's sweep him over to the side of the stage. Let's get Cassante back up there. We haven't seen enough of him. How about Renekton?
Young Jay's up there clearing out
Paulo,
wards.
okay, that's
prepping
done
for
is
the
going to be
Baron.
a Sonar. Not expecting Paulo to react quite as fast as he did. So props to Palu.
No, I think the
Does-
fight will be over the dragon, not the
The
Baron.
crashdown was good.
Yeah, yeah. Crashdown was good. He got out of dodge. He's fine. Now they're going to start up the
Oh,
Baron.
starting
Actually,
Baron.
very nice,
I didn't think
proactive,
Bro would start Baron yet,
Sorry,
but they
excuse
are.
me. Play from Bro.
They got their two. Okay, well, Morgan's got his 2 items. So again, the 2 items, he just got his second item, the spear. His 2 items. Gargoyles. It's not fully completed. 2 items, 2 items, 2 items, 2 items. Bell doesn't have her Warmogs.
And T1 don't seem to have any idea, as now they are. The blue trinket does come in, and they will.
Okay, so Zeus is making a teleport flank play back here. I'd like to look at, well, okay, Zeus's ult is up, Owner's ult is up. I think everybody's summoner spells are up by now. I don't even have to look or spend time here. Now, Zeus doesn't have his flash. That's one to pay attention to. May not be able to flash ult here. Now that may harm T1 in this fight. And that may be something that Bro know, that they know Zeus don't have a flash right now. So he's flanking behind for some crazy engage, but he doesn't have a flash. And I doubt maybe it'll be up in 10 or 20 seconds. Faker's behind the Baron wall. Owner's probably going to have to flash over the Baron wall right here. Carry is probably going to come in and flash ult. Which they'll just ult straight into Rel's Maelstrom, Azir ult, Sejuani ult, Renekton ult. I don't think it'll be good for T1 because they're gonna like flash ult into this and then just be on top of Misfortune's ult with Rel and the Azir wall, and then like frozen from Sejuani's ult. So doesn't look good for T1.
Still 100% no is TP now.
I think it's important for this flash on Zeus.
Utilized by Zeus, but bro, they get the TP out of Zeus.
That's clean.
But they keep this leash. Faker just gonna.
Oh, Faker really out of position there. What did he do there? I think he W'd. Did Faker just W?
TP out of Zeus.
That's clean.
But they keep this leash. Faker.
So T1 was really off there. Again, I think it's because this flash is down. I think they made the call ahead of time before realizing he doesn't have his flash. They got ahead of the horse got ahead of the cart got ahead of the horse.
We're just gonna.
That's not.
Yeah.
So you lose Faker.
People, I guess. The fight's still going as Owner's in a lot of trouble. Down he goes. As Carrier gonna handshake here.
So I
That's a double
think,
kill
bro,
for the
I don't really think I need to
now
go
5
into
and
much
0.
analysis about that. I did stop it and break it down. I could go into more analysis,
not
but
too
I think
difficult
Bro's
to
gonna
do.
get the
T1.
But they're doing it.
Baron here.
T1's just losing their mind. Breon, great Baron setup. They actually have a lot of damage
Faker's-
with Karthus.
they've been
so
off.
the initial Baron setup is great.
Faker's
And then
kind of been
there's
the
TPs and you're like,
cart
"Wait,
ahead of
you
the
know what?
horse."
Bro backs off, which I think is great. Good. Very clean play. And then that should have been the end of it.
Cut the tape.
That should have been the end of it,
Cut the
Valdez.
tape. Nobody wants to see
And then
that again.
Faker just jumps in, and then that's, yeah, that he shouldn't have done that. I feel like that goes without saying. Then the rest of Breon is very ready
So
to
Zeus'
catch the ball.
flash is
so,
down.
So graciously thrown by T1.
Now
And
Guma's
now
flash
they
is
have
down.
Nash.
His cleanse
They have an
is down.
insanely
So
strong teamfight composition.
T1 kind of got baited into that fight
And they're about
where
to get soul
they
points.
lost summoner
Bro are in a
spells
really
they
good
shouldn't
spot
have
to win
lost.
this game. I think they actually
Didn't
probably
need
should
to.
from this point. I thought that
So
T1
Bro's
they were
got this
hitting that
momentum.
moment
They're
of
gonna go down
realization,
here and get
like,
the Scuttle
we
Crab
lose
and probably
this
get the
game, we
dragon.
have to play another game. And I thought they were like, oh god, guys, okay, calm down. We need to win this
That
one. We
means
need to get
Faker's up here
2-0.
trying to distract Bro
But
from
then
picking the dragon right
They
now.
just went a little bit crazy as you're mentioning it. And Bro are playing great. They're playing as a team. Everybody's playing very balanced.
It's the super.
Okay, so he's calling. Faker Morgan's gonna have to come in and do a teleport play somewhere.
Subs.
Yeah, they had that one.
The Faker's
iffy
gonna
moment in the
recall and
bottom lane with
teleport
the
mid.
TP and trying to keep the turret alive, but outside
It
of
wasn't
that,
recall, it was teleport.
Bro have been having a
Mine's
very
just
strong game.
confusing looking.
All they need to make sure is that they don't have someone like overextend inside, go into ham.
It is, that's the
Oh.
ult, but it is the Fate's call to answer. And so they will be okay for now, but the Baron buff.
So I'm probably
Triple
more
Baron
in the
power
point of
play
my
is just-
stream, guys. We're a bit up for. We've been streaming now for almost 4 hours, so probably gotta do less of the analysis now and just give my live instant reactions, right? And I don't know if we'll play solo queue or not. I don't know if we'll get to KT or not. I mean, who knows?
Growing in size.
See, this is some of the thing where I tried to keep up with the current meta and all the games, but like if I am a coach and I have coached and I have analysis, I can't do that. So I'm like, man, it'd be nice if some team out there would hire me because I watch all of the current, like at G2, for example. I watch all of the LCK games, all the LPL games. I give you notes and information on all of it of what's currently going on in there, and you hire me and I work for your team so you can see what's going on in LCK and LPL and stay on meta with them while you're in the LEC. I really think that someone like G2 needs to hire somebody like me or a FlyQuest. They supposedly have LS, but it sure doesn't look like it's really helping that much. So to keep these teams out of the LCK and the LPL, knowing what is going on and on the same meta page as these teams that aren't in the LCK or LPL, I really think that's what, if G2 want to win Worlds, you need to hire somebody like me to give you the information of what's going on in the western or the eastern region of the world to keep up with them, because you got, like in the LEC, they got their own meta and games going on, and most of the teams don't pay attention or care about that are in the lower part of the LEC, and they probably play really weird picks where it makes you where you can't play that meta like the LCK and LPL, but you've got to be aware and keep practicing and staying in that meta. I don't think you got enough time with a month between worlds to catch up, but we've yet to see a team do that in the western part of the world.
I actually really like this from Brion. Instead of going and using the Baron for Dragon, they actually really maximize the pushing power. I think a lot of the lower tier teams especially are not that good at getting big Red Bull Baron power plays. They get, you know, like maybe a turret or two. I don't know if Brion is going to be able to actually get more, but more so the philosophy behind it, actually using it to push and then turning it into an objective as opposed to just being like, someone stand near the wave, we have prio, and we take it without actually finding the turret.
My formula, you get 4 dragons,
the outs,
the Baron, and close it out.
Less and less obvious, right? We're looking at eventually, obviously, Faker's going to hit 3 items, Owner's going to be able to chunk through a lot of the health bars on Brion. But if Brion can just engage at will consistently and keep having Samver hit these amazing ultimates, it's going to be really hard for T1 to find a comeback. They're setting up some traps here. And it's not, Cloud Soul I think is tough, but looking at Cloud Soul, there's some great recipients and also some kind of mediocre ones, right? Like Renekton is obviously insane. I think for Rel, it's really good. For MF, yeah, don't really get a whole lot of value. But the individual Drakes for MF are actually quite valuable.
Yeah, they definitely are. I think they're going to enjoy it just in general, even just for getting around the map, just for playing as a team, making sure everybody's in the right place at the right time.
Dragon, 5 minutes.
Little
Baron,
things like that to give Bro a really good chance to take down T1. I said it at the top of the day, if Bro were going to have a chance to take out T1 in the current state, it would be today. As T1 got off a flight yesterday. They are playing today.
Hey, if Bro take a game off T1 and just one World Cup, that's like a victory.
You know, the
for Bro.
MF is going crazy. Karthus also has not died. The Sejuani looking
Sejuani's got his Bramble Best and
Youngjae.
more mobs
We all
now.
rolled our eyes and shook our heads when we saw the Sejuani pick. And I think, in theory, it's probably still not the right pick, but...
I'm sticking...
But...
That Zonya's might be a better second
No, I'm
brand
just saying,
item
I
than
still don't think it. I
Rylai's
don't think it was the right choice. I still think you should have picked
No,
Tristana.
Rylai's third.
But he has looked great on the Sejuani. So at least the comfort's there.
I'm with you. Einar is going to be taken here towards the top side. Morgan needs to be careful not to overstep.
Okay, he's going to get away from that one.
Carry just whiffed the Renata Glask ult
Nice
there.
reaction from Morgan, as now this turret is just being...
Wait. Hold up.
Guys.
T1 really messed her up a lot there.
Really? I mean, Youngjae is going to
Shoving
come back
into Bro's
and
base.
In the 3v3, I think they have to
Shouldn't really be there
respect.
right
Now
now.
Guma is here.
Oh, if they can cancel the back.
Sears up top.
Karthus actually
doing
should be
just
able
about
to
the
just get
same,
the top side in him.
Yeah, you should be able to get this inhib. Meanwhile, Faker trying to go back, but it's too late. I mean, this inhibitor is already going down. So he's going to give up on that. He goes mid. And now the TP's coming out from Karthus, actually. The inhibitor already taken down. And T1 going to respect that TP and try to back me out of this one.
Faker does a lot of jumping on
He
extra
wanted to
stuff.
try. Doesn't look like it's going to be the case.
Oh, they're going by.
They're going back around.
And there's zero vision in this jungle right now for Bro. Actually, there's
I was
one
about
more.
to say,
Sorry.
like, they don't win. I don't think they win. Even with Tristana, I don't think they win the base race with the state of the wave.
I think they do. I think if they had
Bro's
ultimated
got a
right there,
5k gold lead.
Yeah?
I don't know. It would have been really close. 6 grubs being pointed out on the side of T1 as well, which certainly would have helped them on the turrets.
I definitely think Brion made the right decision not to commit to a base race when they're in this good a position.
Yeah.
For T1, it would have been very in line with how they're playing this game out in general.
They're like, please end this game now.
One way or another.
Yeah. Well, they definitely want the win.
So as you're saying,
Okay,
especially
so
when the series will continue further on.
Here we got a
Exhaustion is
teleport
actually gonna
flank
play a
play
part.
coming in.
Yeah.
I'm guessing
For
it's
a pick, but
Zayas.
Morgan is respecting.
Flashes up.
The gold leads in mid and 80 carry are
These summoner spells are
Yeah.
just about
It's
up.
2,000 to
Minus
3,000
Azir
gold
just used his
in
not too
favor
long
of
ago.
Bro. No deaths, so there are some pretty big shutdowns that have been built up for Karthus and Samver. So maybe if T1 get a pick somewhere, that would be pretty big, but...
The Baron
they need to
back
get
up
those
already.
picks, and right now it's not looking too
Bro's
likely
just
as
gonna
Bro,
straight up go
they wanna
on it
start
without
this one
really
up,
any
but there is
prep.
a ward that
They're on a
spots it
ward.
immediately.
That ward is really, really important.
I'll probably be doing less and less of this the rest of the night. Trying to open your eyes in the first game, and then maybe you'll see it for the rest of the games.
Because they don't have any control of the jungle outside of that. Brion, are they going to risk it?
I think
Bro's
their
just
owner has
melting
flash
this
as well as he goes in very early.
Misfortune
and it will
ult
go the
really
way
helped
of
right
Sejuani.
there.
Youngjae gets this fight down. T1 in an awful spot, but now they have the
And I was saying this earlier. I think when it comes to team fight, like really, there's nothing T1 with the Azir wall, Misfortune ult. Then you've got Rel with her CC she has and her ult. I've not played too much Rel. I need to. But I mean, who has time to play every champion? I tried to do it for 15 years. It doesn't work. There's a player that's got the largest champion pool in the world, Faker. He can't play every champion at the highest level. So I just think, like, in a straight up team fight, this comp's probably going to beat him.
Morgan is going to go down. Carrier gets the bailout, and now Cassante is going insane, but Faker...
Or it's going to take a lot of out mechanical plays from T1 and maneuvering around and kiting and stuff and positioning to win a team fight.
And he's going to go down. Guma and Zeus.
Probably didn't need to pause that there. We're just putting behind more and more.
Still pushing, and they have a Baron buff once again. As they try to get on top
Guma's
of Guma,
going to
he's
try to
not
kite him
around, he's
around.
trying
It's
to
probably
dodge,
not going to
and
do
he
anything.
has
His cleanse is
dodged
down. His
everything
flash is
until that last
down.
stun. And he will be
Doesn't
taken
burn
down
those.
as Bro, 3 members strong, will win the team fight.
Oh, that kill on Morgan, I think the biggest. If he can just TP towards top, it might have been able to end the game there.
So Bro
And
will be
T1,
able to get the dragon
Breon
in.
pull their bluff. Owner goes over, doesn't
Baron.
win the smite fight.
Probably be
And
shoving a
with
wave into the
Breon
T1's base right
win
now.
the fight,
Baron
take the
buff.
objective. As we're taking another look, Owner only way
Maybe
over
that's
gets actually flashes away from the ultimate as well.
Taking
Very
the
nicely
dragon.
done, but he doesn't
Will
get
be the
smite.
soul.
And even though Samber gets the ultimate up on only Owner, he still ends up going down. And then it's some heroics from Zeus who actually gets the Q3 on top of Samber here, which ends up making this fight even remotely close, but unfortunately they don't have the damage with Faker. Goes down later on, but especially with Owner dying so early because he had to try and get the objective. As Guma, you can hit, you can hop, but eventually you are going to get taken down. And now Soul there for Breon. 6k gold, leading another Baron goes their
Look at
way.
how fast the MF is. He's sprinting through the jungle and Faker's left all alone. Down he goes. Doesn't even have a chance to flash away.
I think that's it. Actually, I think that's should be enough. They can just
Got
push
enough.
bot side in now,
So,
get the
as
inhib
soon
there.
as this wave gets up here where Misfortune and
Breon-
Bell are, I think this game's gonna get closed
Gonna
out.
get the game win. It's looking like
Um,
Velvez.
It has a
Not surprising
splash.
to me in
Baker
the
has his
slightest.
flash.
He called it at the top of day.
Yeah. And
Looks like a great
Bro,
victory
they're
from
pushing.
Bro.
They have the Red Bull Baron power play ticking. They have 3,000 gold from
Bro
that
took a
one.
game off
As the wave
World
clear
Cup
is there with the
champions.
brand.
I would like to see a
And,
tournament where
you know,
Bro
like Asante,
and like
but it's still going to be two
Shim
inhibitors
and
at
DRX
the top
play,
of the
like
order.
LEC team,
That will be number 3
NAD,
once the mid inhibitor does go down.
LPL
Deathless
teams,
game
where
so
it's
far
maybe
for
like the
Yonte and
lower
Karthus. Just really
ranking
clean stuff
teams
from
get
the
an
side of Bro.
international tournament in
As
the
they
year.
will punish T1, it looks like in this second game.
Or I would
unless
like to
T1
see
can
a
pull off
Bro
the
play
immaculate
a team BDS,
and
because I think
miracle
Bro would
holds
beat
here as they are gonna
BDS.
get on top of Karthus. He does go into his Zonyas as he's just tanking
Or I would
the
like to
NFL, but he
see
doesn't
how
seem to
well the
care.
Bro play
Down
in
will
the
go
G2.
Karthus, as T1 actually do have a chance here. The flash in from
Fnatic.
Morgan Guma is fine, but Zeus is
Or
not
a
in this
FlyQuest
It's
or a
just
team.
way
So
too
I'd like to
large.
see these.
December gonna take them all down. Faker gets stunned.
I
And
don't-
Bro is going to win game number 2. And a potential
I don't need to
to
see
come in
T1
here.
stomp
Samber
every
can
season.
get close, but he's not gonna risk it.
Genji.
Bro just wants the win.
I'd like
They
to see
will
some of
have
these
it
lower
against
LCK
T1.
teams
Oh,
show
there needs
how
to be a little
strong
bit-
the LCK
I was
is.
like, oh, don't risk that.
I'm pretty
Even
sure
with
they.
the minions, probably
Personally,
wouldn't
I
have
think
enough.
if Bro went to
And T1
NA, they could
learn, as we have done so many times in the
win.
LCK, the lesson
Beat
that
every
you
team.
can't discount any LCK team. If you try to
Or
cut too many
how would
corners,
Bro do in
you
LPL?
are going to get punished. And for the Bros, what a win this is. Yes, it's just a one-game win.
Because it's
But
like they're
who
the
would have expected that after
joke
game
or
one?
the
Who would have
punching
expected
bag of
that
the
after draws?
LCK, but
As Karthus and
they could
Samber
easily
coming
go over and
and
probably win the LEC,
transform
maybe make it
Breon
to the top
into a team
5 of
with,
the
good enough team
LPL.
fights to take down T1.
You know,
The
being,
super
or
subs are
being
real.
crazy
T1
there.
left scratching
They
their
could-
heads about
they could
how
beat
they
some
could have
top-
potentially ended this game quicker.
Beat,
Uh,
international
it didn't
teams
happen.
outside of their
32 minutes
region,
was the
I think.
score
So I would
that
like to
time,
see
rather,
some
for
tournaments
Bro
like that where maybe
to get the win. Almost
T1 and
40,000
Genji aren't
for
invited
Samber.
and you
He
invite
had some
Bro
huge
and you
ults in
invite
this one.
Nong
And Bro
Shim
are
or
going to bring
DRX.
us to a game 3. They will have to play from
Let
the red
T1
side.
have maybe a
See if they
rest
can
or
find that
something.
Tristana ban, or if it will matter at all. As guys,
So
we're
I'm
gonna
going to take a break
have the
for,
space
I
to
don't know
break
how
down game
long,
number 2. We'll be
15
right back.
minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Maybe eat some food. Again, I'm doing this at my pace, not at other people's paces. So maybe I'll leave the sound going, but I'm gonna... I gotta eat. This is a one-man show, and one man can only do so much. So try to put all this on my back and do all this stuff. I'm gonna take a break and do my thing. I need a breather anyways. Talking so much. 4 hours. To sit here and meditate for a minute to get my energy for the next game. We're gonna watch T1 versus... I lost my train of thought. We're gonna watch the last game of T1 versus Bro. I was wanting to do KT versus DRX. I was wanting to play solo queue. It's already 2 a.m. in the morning. Like, I'm almost my bedtime already, so nice if I had the energy to stay up for another 4 or 5 hours. I don't know. Again, I'm gonna do this at my pace. I'm not gonna sit here and watch the whole game as fast as I can. I'm not as fast as some of the other streamers, apparently, that are professional. Can't do it at their pace. Most of them do it faster because they got the money to hire people. I don't. I will gladly hire people if I have a subscription. People helping my channel and support me. I'll gladly hire other people that have much better content. Content that you want. Your way. Like, you pay me, I'll give you content you want your way. But right now, since I don't, you're gonna get it my way. So you'll have to dig through. I stop and take a break for a minute. I'll put this let you know when I'm back. You should be able to easily go through and look through when I come back and when I don't. If the screen's not here and you see me talking, you'll see I'm back. Eventually I can get timestamps. Might want to help me start make timestamps. But right now this is how we're gonna do it.
Aiming now. He's taking some control of the river for the minute. Getting a little bit dicey there, Wolf. 4,000 gold is lead. It's kind of nuts. Yeah, Jiwoo is now going to get ulted on here by aiming. Killer Instinct comes in. Can he actually get it? He finds the 1v1 as the Ignite will pick up the kill here for Kellen. Here he is going to Arcane Shift easily out of that, but it's still going to push him away as now, look at this, once again, Dingo's Raptor just following with a flash. They're very deep onto this one, and now the Impale coming in. Big play ultimate, though, is going to take down the Rel and Desante. Is Jabal taking? Can anyone kill him? The answer is no, and Bulldog just going to kill the rest of the enemy team as all the focus went on to the Fed Desante, and Quantum Freak easily win the fight. Yeah, this Skarner's not in a great spot here as he will have to flash away. Now they're trying to turn on a Do, will have to flash himself, but the Nidalee with the spear and Cuz goes in, immediately gets dashed into, but he's getting so much value. Another spear comes in, and Cuz is just dominating this 2v2 in the top side, now a 3v3. Presence means Lucid can't really do anything, and Helicopter Poppy looks pretty cool, but isn't actually able to do anything, and there is that soul point, and there's the knock-up, the double on the seismic shoves into the backline, goes King in, and buys all the space, but Bulldog, it's his turn to react, he finds Showmaker, he also finds Kellen, and Aiming's able to turn it with the help of his friends in the end.
Right, so for me now, the question becomes to maintain his pressure, and a 4-man dive will be a great example.
This is a lot of pressure, yeah, I like the word you use. They're trying to turn on the death though. He's so low, he will be taken out. As So Stun goes on a Goomba, he can't even get the kill. Flash Rock, no, he misses. And Cariel, well, he's probably gonna go down here, but they don't get Goomba, and a 1-for-1. Already getting some nice value with the big shots. And KT, you know, they've dragged this Drake over their side. They're just allowing T1 to try to tank it up. Asteria looking for an engage, but he's getting extremely low. Has to go into his ult. Now he has to engage, but it comes down to a limited shot to Biotic. As BDD goes in, immediately the Braum goes down. The supports are out, but the resets are coming in, and the Elder Drake is doing its job. Faker and Goomba still alive, though, as now trying to go back in here as Zeus. Not sure about that, as Biotic going to be able to take him down. The TV's coming in. KT, they get the Drake.
Citizens of Final City, you must choose. Either bow before the Primordians, or break before me. We are...
Message deleted. Next message.
It's a Lowy. I received a report of some new tech spotted on the outskirts. I'm going...
Message deleted. Next message. Message.
Can you hear me? Is this thing even on? The darn glass door won't open.
Message deleted. Next message. Hi, friends. probably already knew that. Anyway, did you see all that smoke past the outer wall? I'm gonna go check it out. Gotta stay vigilant, you know? Commander, out. Ugh, that sounds so grand.
Message deleted. End of messages.
Okay, man, bro, strike back and send a message. I mean, message. There we go. In that last game, 1-1 is the score as it's all tied on up here. Degon alongside Wolf and Hawks. Wolf, hold it together.
All right, so this is the Valdez angle, right? Valdez has been talking about this like during EWC, like before EWC even started. He was like, oh, we're going to come back. We're all going to be a little bit tired.
Even more egregious, we saw game one and Tristana was like so relevant, doing so much work. And then this game was like, you know, I was here sitting. I was like, you know what? We need to emphasize they left the Tristana go open. This is inexcusable. You know, this pick has been so strong, and it just felt like it was Faker specifically saying, you know, I'm gonna say that draft doesn't always win the game. You know, it's not always just on a draft. Tristana can lose. We saw that here.
Yeah, again, I love you guys as analysts, but only one of these drafters have won a world championship that is being adjudicated right now. I guess both of them won world championships. Never mind, I changed my mind. But let's get to it. All right, Tristana, looking a little balanced here. Let's take a look at our highlights here. It started off with the bro synergy here. It's a wombo combo that looks great, and why we picked Misfortune. Great job.
Yeah, also Faker TPing in here, thinking he could save this play, ends up losing TP on this, but Tristana is still relevant. Like, this is after Faker also died in the 1v1. It was 0-2 at this point in the game.
Oh, God.
But he's still Tristana, and they're still able to do an insane amount of damage to this turret. They cancel the TP, huge whoopsie from Bro. Then, you know, speed it forward. They end up grabbing an inner turret in the bottom lane as well. So you can see the value of this Tristana even from behind, like what it can do. So T1 actually kind of staying in the game a little bit after what was a disastrous early game just because of the Trist.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of the thing is you've seen a lot of these games that have been very fast-paced. It's down to the turret-taking potential. But I feel like when it came down to scrapping, the execution from Bro was just way better in this one. We saw the MF as well, obviously buffed on this patch, going the Bloodthirster Essence Reaver builds. So just loads of AD between those two items. You know, Bloodthirster is now 80 AD, Essence Reaver is 70, which is just, compared to like before we had the AD carry item rework, you'd never get that much AD on two items.
Yeah, well, you know, all the bros were really doing was just giving him some false hope, Giga Chad. Let's see when they were like, let's take this game, as we know. This was the moment where they brokered the deal. They start off Baron and then pull off for the TP. You think it's good, and then Faker tries to kill the Sejuani.
Yeah, this one's really just not defendable for me. I have no idea what the thought process is here. Maybe he's thinking if he does enough damage alone, Bro back off, and then they don't do the Baron, but they were already pulling off of it anyways. There's a lack of vision in the river because there's a control ward there, but very weird call from Faker in general, and this means that Bro can turn what was a Baron tempo play into an actual Baron take, which pushes them way further into the lead.
And there was definitely some moments after this where it was a bit of a struggle. You know, there was the kind of base race angle where both teams were like, wait, can we base race? No, we can't base race. They're recalling and stuff. Bro struggling a bit to close out cleanly, but still, I feel like overall, definitely showing a higher level of play than we saw in game one.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way that you phrased it, I'll paraphrase, was that it looked like they were learning how to win, learning how to play some macro from ahead. Doesn't happen often, but when you do, it requires a POG. Let's see who it is for the bros. That's right, Commander Karthus, Emperor Karthus, whatever we're calling on the broadcast, he gets his first POG of the season.
Very confident play in the lane, gets a solo kill on Faker, and then takes him out a second time. Also, his side lane pressure this game with the Nashor's Tooth pickup was pretty aggressive. He was pushing the advantages pretty deep, which is more macro than you normally can expect from Bro. You know, Faker was some bizarre decisions in this one. I don't know what else to say about it. There's really not much defending him, but Karthus played it well, punished him well, side lane incredibly well, and then this play was really the game-winning play for Bro.
Yeah, this one really cemented it and just finding a great angle with that Streamer Shuffle. Obviously, Karthus is someone who's played Azir extensively in the LCK, but subbing in, having a really good game against that broken Tristana, well deserving of the 12 out of 12.
That is awesome. A perfect POG vote by everyone, 12 of 12. All right, now's the time. Will the bros close it on out, or will T1 battle back and take the victory? Let's find it out by sending it on over to Valdez and Chronicler.
Thank you, Degon, for that awesome send over to the cast. And yes, we do have Karthus picking up the 12 out of 12. Nobody messing that one up. And this should mean that T1 do move over to the blue side. And we'll see if, you know, after Faker had kind of a rough game, T1 were able to
Hey now. Hey now, Soda Stream, we're back. We're back. Okay. It's getting cold. It's getting cold. Okay. Might have to put pajamas on. It's 67 degrees. I literally might have pajamas on by the time I get to the next game. Alright, so we're into game 3 now because Bro just won game 2. Write this down. So T1 are a team that
Shut it down with the Sejuani. Will they just leave this Tristana open for a third time in a row, Chronicler?
I don't know, Veldas, but after
T1
the
are a
last
team
game,
that typically
I think I
like
have to accept
red
that
side
I
better.
don't know anything. You know, we don't know.
They have,
We are not ready to really know how good a Breon that is 0-6 truly is. And T1 wasn't ready. That's the reality of the situation. I am sure that the takeaway is Tristana's fine.
Oh, I'm wrong. Okay.
And
T1
Karthus
are
can just gap him. It's okay.
Ban.
I don't
change.
I don't think that should be a takeaway, but I think that's what
Lee
we're
Sin
looking
is
towards
banned.
here in this game number 3. And you know what? Okay, man, bro, they deserve our faith after last game. And
Oh,
oh
why
my
T1 don't
God,
want to play Senna?
Karthus getting the ban.
Azir too strong right now.
Now we do ban Tristana, right?
Karthus
With the
is
Azir
here,
gone.
looked really good
They
the last
didn't ban
game.
Sejuani. So
Baker hasn't been
I
playing
know.
into top tier
You-
mid laners for
No, it's fine.
a
Baker
week.
will just jump into everything again. It's actually a really good idea. And T1 seems to agree with them,
Why?
which is perhaps the most
One
baffling thing
first
out
pick
of
was
all of this.
Sejuani.
You know, the more you know, the more you can say you don't know.
It's like I said,
Right.
we don't actually know anything. Clearly, we
I
have our
don't know
priorities
anything.
wrong. With T1, just prioritizing the Sejuani.
Well, it worked for Bro,
as
right?
we did.
So
Yeah, I just feel like the...
Okay, so they're gonna take Maokai. So, Bro's telling us that whoa now. This is the work I should have been doing like for 10 years now that I'm behind on to help level the LOL esports scene.
The circumstances of the game do really matter on that one.
nah,
But we're back.
it's unimportant.
I do really like, though, and we're meeting a lot, and I
Which
think
just got
that's warranted.
is
I do
no,
want to highlight,
just got a
and I really
nerf, so
appreciate, though, that Youngjae's
got
going for
we'll see
Maokai
Talia
and
in
not
jungle
because
again, so it's
given the priority,
straight
I
up
think
mid laner
it's a
pick
good
now.
matchup into Sejuani. It's one of the best matchups, one of the reasons why she started coming up in the first place. And it is a matchup or a champion that obviously
Yeah.
at the moment is insanely strong. But I really do not want to see Youngjae playing Nidalee because of what Breon needs. I think Breon in the last game showed Youngjae. I think it's fair that he didn't get any votes, but I imagine he was second on most people's list. His ganks were great, he was very proactive, making a lot of moves around the map, secured a couple of key smites as well.
He didn't do as much boom boom damage as Sombra did though, so
Yeah,
I think Sombra was at least second
Yes,
for
I
a
guess
couple of meetings.
Bro's saying it,
And
Jax.
also, to be fair, Sombra did actually play.
Let me see something here. What does op.gg say? Doesn't say anything about Gnar. Jax, this is another good site. LOLlytics. So Gnar's like an even.
So it's not as bad of a boom boom damage vote as some other ones I've seen. Morgan gets one of his comfort picks in the Jax. I do think Jax into Gnar is a matchup that can go very wrong very quickly if the Jax starts.
Don't really know why, because
if you stay even, obviously eventually inside lane you'll have enough ability haste to just stay on top of him and take him down. Is the respect being paid here is really nice. I do think that Sejuani in particular is one of those picks where I know that realistically you don't need to play with melee characters, but it really feels so much better when she does. And Gnar obviously has, you know, Mega Gnar, but that's not really a
kind of scared
representation. As we do have the Ziggsman, actually really like that. Samver could have definitely gone towards that, like Leona here.
Yeah.
They do have Maokai as well for extra setup. They already have double AD.
Ezreal is available though. I feel like
Bro's kind of scared of
being prioritized
bottom lane here.
Ezreal, when it comes to that duo, they say, well, Leona can go with a lot of things.
Carries
As Zyra Khan,
so they're gonna
this
lock
was
into
a
lovers
winning
duo,
game
Zaya and
of EWC. Not necessarily because this duo is super strong, but we do have a lot of other bans towards AD carries and stuff that can go on the bot lane already in this game, so they just opt for that duo once again. As it could have been the Ezreal, but instead, it's just going to be Jhin.
New picks here, but we're on the beginning of the patch, so you can't really say, well, Sodaron, you don't know what you're talking about. We all don't know what we're talking about, because this is a brand new patch in
and you do get a decent amount of leads, the amount of traps, saplings you can place down.
Play out.
And realistically, Zyra Khan should lose lane as well against.
Now today they'll have analysis.
So if you have a losing bot lane, you get the snowball through that mid jungle as well. Actually, really like the draft that Brion have here. Now I do think the T1 comp is infinitely more stable.
Looking to
you have
see.
Rakan, you have Sejuani.
I know T1 picked
the Zaya though.
Rakan somewhere. Yeah, the very last game against Top.
Zaya does kind of struggle into.
T1 picked Rumble, Sejuani, Yasuo, Rakan, and Zaya. So
just gonna outrange with.
Trying to figure out why we're seeing Zaya Rakan all of a sudden.
Doesn't really have to walk into range with his ultimate and his W.
It's like
yeah, absolutely.
We're building the new
like
meta right now.
A decent shot for Bro to come in here and take it down. We did see that say that we liked the T1 draft in Game 2 as well.
Save some time for you guys.
I think it's
haven't seen a pause, so that's good.
Number 3.
At least when I do this, I don't have to sit.
The Brion fan.
Maokai was a little bit behind there. I don't know what that was. Maokai has phase rush. So again, we're trying to figure out the wards here in this game. We saw different last game. Rakan has his sweeper lids and oh.
Fans getting more feisty as the day gets along.
Boards put down yet.
And as the games slowly but surely go in their favor.
I miss feisty. Sad he didn't make it to the.
What are Loopy and Gamin up to?
He's gonna get his ward in a little early this game, and then owner's there to protect him.
I have no idea.
So they. Kyria and owner stuck around mid lane to help Faker get that ward down.
Loopy was on DK, but he's now been replaced
Car's
by
probably gonna get some damage
Mr.
on
2K LP himself, Moham, who you might remember from playing for Kwangdong.
Lost. Be cheeky and come in and get his ward there too. So both teams have the Raptor pit warded. Ah, I did that wrong. I meant that one. We'll get good at this. Wrong one. So they T1 have that Raptor pit warded, and then it looks like Karthus just got this one warded. I don't know where there should have. I guess they started. The support started with the sweeper lens. They didn't start with a trinket ward in this game.
Split together with Wayne.
Carry's there to get.
We don't know if he's related to
Karthus' ward out, so now that means that. I'm just thinking for a second. I'm downloading the firmware. This means that Faker can play aggressive in his lane and Karthus can't, for one. Trying to think what this does to the bottom lane now, because they've got their one ward.
It's a bruise, but we assume
We'll
so.
roll through.
I think he's related to. I think he named himself.
And Carrie and
after Wayne
Goomer are going to
Gretzky,
give a leash here to
actually.
Owner.
A big ice hockey fan, obviously.
I don't know how
This Korean
Leah plays
programmer.
into Tristana.
What do you
so
think
this
is more
the
likely,
first time
Velves?
I'm seeing it.
You know, I've heard before that Korean pro gamers sometimes just like to choose random names, right? Or like random words, English words, right? Because they have to have an English name as their ID. And some pros.
Trying to look at all the wards here, guys. Stopping it for a second. Zeus has this brush warded. It's like there's a ward I'm missing or something from the beginning.
Choose their own name and they just Romanize it. Of course, that's acceptable. Think about Yahoo. But yeah. So at the end of the day, I wouldn't be surprised if
Bottom
he just
lane,
chose
they
Wayne
don't
because he
have
likes
any
the way it
wards.
sounded.
That's a good name. I don't mind it. As we do see Jin in some struggles here. A lot of those, though, were, games where I'm like...
I'm trying to figure out the timings of when these two trinket wards will be up.
That team has not got a whole lot of wins. So
That's when
Karis
we'll get a
is
gank bottom lane.
Tristana-ing, as you do. So a lot of damage goes down onto Samper, unfortunately. Being Jin just has to reload his gun. Carrier sets up a nice pullback for Guma.
He's still fooling us all. He's just running around reloading.
Just doing nothing.
Like, we think he's actually doing damage, but that's false. No, he's just running around in circles reloading.
I really don't mind Jin as much as I know some members of the LSK team do.
I wonder how Atlas feels after they won
Morgan
with Jin.
recalling back.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of high stakes Jin games as well.
Yeah.
So Samper playing
See
it.
Zeus' ward just went out.
Nice
quite solid
here,
About to have it back
does
up.
put Apollo in an
About to have
awkward
a ward
spot.
back
That
up.
is one place where well, that's a nice little stun. He's going to push him into the turret, but actually Faker's in a lot of trouble.
Karthus
The solo
uses
kill
flash
again
there.
as Karthus will
Well,
go
Faker
down.
has his flash
and
up.
has to use his flash to do it, but he gets that extra 100 gold.
Ooh,
So there goes Guma's ward there in the tri-brush. Which it looks like... Whoa, 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 what am I doing there? It looks like Paulo is about to go sweep it out. They're gonna, bottom lane, once again, he's going to lose any vision.
But he gets that extra 100 gold.
Samber will have his ward back up. In
Ooh, I wonder if there was an opportunity there, maybe if, because I think he hesitated for a second there, where maybe he gets the reset and jumps out.
This
I don't
kind of
think
allows...
He does,
oh,
though.
he doesn't.
The turret will always get him. Not that bad, though. The wave was also pushing back into him. As long as he doesn't get punished,
Be able
punished
to
by
go in there and
Owner,
get that
he's
ward
sniffing
swept.
around jungle. He's looking with the boar.
The boar is doing the sniffa emote right now.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
can see it. Look. It's happening. Now, Young Jay's going to find the boar.
Corner up here doing what you should do, stealing farm, trying to steal farm away from
now,
him.
and he's in a bit of trouble. They want to try to turn this nice knock up, but Owner is just so low. The flash over the wall, the Q gets it done, as Owner does not respect the 2v1. And now Faker's in a lot of trouble himself. He has to flash.
Don't really know what T1 was thinking there. Let's watch
Nice knock. Yeah, Owner's just 1v2 right now, and he's in a bit of trouble. They want to try to turn this nice knock up, but Owner's just so low. The flash over the wall, the Q gets it done, as Owner does not respect the 2v1. And now Faker's in a lot of trouble himself. He has to flash, so there goes your flash advantage, as even now Karthus' flash will come up first.
Velves?
It's happening. All the bro levers.
So we lost, let's take a look here. Lost Young Jay's flash, Karthus' flash, teleport. Faker's teleport's down, his flash is down, Carrie's heal is down. And Owner's flash is down, so Owner just lost his flash.
Will be rewarded for their belief, for their faith.
They have been waiting. It would, oh man, that would be something.
Makes another cup of tea.
who are currently obviously, you know, sitting at 4-2. One of those losses against Gen G. The other one against KT. If they lose against Brian as well, be very funny. So take another look at this. Faker, unfortunately, like being a level down, I think, especially in the early levels, really matters. So even though he gets the setup and is able to knock Karthus back into the turret, this I don't know, Honor.
Yeah.
You're playing into
Listen to the
Tristana.
casters.
So,
here.
Like, Tristana has a really, really easy time to get to you.
Yeah, for you guys who may not have noticed yet, Tristana does have a move called Rocket Jump, which allows her to
Tristana's
go
recalling
over
back. Zeus,
So,
yes.
Morgan
when
is
that
recalling
happens,
back.
Karthus is
Nar
there
doesn't-
as well as Young
Well,
Jay
Nar's
making
got a
it
lead.
2v1.
Nolos also has a
Morgan.
decent amount
Steel
of, or
plate
Maokai Rider has a decent amount
Steel
of
cap
CC.
boots.
Yeah,
And, you know,
a
his
little bit.
Mid lane's
W
going even
is
right
Q,
now.
so he
43.
can lock you up for
He's
a
also
good
got
amount of time.
good damage. I mean, his base
Bottom
damage
lanes are
is
going
quite
even.
good,
Nice.
right? Especially into a Sejuani before
Zeus is
she's built
slowly getting
sneaky
ahead of Morgan right
items.
now.
Yeah.
The junglers are staying even.
Jay,
Fakers.
as a result, picks up
Mars
early
staying
kill,
even
gets
in the
himself a
middle.
haunting. Guys going to be very happy with that. Now, this isn't like game number 2, I think, where Brion was able to get
I'm wanting to see
pretty
teams
sizable
set up
lead.
for the dragon here.
and then just run with it. I need to keep the
like they're
expectations
going towards the
realistic,
void grubs.
okay? I think Brion have had a lot of issues with actually closing out games. Right now, though,
I don't
he's a
know.
look
I'm
at
trying to figure out why
Don't
didn't
look
Bro
towards
go for
top
dragon.
CS. That's
That doesn't matter.
Morgan
It's not real.
did pick that.
We do have a wall coming down here, but everybody gets over the wall. So
Now, when I say the dragon, I
T1
meant
should be able
like
to take both of
5-minute
those
dragon.
scrubs.
Down, bottom.
Like
There was team
Okay,
fighting and stuff
they
going
go
on
back.
in the
I
mid
really,
and
I
up by the
really think they
rapids.
shouldn't have, so that's good that they don't.
That's why not in this
a bit
game.
worried for a second there because Morgan is not in a position to join, and even with Zeus not having
They're
Mega,
roaming down towards
you run a
dragon
big
now.
risk if you just walk up there. See if they make a play towards the bottom half of the map. Kuma is looking
Bro,
like he's
that
going to
is.
respect,
Bro's going.
as he should, but he does get the crash, so I think he's
Palu
told
and
on
Young
it.
Jay.
Oh, very close. Yeah, so if you're not familiar with the lore, Zeus's Gnar was
Getting
he
Scuttle
debuted
Crab
and
pretty
was-
much
he
ensures
was
you the
really,
dragon.
really good in this champion.
Yeah.
And I saw the Jax counter pick, and I'm like,
Nope.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
And
Or, I
now
guess-
seeing it in play as well, I'm like, I still don't.
Gives
know
you a
about
much
that one.
higher
I don't know
chance
about
to
that one.
secure the dragon
Generally,
having
with
that
counter picks,
vision
you're not
that
really
you're sitting
looking
on
to take a
right
big
now.
hit.
Pull out the
Because if the
Telestrator,
Jax
but
is
we're
picked
getting
like,
like
because the Jax was
Perms.
picked third, right? First rotation on.
Call it low
Sorry.
energy.
So it feels like they didn't have to do that. Because if you deny like Jack Sejuani or something, I think it makes sense, but they didn't.
Yeah, no, they didn't. Nice buffer here from Karthus. He's going to get out of dodge there. He's doing a very nice job. Tristana-ing. They did get the dragon, yeah. I think Bro are in a pretty good spot at this moment in time.
Yeah,
especially
Bro got
when
the
Karthus is
dragon.
pretty fed. The top lane, as we mentioned before, doesn't exist. It's
Oh,
not real.
God.
So we don't think about that
No, but
when we
Zeus,
factor this in.
Zeus just pulled the wave.
But we just saw
And
again.
there's no jungler.
chiming in
well,
on
Young
this.
Jay
We just
eventually
saw
will get
this,
there, but he also has always camped.
Nar, Zaya,
So I think Morgan is just.
Rakan thing from T1. I think.
no, Jonas Strong! Ran away!
Yeah, it's real whenever Jonas Strong decides it's
Rumble,
real. So now
Sejuani,
we can take a look,
Yasuo.
especially with Meganar timing here.
So
It's just perfect from
Sejuani,
Zeus.
Rakan, Zaya, which you
And
This is a nightmare. This is
can
a.
swap out.
This is a
Play
truly
in
abhorrent
laner,
wave
right?
state here for.
So
for
you want to
Morgan.
have
Really
some
good
type of
job by
energy,
Zeus.
or
I like
synergy.
How are
They
you gonna
just
fix this? As if
had at
Taliyah
World
doesn't
Cup. They
show,
won the
even
last
without
game.
Ghost, she can roam very quickly.
Pretty much the similar.
Kind of
team
catch the
comp.
wave of mid now, so this should give them the opportunity to roam towards top and maybe break the freeze, but
Zaya's coming back in.
there's a lot of vision as well. So someone needs to
That'll make Rakan
go
come
and help
back
him.
in.
He's been sitting at like 55 CS for like a minute and a half.
yeah. Unfortunately, Bro have also decided that top lane is not real. And,
But it is!
yeah, Morgan's dead. He does have flash, so maybe he can flash out of this one, but the Hop
Morgan
has
loses his flash there and his ult. Now the T1 using
larger range, and there's the counter-strike flash on in from Owner, and the boomerang gets the job done. So the
An owner ended up using his flash there too. That's probably wasn't really needed. His flash is gone. His ult is gone. His flash, his ult is make some play down here at Dragon.
The inevitable punish that we were talking about, that
T1
you
can
called
make
Chronicler,
some
does
type
come
of
through on top of this ES
play around the
tonight.
map somewhere
And he has
using
no
their
TP.
teleport
He's so
advantage.
far behind.
So they had to just go up. I know that you might have to drop a wave in mid, but this is really, really bad. Because as mentioned earlier, I think this is a very volatile matchup, where if you do get Morgan ahead, like he can start running down the Gnar, and obviously Jax does have a lot of 1v1 potential. But like once you start losing against a ranged top, that's already bad. Losing against Zeus is like... I know Zeus has really embraced his flippy nature of, you know, like I'm playing the ranged top laners and I'm going in aggressively, and sometimes it looks really goofy. But I do also really think he's one of the best like punishing players that we have in the LCK. I think when it comes to things like teamfight, Keen definitely isn't beat at the moment, but...
I don't think Morgan can do this either.
No,
like, even though his lane state is really destroyed, like, he can't be killing a control ward.
I agree.
Zero vision, like, Owner could easily be there.
And he uses his flash as well. It's a disaster, Valdez. And now you have a Gnar who is going to make that lane even worse. Like, he's going to hit Triforce first because he's up 1k gold. And then Morgan is just going to have to sit there
Where
and
is
wave.
Karthus
Jax is not going to
going?
be relevant for another, like, 25 minutes unless he picks
Guma's
up
down,
a bunch of random
farming
kills across the
bottom
map.
lane by
Like, even
himself.
with bone
Where's
blading, like,
Paulo
look
going?
at that trade. It wasn't even a trade. It's just say he's standing
Baron
there like,
pit here.
Yeah.
whatever.
He doesn't have a completed damage component yet.
Dragon's up in a minute, 30 seconds.
He does have one sword, so that's better than nothing, I guess. Looks like T1 are going to
Like
take
Faker
down
was
5
running up
grubs
there,
unless
but he
Karthus
goes
and
back
Paulo
to
can
mid.
say something about it. Here they come, but the Meganar timing is also going to go
Or
down,
might
but now the engage comes in from Keria. Here's another wall, and Palu is in a lot of trouble as he has to flash away, but the knockup is going to catch Karthus out of midair. The turn, trying to come out, though, Karthus pushing forward, jumping into everybody. He does get the kill, and he jumps away. Karthus able to make it happen.
There.
Only Palu has
Karthus
gone
used
down.
his flash.
As now Morgan trying to be relevant, and I think, unfortunately, the timer has run out on this fight as Zeus is going to come in, and there's the knockup from Keria as well. And the Gnar is too strong. It was looking so good, but eventually the fight went too long, and Zeus just
sitting
popped
on.
off.
Oh, that's so rough there for
About to
Brian.
get
It looked
Trinity.
attainable.
He's got his Phage and his
Wasn't the
Sheen
case.
and his boots.
In the end, Zeus just gets even further ahead. Morgan doesn't even get a
Jax
kill.
doesn't really
Doesn't
have
even
anything
get
to do
gold for his
damage right now.
troubles.
And they still get all the grubs.
T1 earlier on the rotation there, I think crucial as well. Karthus doesn't
Yeah,
actually get
Kai's
the kill because he
sitting on
jumps
beyond
into
his
the
torment.
Rakan Charm. So he doesn't actually get the final out of until much later. So them trying to go for this fight, even though they're member down, Karthus
Probably
actually
was
plays this
a
really
little bit
well.
too far back in
They
there.
get the jump, but then look here. He jumps on top, and I think that extra amount of time, you know,
Kai
Keria
needed
is
the
able to just
flash
make his
ult
way
there.
out. And then here Morgan, Owner just dragging him away for a little bit. Counter-Strike doesn't mean anything. And we see T1.
Maybe
Zeus
Morgan
now
could have got
even
Owner
further.
there and then
Triforce, he's
put
free and
somebody
zero. He's
else.
up
and
40
almost-
CS. This Gnar is a real raid boss. We'll see if
What I
at the
see
very least
of
get a second
Morgan, he
dragon. It
can
would be
play
big.
more aggressive than what he
The
does.
smite is good. It's early from Owner.
A little bit too
And Young Jake
conservative
keeps
at
his
times.
cool, is able to hold on to it. We got Ocean Soul in this game.
Ooh, okay. That'll help Morgan if they get it. Not.
Oh, do get the next dragon there.
In this game.
Well, I'm
That-
talking
sitting
in
on
like
2
25
dragons.
minutes when he has items.
What you want.
You know.
All right.
This was a counter.
We'll check in 38 minutes into the game.
Fel, this was a counter pick. I know it's hard to get counters to Gnar, but
So
especially
like
Zeus
this
is
point
Gnar, but it
here
definitely
is
wasn't it. I think Morgan's dead again.
Zeus just out mechanically
very
playing.
This, so.
Yeah.
Jax right now.
He's alive for now.
Kind of
Faker
looking
could.
that way.
Yeah, well, does he really?
Not putting
I
Morgan
know
down.
he's in,
Asking the
his
question,
his
what's
screen isn't
going on
great,
in this
but-
picture?
Yeah.
We gotta talk
Nars
about
on
stuff. I'm
3
getting
kills
bummed
now,
out.
Trinity
This is-
Force,
this-
133
every top laner knows
farm.
this feeling.
Jax only has 87 farm.
We
so
have a
get shut out
cleanse
of this
flash
game.
from Samber. So he does get away.
Pick
as
Jax,
Kroos
I think
is
he got a
very
hard
menacing,
carry.
sprinting at him with the quickness. And, well, at least Morgan's going to farm here. But not over there. to
Luma's
the left.
sitting on his
That's
soul essence
Zeus
for one
territory.
item.
Everything outside
I
of
don't
the
know
turret.
what this treasure box.
Actually, even next to the turret, I'm a little bit, not 100% sure about.
Ember
And
is
it's going to
behind.
be
He's
Morgan
not on
going
one
bot
item
here
yet.
to go up against Guma for now, as the rest of the
Now the
team
Rift Herald
is going
up.
to commit to the Rift Herald. You just had your top laner TP out of this one, and Zeus has his TP. So
Want this fight or not? I don't
now
think they're
Guma is
prepared
here,
because they
and the
just
turn is
lost
coming in,
one.
but the recon play is fantastic. Is it enough to save owner? As that blast code not going to help
Four
him actually.
people
As
there,
Karthus,
and
he is on something today, and the shots from the Jin
one's
are so
outnumbered.
big from Samber. As now we
Comes
do have
Guma
Zeus,
UC
he is
in.
isolated, and they get the shutdown onto Morgan as well. Bro are coming back. They call the bluff.
Probably get the
T1.
telestrator out right
That's
here,
a
but I don't know.
game-saving
If I had some
fight,
chat,
fellas,
we'll
because
break it down
you
and do
get the
it.
shutdown onto Morgan of all people, and the call from Brion is actually really good, because if T1 actually has Ace there for the entirety of that fight, you're never ever winning it. But what happens is they pull the trigger,
Bro, get
they
the
go
Rift
for the
Herald there.
engage. T1 isn't
Oh
ready.
no.
They get blown up before they can actually have their
2K
members' advantage.
behind here.
And now,
2.5K.
okay, they still don't look the top, but the rest of the map, all of a sudden, in much better shape.
Jax needs to be down here
He's
shoving this
27
wave out.
goal behind still. He got the shutdown. Yeah, owner
Fellas,
goes in,
we're not
checks it,
focusing on this.
checks it again, and the second check is the issue here.
It really is. And I actually think this could have gone worse. If Youngjae ulted
That,
earlier, I'm
blast
pretty sure
cone
Carrier also ends
there.
up dying.
Yeah.
Get
So,
out
like,
of the
this is-
Makai ult.
I think a relatively okay scenario, and then, yeah, you know, by the time Guma shows up, the fight's already lost. Morgan just
Whatever the
walks
last
up
flowers.
to his tormentor, takes him down, so that's nice.
Let's
at
go.
least. Again, that part isn't going to change too much, but Samver, you know, getting some
Trying to
damage
bait
him is
him
big.
into a fight
Power is
here.
also, again, I know his
Carry,
KDA
they're trying to
won't be
bait
too
a
impressive,
fight.
but still having a big
Carries up there,
performance
just
here
getting vision in the
this
enemy
game.
jungle.
Rayon,
Doing what
they're
they
down 3K gold. If they can get
tried to
one
do in
more
the
of those
first
fights,
game
though,
where they just shut the
looking
enemy
a little bit
jungler
better,
out.
But yeah, I think they have to get this
Farm
up.
away. These are things
With the members'
I'd like to see
advantage
the
there, we
LEC
do see
teams
Samber is on
do
his
this
doesn't
more.
have the
Like
ulti just yet, and he can't
Yike
go for this
with
jump.
Mickey
This is T1
X more.
territory.
Well, it's
Start
going to be
getting
Guma
enemy
getting
farm
engaged
off
on
the
as
map.
Palu wants to deny the T1 territory, as now we got TPs coming in here.
Got a
Guma
big
in
team
a lot
fight
of
here
trouble. He's
going.
not able to feather
Break
until
it down,
the
we're
very
just gonna
last
watch it
moment, but
live
the
and
pullback is huge. It doesn't matter. Karthus is on the hunt once again.
We still gotta get
Purging
Nam
into
Shim and
multiple
KT.
members, as down will go Faker. They're doing it! And Morgan, he's got another counter-strike. He's going to live, bro. They're winning another fight, down 3K. As the hit here from Youngjae is huge. He stays alive, but the Megadar not gonna be enough. Karthus is just going off in this one. Karthus and Samber, they sub in for game number 2. They shut it down in game number 3 as well. And bro, they're still behind, but they're coming back.
That's an ace! Where were you when Brion aced T1? Oh, it starts off here with Guma getting caught, but it's fine. It's Zaya. You're not scared of this. But then again, this aggression of T1.
So. You alright, JD? Okay. So, Guma just used his cleanse here.
Sometimes it backfires, and here it really does. The combination.
I guess what we're trying to figure out is what did T1 do wrong to lose this fight? Now, they shouldn't even be trying to do this. Faker's teleporting in. Karthus is teleporting in. Yes, I do need a telestrator. His ult is down, or his flash is down. His ult is up. His ult is up. Guma just used his cleanse. Faker's using his teleport. His flash is up. His flash is up. His flash is up. His flash is up. Okay, Jin's flash is down. His cleanse is down. Leona's flash is up. Her knight's down. Her ult is up. Okay, gotta think more into what is going on here. Carrier has quickness. I guess he's gonna try to come in and charm.
This aggression of T1 is sometimes it backfires, and here it really does. The combination of CC, their flash Q, Counter-Strike, and yeah, Guma ends up living, but there's so much mobility here. And then look at how many autos Karthus gets to have in this fight. And Samver, this is what you want to be as a Jhin. You don't want to be the main carry. You want to sit there, take pot shots on the edge of the fight. And T1, again, look disjointed. Zeus with the flash, like, yeah, he kills the Maokai, but that's all that they're getting, as Feldas highlighted. Still behind in gold.
Area
Maybe
dies
mid
to
lane turret falls will be relatively even, but if they can get the Ocean's soul point on this next play, ultimates are going to be up. It'll be really, really big.
Absolutely.
Still 2k gold down.
I mean, they've won 2
Bro
fights.
getting
One was
scuttle
down
crab here,
5k,
and
the
then
other one
getting
was down 2k, essentially.
Yeah, you're right, Valdez.
3k. And, you know, T1 still haven't fought on their terms yet. So let's see how this one looks as the ult goes straight into Youngjae. That's not going to be good. A lot of damage being thrown into Palu. Those are not the right targets for T1, but Palu eventually does get low. The steal on the dragon as well. And Youngjae is low himself. A lot of low health bars here on the side of T1. Baker going to be isolated.
Bro should have got that.
And now the fourth Feather Storm as well from Samber onto Guma. As meanwhile, Youngjae trying to go 1v2 against Keria and Zeus, not really working out, but Karthus once again unchecked, and the frontliner that is.
There's a lot of stuff maybe I should go back and clean up, but I don't have the time for it right now. We've done all
No,
this.
they're not going to be able to, but does push them away.
Roll.
Oh, and the
Live
gold
action,
lead
so
remains
T1 get in
about
there,
the same,
steal the
even
dragon
though
off
the kill
bro.
trade favorable for Brion. They are going to get this mid lane turret now, finally. And the bros are doing it. Look at the fans.
The bro leavers.
They never gave up, Valdez. As of right now, they've won 4 games this split. 4! And these team fights are games. Just want to really, really clarify that. So here we get an isolation, or rather we had Paulo and Keria in isolation. Keria
Spending a lot of time fighting Yuna
they do
there.
end up killing
Doing
Paulo.
damage
The
that
big thing though is that against
a
Jade
lot
in
of time.
particular, actually exiting gracefully is insanely hard. And Morgan, as you highlighted, actually does such a good job. The 4
Yuna
shots
soaked
means
a
that
lot of
Guma has
damage
to ult defensively. I do think Brion kind of lost track of the fight happening. We have Karthus like could have probably jumped towards Youngjae earlier so that they could get more out of that. But crucially, Morgan still cuts off the escape, and they still get more gold onto those carries. Morgan,
slam him up against the wall.
somehow in this game is relevant. He's just making it happen in the fights. He's got a bounty.
The Lord
Scary,
himself.
right? He's got 7 takedowns.
And I also think it's really important
Pretty
to know
strong
that,
Nor.
yes, we know T1 still has a slight gold lead. And much does it matter? I think the T1 composition scales really well, so I don't think they're too worried. When you look at this in isolation, right?
Baker's down here bottom. He has his teleport up, so
how
that's
does
okay.
this game
Jax
feel?
has his teleport up.
I mean, it feels like a Tristana playground.
Karthus
right
has
now.
his
Like,
teleport
they're
up. Where's
using
his-
everything into Leona,
That's
into
fair
Maokai,
hit.
and then Karthus is jumping
Hey,
from
bro,
person to person.
Young Jay
and
Paulo
getting a
in here
million
doing what they need to do,
assists.
trying to
Like, he's
steal
not
farm
getting
away
kills,
from
which is kind of
Homer.
funny, but he's just unchecked. And Samber, there's no engage onto him either, as now maybe an opportunity here.
This isn't a good
for
idea.
T1
Bro
as Palu
decided
a
to
bit
just
out
go
of
on the
position.
Baron.
Youngjae being chased as well as Palu might just have to be left here as
Looking
a
like
sacrifice.
Bro's
the
getting
wall does
kited
come
out,
down,
and then
and
T1's
Palu not
turn
even going to
around
flash.
and
So
take the
down
Baron.
goes the Bro supports. As T1 now, they're not going to be
Now there's nothing
asking
broken.
twice. They're just going to go for the Baron.
Yeah, big thing here is that they also
What do they
used a
do
lot of
about this?
cooldowns. Samber does have his ultimate. I think that Jhin ult is going to be big.
Oh, the flash on in. They want to isolate. Zeus says the Steric shield is massive, though. And
I'm
now
pretty
Zeus
sure
now
that 7
is
and
going to win this one for T1. You would
pretty sure
imagine
that just
Morgan.
made a huge difference.
Massive, though, and
How
now
much
oh, the flash on in. They want to isolate Zeus.
R has right here that he should have instantly died, but he is sitting on so much gold at 20 minutes of the game that somehow Nar lives through all of that.
Shield is massive, though, and now a
It's an alt. Like,
is going to
think
win this one for T1. You would imagine Morgan.
if you question if Zeus gets MVP of this game, and you question why, right there's why. Because he should have just instantly died off the map.
Oh, the flash on in. They want to isolate. Zeus says the
So
Steric
much
shield is
damage.
massive, though, and now a
Then got the Nar ult
is
off.
going to win this one for T1. You would imagine Morgan being chased down, and he will eventually go down as well. Samber still firing shots. Owner trying to block here.
Now he's
Baker's
got a
still going to
random.
eat a bunch of damage. A lot of poke did go down onto T1. Even the
So,
sapling you talked about.
Nar
this
should
actually in
only
the
have
draft,
2 items right
as
now.
well. That's not going to hit Youngjae, but
Got
Samber
a-
looks like he will be isolated.
One extra
and
item that
killed.
he's
So it does work
have
out in
around.
the end for T1. And now they're
He's
gonna start
still strong at this
And T1,
point in
they
the
take
game.
a beating, but they still come out on top.
Out
They're
the
supposed to be
random
back in
ones.
10 seconds as well. As can Karthus. Youngjae, crucially, he doesn't have an easy way in, doesn't have his flash available. I don't know if he can get a W off. think they should be able to zone him away. The health bars are low, but I don't think it's going to matter. And T1 get the Baron. That should be enough to regain control of this game.
Yeah, you would imagine. I mean, finally T1 find an answer in a team fight as something was flying across the map there. I don't know what that was.
Ace going bottom, or is he just having a heyday? Because
they're invading. They say, hey, we have a disengage cone, we should be fine. Baited by disengage cone, not the first time. Palu is going to get isolated and taken down. And then the fight goes very wonky, but this one looks very different from all the other fights where Karthus doesn't get any CC on him and he's just jumping around. Speaking of which, in live, we have him being bullied and down he will
straight
go.
up taking
So
this
T1, they
down.
find him,
Probably
they
gonna
save
get
their CC for him, and Owner will make it happen.
The Magic Might have paused. Breon going to try and look for something here. No ult on Semper though. So Young J just going for an ult to try and keep this mid lane turret alive for a little bit longer. If on the next wave it is still
I've never really
going to
paid
drop.
attention to the disengage of the Mayokai ult.
T1, all they needed was that one fight.
Range it has to
Ends
shove
up
the
being
team back.
absolutely huge. One overstep. Crucially there as well as Faker actually a lot earlier on the TP. I think if they were able to anticipate that, play a little bit
Zeus
safer,
also
it would
has
be
the
fine,
far
especially with how good the disengage of Maokai ult is, but it just wasn't there for Breon. And now kill score, that one's even. Everything else though looking like T1 back in the driver's seat. So we take another look here. The attempt, they do spot out crucially carry. Like if they actually get the kill on Zeus, that fight's win. I actually really like the call from Breon there. I think that's the only way that you get out of that.
It's close.
It was. If he wasn't as fed as he was, that could have been huge.
He wouldn't have the Sterix, he wouldn't live. And this is what happened afterwards. This is how Karthus got caught. Just trying to trade with Zeus and a nice flash, but then eventually, you know, the rest of the squad rolls up.
Yeah, nice ult from Zeus there. It's a messy game, Valdez.
Second.
That can't be denied. But it does feel like
5K gold ahead
they
now.
can get another insane team fight. Might have
Morgan is
passed.
2
And now
items
we see Morgan, right?
now.
Even with him becoming a little bit more relevant, still
Sterix.
full item behind.
The
Renwin's done for
Mayokai's
Zeus
on
here.
his got a Warmogs and
Yeah, and the Ranwins is just massive. I mean, you look at the composition of Bro.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you mentioned it, Chronicler, if we talked about it much, but the damage profile, it's very heavy
Sterix
AD,
gauge,
especially
Trinity Force,
when you have the Jax, which is a heavy auto attacker. It just feels like, you know, armor
just
in general.
that Baron fight again where we saw all the damage that Gnar soaked up where he should have been dead, and then he turned into Mega Gnar and then ulted Bro.
I mean,
a little bit of Jax.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, Jax can go Zonya's 4th, but like
Don't usually get caught up in plays.
Yeah, that's not enough.
So Zeus is just unkillable, is the point. As now we do have this Malcolm
I like
ultimate
Gnar.
to be thrown in. And it doesn't do much. Not going to push them off.
I even got locked into where I
and they
main
just get
top
the inhibitor
lane
and
for
get
a
out.
while because I like Gnar that much.
LDR. We see
Really good.
Karthus does have it done now, so that's going to help at least a little bit. But yeah, the expectation is T1 is just going to continue building full armor. See Owner as well, Bramble Vest in his inventory already.
Gnar is just a fun.
Imagine he wants to look towards a Thornmail.
This is a very
So this is one of those games where it just looks like T1's getting ahead and
Morgan's
coming back, and I don't want to like sit here
I
and
guess that's just it.
Just not expecting
hard for to put down Bro. Bro's played really well against T1. Took a game off of him.
T1's wallets are very
Gnar didn't survive that fight and have.
As here comes the quickness. Karthus
If he was
will
not
be
on
caught
Sterix
this time
gauge
around as the follow-up comes in, and Karthus does hop away.
and had like half of that item, he wouldn't have survived that fight, and Bro probably would have won that fight at Baron. And it'd be a completely different outcome. So I'm not putting Bro down. I'm just getting tired. It's getting near the end of my day, so my analysis throughout this rest of this VOD is going to get lower and lower, and I'm going to turn more into a viewer and a viewer and a fan.
T1 can just go back, set up an objective. These shots.
And I don't think I always need something to say, right?
The reinforcements were very ready for that one. Even if he does, shouldn't go down.
That's kind of the confusion that the casters on League of Legends have, I think, is
for Breon from here on
you
out.
gotta constantly
it's
saying
looking really rough. That mid lane inhib by itself, I don't think the end of the will, but as you were saying, I think they were looking for some extra kills here.
Sometimes I
T1,
feel like
everyone
they give
is
us
there,
misinformation as fans.
It doesn't really do a whole lot. Morgan gets CC'd.
Because they think they have to talk all the time.
Morgan, but also
Say
locking
things
off. the rest
really
of
mean,
the
and
Brion,
it's
so
taken
they
the
get,
wrong
they get
way.
to join. Take almost
Area
down.
doing some crazy
Doesn't
stuff
really
under that turret,
Crucially,
surviving
Karthus does get hit by
con
the E,
ult.
which makes
You shouldn't
life
fight
very
under a
easy
turret
for
like
Zaze as he
that.
walks into
That
the
is,
Gnar.
talking about it earlier, styling on somebody.
I think we're seeing some
That's
of the glimpses as
just
to why this
T1
guy was known.
trying to show
For
that
Gnar initially,
supposedly
even though
or
it's not by any means
apparently
a
they're
clean game.
mechanically
Really, I think
superior
the
to
other
the
one
players
playing
on
a
Bro.
clean game
Now,
on
I'm
T1
not
is
saying
just
they
Uma.
are or they aren't.
Yeah.
That's up for you to decide.
He's had a very
My
And
job
even
is
he
to
had
sit here and
that,
tell you who's
I'm
better.
going in the enemy blue
worse.
jungle. To
Yeah.
try
My
and
job is to try to
kill
point
Leona.
out the facts.
That was a moment.
Nobody is.
Nobody comes out unscathed.
Yeah, exactly.
Like this
And
Maokai
now we're looking
is
for the
doing
Gnar
really
here
well
once
in
again,
this
but
game.
Young Jay just unfortunately not that tanky. He's only got Warmogs.
About
and
to say how
Eliandries.
tanky
There's a lot
he
of
is
damage
and
is
then
coming
dies.
out actually from the 80 carries of Bro, but I feel like the wallets are just too heavy as now Faker gets in that backline and Karis eventually will be taken down by the Gnar. And here comes Zeus bouncing over that wall. The knockup will miss.
So
but
T1's styling
throwing
or
ults
trying to
into the
show the
winds, why
mechanically
not?
superior. They're not
That's what I
playing
would
the
do.
macro that you should.
It's a revitalized Brion.
They're
just
playing in a
isn't enough
finals
T1.
somewhere. Well, maybe they
In
could
the
do
end,
it. I mean,
well,
they did it
rely
to
on their
top.
team fighting. Faker might die. I don't think it matters.
He's baiting them in. Samver just gonna open up the curtains and immediately gets flashed on by Zaze. He's like, how dare you open the curtains against us? And it's not gonna happen. He'll keep that room in darkness.
So I wanted
now.
to
Now
share
we'll go
this
the Nexus and T1.
series, guys.
They get it done.
I have to make
It wasn't easy. It wasn't clean, but they will win the series up against Bro tonight.
A win's a win,
I'll
Valdez.
probably be AFK for
In a
about
couple of
15 or 20
weeks,
minutes.
people
So
are going to
maybe
remember
less,
that it was messy.
more. Maybe
that
I'll
T1
never be
did
back.
not play their best game here.
I'll be
All that
back.
matters is you got the win. If they actually lost against Brion,
Go ahead and put up my little
considering the
AFK thing here.
circumstances,
It's gonna
it'd
take a
be
little
mostly just
breather after
funny.
the
I don't
end of
think
this
it's
game.
detrimental to the team.
The casters do
But
it, so why do I?
none of that here today.
Crazy. You think
the
I'm
only
supposed to
one that
sit
looks
here and
happy
talk
is
all the
Zaze, 'cause he
time?
got to play
These are
Gnar,
professional
and I think
casters
this
that
is the
probably
type
make
of game where as Gnar, you feel
$50,000 a
You
year.
won your lane.
However much.
You know, your team
I would say
fighting
that's a
was
pretty
messy,
nice
but
salary.
got the job done.
$60,000 a year.
And T1
like
take a
100,000.
win over
I don't
Brion.
know.
Much more messy
But-
than was expected, but enough nonetheless.
Enough nonetheless. A clean 2-1.
I could be wrong. Maybe they make less.
No
Maybe
big
they make
ceremonies
more.
from T1 this
Yeah.
time
I don't know.
around.
But I don't have to sit here and
look
talk
happy, and I think
all the
Brion
time, and they've
should
got.
be
That's
very
why they've
happy with
got
what they
2 or
did
3
today. This was
casters that
better
talk at one
than
time.
anything we've seen
Take
out of
breaks.
the last
Yeah,
3 weeks.
absolutely.
I'm
I
gonna
think
take a little
that's,
bit of a breather here.
There were certainly some
Why this is
mistakes
going because
made
I
by
wanted to do
T1 that
Nongshin and
allowed
KT. I'm
Sure.
members
Of
of
course.
a
Bro
fan
to
of
have big
LCK,
pop-up
so I'm
moments, but
excited
the
for
pop-up moments, they still need
next
to come
match.
from the player themselves.
KT
I
just
think that,
beat T1 at home.
Curry looks like he's about to
T1
fall
set
asleep
up
here.
this arena.
I'm sure he'll get some rest tonight. Don't you worry. But
T1 just
you know,
had an
Mars having a
arena
big
set
game,
up where they had their
Somber having
own
a big
arena
couple of
rented
games.
or
These
whatever.
guys, you know, that could be the building
To have,
blocks for Bro in
like,
the future.
in
Not sure about
sports,
this
to have a
season
home
starting
team
off 0
feel where
7,
they're
but, I mean,
not at a
least,
neutral
you know, we
site
get
like
Garce a
Wall
little bit back in
Park.
form.
They
Somber's
play
looking
this
better
at.
and better every
It's a
time we
neutral
see him.
site. They were
nice
at
to see.
KT.
good
or
stuff from
They
the
were
side
at
of Bro.
T1's home arena
But
with all
eventually
these
T1
T1
with the
fans
first
dressed
T1
up,
do take it down,
cheering for
not without
T1,
their
and
pickups.
KT just beat T1
It's,
straight
owner.
up.
A little bit of a roughie here.
So
but
that
somebody
just happened right
checked
before
again.
World Cup and
Yeah,
everything.
I'm still impressed by Samver.
So
Like,
this-
as
all
this
this-
game
All this
comes
going
to
on
a
in the
close,
LCK,
the
it's
series comes to a
exciting,
close,
so
still
I'm a
think he can be very
fan.
happy about his performance, and
I just can't sit here and watch all the games that Riot Games expects me to do, because if I did, I probably wouldn't get to see Worlds till like next year. So I can kind of see some people out there say there's too many games right now. So, and then there's like some kids out there that say you watch all of it, so you know all of it and watch all of it, apparently. And I'm a wizard of all things. I'm a dark elf wizard, and I'm showing you the pace that I watch it at. I can't watch it any faster. So, and I'm not like drinking or indulging in smoking things that change my mood and who I am. So I'm not even doing that. So I don't know how you can sit and watch all of these and pay attention and give analysis and stuff. I mean, either I'm a liar or you guys are liars out there that you watch all of this stuff and you know everything. But so I'm going to take my little break here, 10 or 15 minutes or so, and we're going to watch KT versus Nongshim.
Performance here today after getting subbed in and Cool Bay really struggling actually ends up being absolutely huge. I also do think that we saw Faker, particularly in Game 2, take some liberties with how the map was played, as I think the space highlighted very well. In the end, T1 could rely on their team fighting. I think also, especially looking back at these replays, one of the people we didn't really talk about nearly as much, and he did look like he was about to snooze. But I think Carey actually having a lot of impact in these fights, creating a lot of space, making sure that the rest of the team didn't really get walked over the way that I think it felt like at times might have happened here. Really able to get a lot going on this Rakan, which isn't the pick we see nearly as much anymore, given the other, tank supports and engage supports being a lot more prevalent.
Yeah, it's nice to see Braum back in the meta.
I agree. Yeah, when everyone's blind picking Leona and Nautilus,
and 380 carries sometimes.
Yeah.
Feels pretty good. Look at carries. He's making calls for the timers while he's like falling asleep in his chair. Oh man.
How are you doing, Valdez?
I'm fine. The vibes are carrying me. This is great. I'm having a great time today.
Yeah. Good fun.
The games have been great. Casting with the Chronicler man has been great. And for T1, a lot of tired faces, but it's a win at the end of the day. And Zeus gets the most damage by far on his Gnar.
It is very fitting, and after they lose to KT, T1 pull a classic, clean 2-1, nothing to see here. It's very, I like the story cohesion on that one, Valdez.
Bro show that they can take a game up against a tired T1. They show the potential, right? We'll have to wait and see if they can get anything done in the rest of the split. But guys, we're done on the cast for now. Let's throw it over to the space to break down the series.
Thank you very much, Valdez and Chronicler. They did indeed show that they could take one game. But bros, it is over. T1 take the win 2-1 in a comeback fashion. It was a comeback here in this one. Welcome back to the space. Degon alongside Ox and Wolf. And yeah, they banned the Tristana, but bros can't get over the line here.
Everyone's talking about EWC jet lag, but no one's talking about the fact that Bro is the same as Team Liquid. They took a game off T1, BLG. So Bro's the same as BLG. Bro's the same as Top Esports. Took a game off T1. Wow. Maybe we should invite Bro next time.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Bro, I kind of like the way the draft came together. Like, okay, it's worked really well.
You're not going to do anything? Yeah, the draft.
I'm not going to human these things.
Okay.
Just Maokai works really well in unison. I also like the way the composition opens out, like the fact you have the Jhin ult. I really would have loved if they'd got the Ziggs here, but unfortunately it was banned away. I think it would have really brought this composition together. And you saw them get an early lead. They played pretty well, but it just felt like when it came to the later team fights, some of the decision making wasn't quite so sharp, and Zeus really just became a monster.
I think there were some really clutch team fights for Zeus. Obviously, the laning phase was a big problem for Morgan. Fell extremely far behind. I think if Zeus wasn't as ahead as he was, some of those later team fights, especially the Baron, could have looked very different. But, T1, a little sleepy, but they get it done in the end. I think showcasing that there's still, probably a top 2 team here in the LCK.
Yeah, yes, a little sleepy, but I mean, this definitely turned into like a slobber knocker there. A lot of fights here.
You know what this reminded me of?
What?
Is that Faker posted when he won Wills the night before, he had like a sleep tracker, and he had his best sleep of all time, and then won the most recent World Championship. So maybe there is something to this whole sleep thing that we're going into.
That means he slept well before the EWC Finals since he was the MVP. Didn't sleep well here, but still got the job done. Let's take a look at the highlights. First one at Grubs, and you're kind of wondering, how did Karis and Palu wander their way here?
This is a lot of value for the Leona. Like, throughout the early and mid game, Palu's Aftershock and his Eclipse got so much done. And the turn here is actually super cleanly played by Karthus. Gets on top, gets the reset so he can back off, and then see Morgan come over here, grabs the shutdown as well. So lots of value here for Bro. T1 sticking around a little bit too long here, especially the composition that is Gnar based. And, you know, at the end of the day, pretty good fight.
Yeah, we were talking a lot about, you know, a Yordle 80 carry, and it kind of just ended up being Zeus, not the Tristana, and was kind of ignored in that fight, and just cleaning up, getting that consistent damage, getting the hyper procs had a lot of value in that extended skirmish.
Yeah, and then we have ourselves a fight over at Baron after that one, around 20 minutes, and this is where it gets really crazy in this one.
Yeah, I mean, this is where things are going to get a little bit messy, obviously. I think, Bro, at this game state, you've got to try to push forward, try to look for a pick. Like, Paulo did so much this game in terms of absorbing aggro, absorbing pressure, but there are obviously limits in terms of what you can do, and the rest of the team was backing out long early. He kind of tried to absorb that pressure, and at this point, you've got a Jax that's super far behind that's going to try to TP in, but watch Zeus gets collapsed on, and then turns it into a huge opportunity with a 3-man Gnar.
Yeah, and even though he doesn't get a stun here, the damage the ult actually does, and just splitting the fight, essentially pushing them towards his team. Does he carry on this flank as well, who just ensures that the Jhin can't really do anything. The ult comes through, but way later as a result of that flank pressure. So just well played by T1 to sort of regain control of this, but also, Bro, you know, maybe a bit overzealous with that engage onto Zeus, but you can understand the theory, what they were looking for.
Yeah, the idea is to burst him down before he goes into Mega, and I guess zones everyone off. Wasn't able to do so there, and they lose control of the game. T1 take control, they close this one out. Who's the POG for game number 3? Game 1, it was Faker. Game 3, it's Zeus. It is a Yordle, and it is a carry from the top laner.
Another Gnar POG for Zeus. I think this is probably not a surprise to anyone with the game that we did see from him, the laning phase, these skirmishes, and then later on in the game as well, that massive play on Baron. But he also split pushed a little bit. Like, he was kind of, you know, we've talked about Guma a little bit, or the cast talked about Guma a little bit being the most consistent part. I feel like for me, it was definitely Zeus.
Yeah, it felt like he obviously was sort of good from start to finish. And the team, this game as a whole wasn't clean, and definitely there were some moments where he did get caught out. But for the most part, just being such a threat and a menace, and kind of achieving that both with Mega Gnar and while in Mini Gnar. Because obviously, we all know Mega Gnar is hard to deal with, but he was just consistently causing issues for Bro.
Yeah, another 12 of 12. And part of me thinks this one, like, you got to give this shout out to Jonas Strong, because he showed how long the freeze was on the top side of the map, where Lord Morgan was clearly donating some CS to the other side. But all jokes aside, it was a great freeze. Morgan gets set so far behind, and then Zeus takes over the game here.
Pretty straightforward. I think T1, it's a series that, like the caster said, you'll probably forget that they played close. If they had lost, people would remember it forever, but they're still maintaining that place in the standings.
We know that T1 looked, and, you know, very clearly a little jet lagged. How y'all feeling after this first series? Because I'm awake. The bros are prepping for their big matchup against Nongshim later. I'm awake now. What about you guys?
I'm great. I actually stayed up till midnight yesterday because I got in at like 11, didn't sleep, stayed up till midnight, slept then. I'm golden.
I'm pretty tired. I'm going to be I'm more on the carrier side of the spectrum right now, but we got one more best 3 after this. I'm feeling good. We can close it out.
That's right. Wolf and Carrier, 2 peas in a pod. Let's send it on over to our interview right now. Translations by Deer.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Faker and Zeus on the side of T1, who just scored a 2-1 against OK Savings Bank Brion. Congratulations! Thank you. Zeus, after winning the Esports World Cup Championship in Saudi Arabia, you secured a match win today. How do you feel? After winning the title, hasn't been a while, and we have our spirits up right now, and I think we do believe that today was a really good place. Although the jet lag was quite rough on us, I'm just really glad that we were able to secure today's victory. And Faker, I have never played a match right after landing, so it wasn't a very satisfactory game. And in game 2, yeah, we were looking very shaky, and we had a pretty funny instance, but I hope that in the next match we can come back even stronger and more solid.
제우스 선수 14.13 패치를 미리 보기도 했었고요.
Since you got to play in the patch 14.13 ahead of time and played on LAN against the other regions, what was the key factor of today's match?
감상으로는 사실 요새 탑이 좀 든든한 쪽으로
So just from being able to play
그런 느낌을 좀 받았던 것 같고
ahead of time, I feel like top has a lot of leverage and impact in the game. And I just try to make sure that I am able to sort of contribute a lot to the match. And Faker, you pulled an amazing Tristana gameplay. And Tristana Corki matchup is a pretty hot matchup lately. And as a veteran who has experience in this matchup, what's the core of this matchup? Yeah, it's a pretty common matchup. And I'm sure that a lot of players, they have their each and own proficiency. And everyone has their own style playing this matchup. And I think what really matters is their experience and proficiency on the champions. And Faker in game 1, with a huge gap, you closed out the game convincingly. And even after giving 4 Drakes away, you ended the game with just 1 Baron fight. So what were your thoughts on the objectives? That very early game in game 1, rather than playing around the objectives, I think we just tried to snowball off of team fights. And I think game 1 really went the way we wanted, which was great. And with your POG today, Faker, you have reached 400 POG points. And it looks like the Royal Mid has infiltrated a pack of junglers in the standings. So what are your thoughts? Mid is not considered royalty anymore. I feel like royalty is really just junglers, and being able to be a part of the pack is such an honor. And Zeus. So it looks like not a single top laner is in the top of the POG standings. So what are your thoughts? I feel like in order for a top laner to get POG, you need to fulfill a lot of conditions. But with the meta shifting towards the top being able to sort of tank everything and be the wall of the team, I think I'm just really thankful. Thank you, guys. And without knowing the enemy top pick, T1 blind picked Gnar after the Sejuani and Talia comp. So what compositional synergy were you looking for? Since we had a Talia, I think we were able to go for a pick that can really pressure side lanes. And I don't think Gnar is a champion that actually gets countered or anything, so I think that's why I went for that pick. And Zeus, you created a big gap and led the team to victory in the Jax versus Gnar matchup. And even with a fed Gnar, the enemy Tristana remained as a big threat, so what was the game plan? I feel like the pick itself actually really depends on how the team is doing. And since the Tristana got a lot of kills, I think, given that I was pretty confident with the 1v1, I tried to pressure the side lane as much as possible. And now your next opponent will be Hana Life Esports. What are your resolutions? Faker? Hana Life Esports match will be very important to us. And since we have about 2 days of time to practice, we'll make sure that we can bring us a satisfactory match. And Zeus, Hana Life Esports is a strong team. And their top laner, Dundun, is quite strong and they're reliable, so I want to be as reliable as him. And that's the end of the interview from Faker and Zeus from T1, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear, for that translation. Yeah, everyone in the chat sees it. It's a little tired. Tired times here for T1, but going to bed now would ruin their sleep schedule. We're going to educate you on jet lag.
We're kind of getting a repeat with Bro07, so I'm really worried for whoever faces them at the end of the round robin because, you know, we saw what happened last time. They went from 0-8 to the back-to-back takeout. They're just ramping up. They're generating power.
Yeah, this game loss actually affects T1 in the standings. If Hanwha Life actually takes that series over them as well, they'll rocket up to second place, depending on what happens with D+. So every time you're trying to battle for top 2 to get that top 2 seed into the playoff bracket to skip the first round, you know, this game could in some way affect T1's chances. We'll see.
All right. Hey, guys. You're not tired yet, right? You guys at home aren't tired yet either, because we got a whole nother series. Nongshim versus KT, the Battle of the Red. Who will win? We'll find out after this short break. See you for series number 2.
젠지 흔들림 없습니다. 자, 깔끔하죠. 무실 세트 전승입니다.
LCK의 호랑이 젠지가 뉴 네오 디플러스기야. 이 비전이 우리가 괜찮다.
이번엔 진짜 죽인다.
Now, it's taking some control of the river for the minute. Getting a little bit dicey there, Wolf. 4,000 gold is the lead. It's kind of nuts. Yeah, Jiwoo is now going to get ulted on here by aiming. Killer Instinct comes in. Can he actually get it? He finds the 1v1 as the Ignite will pick up the kill here for Kellen.
Here he is going to Arcane Shift easily out of that, but it's still going to push him away as now, look at this, once again, in goes Raptor, just following for the flash. They're very deep onto this one, as now the Impale coming in. Big Way ultimate, though, is going to take down the Rel and Desante. Is Semo taking? Can anyone kill him? The answer is no, as Bulldog just going to kill the rest of the enemy team as all the focus went on to the Fed Desante, and Quantum Freak easily win the fight.
Lip feeding is such a broken strat.
Yeah, Skarner's not in a great spot here as he will have to flash away. Now they're trying to turn on a who will have to flash himself, but the Nidalee with the spear and Cuz goes in, immediately gets dashed into, but he's getting so much value. Another spear comes in, and Cuz is just dominating this 2v2 on the top side, now a 3v3.
Presence means Lucid can't really do anything, and Helicopter Poppy looks pretty cool, but isn't actually able to do anything, and there is that soul point, and there's the knock-up, the double on the seismic, shoves into the backline, goes King in, and buys all the space, but Bulldog, it's his turn to react, he finds Showmaker, he also finds Kellen, and Aiming's able to turn it with the help of his friends in the end.
Right, so for me now, the question becomes to maintain his pressure, and a 4-man dive would be a great example.
This is a lot of pressure, yeah, I like the word you use, as they're trying to turn on the death though. He's so low and he will be taken out, as no stun goes on Akuma. He can't even get the kill. Flash Rock, no, he misses. And Cario, well, he's probably gonna go down here, but they don't get Guma, and a 1-for-1.
Alright, we're back. Back, Soda Stream.
Oh, really big there. Set up.
So let's get into this KT, this Nongshim KT match here. Right? It's looking like we're not going to get any solo queue in today now.
Right? They try out of their minds, they go crazy.
Hopefully I can start doing solo queue stuff at the beginning of my stream and play a couple games. Or play until it gets frustrating and then move on to VOD
performance against Nongshim.
Start doing that instead.
Two teams in opposite spirits,
Get on and
winless
play
aside
some
from the
solo
DRX match.
Play some Sejuani.
Whereas it's a 2-win streak after 4
So
back-to-back
again,
losses for KT Roller Coaster, which is on the rise and
T1 just had this thing called
And on the highlight as well,
Homeground,
KT
where they
lost
had
to
their own
Pogo,
arena.
To DK, and then to Genji, like out of those 4. So is that
They had their
bad?
own arena,
It really
and then they
isn't.
lost.
The one against DK was
Trying
also
to
quite
find
close, right? There was a 2-1 series, and then they also took 3 games to beat Brion. So KT are just still KT. They're an enigma. We don't really know what's going on at any given point. As Pioshik did get
And they
people
lost
voted
to
for
KT.
a very deserved player
Like
of the week,
that.
obviously, for his contribution to
DRX.
beating T1.
He just loves to do that for some reason. Regardless of the team he's on, he just always turns up the performance.
I'm a fan of
against
Barrel.
T1. Still favoring.
Yeah.
Get my notebook
Yeah, that
here
was-
going.
If you can't notice, I think it will be such a cool narrative to have the Perfect versus Lucid fighting for Rookie of the Split.
Yeah.
And then that obviously is.
Oh, the
That's always fun too, because then regardless of
Idols
who we
and
choose, we're always wrong, because
Yeah.
the fans of the other player would say we're wrong. So.
Yeah.
Maybe the
Well,
LPL
unfortunately,
is
Unfortunately,
always
better
enjoy
track.
that.
Unfortunately,
So-
everyone can say that we're wrong, regardless. That's the beauty of the internet and of human beings in general. If you disagree, that's great. That creates discourse. And in this case, the discourse is perfect, it's really good, and Mahal has a very large task ahead of him, as does this man, because I think Guger, we haven't seen what I think you'd want to see of a player that's supposed to come in and really bring stability, shot calling to a
Up
team.
here,
You can
JD.
kind of excuse weaker performances in lane if the team as a whole looks better.
Yeah.
We don't really get either.
That is very true. As Barrel with a smile on his face got a very happy yell from the Korean commentators. It's very excited, I suppose. And, it's always great to see Barrel happy and in good health, of course.
We also had Dundun and Calix sitting in the booth, and then here on the other end is just the KT coaching staff at the ready. They're expecting, I imagine, to take a decisive victory here after their great series against T1, but Musa's
Shimmer
gonna
on
remain
blue
up. We'll
side.
see what happens to Tristana, because BDD, he's been happy to play some Yone. But hasn't necessarily always worked
Nongshim
out.
are on blue side
I like
here.
this, referring to one of my predictions early on.
Yes.
I think it's probably going to happen in game 2, but let's see. Ash is going to be the first ban. And Nongshim... Wait, I did say they were going to ban Corki and then leave Tristana open. That was my prediction.
Yeah.
Let's see here as Pioshik, please
Cooperating with me.
find the Tristana button.
Feels zinned out today.
Now, we're already getting a lot of AD carries banned away. Marksman,
Oh,
I
it's not a
suppose
big fan of
the
League of Legends.
broader term, especially with the Ash, can be support. Corki goes mid most of the time. There's the Tristana.
We did it!
We did it!
Now what?
Leave it open after banning Corki. So Ezreal and also Talia going to be banned. BDD special, of course.
BDD plays a lot of Talia.
I'm kind of... Is it an early Azir pick? It's kind of what I'm looking towards with everything that's been taken away. As we do maintain the Sejuani prio. So the Sejuani to me is so interesting.
Oh,
I like this,
So why
this
we
a lot
didn't
more. I
see
think this gives you a lot more
T1
flexibility. Because I
playing
feel like
this.
Sejuani, as strong as she is, also is a champion that just can actually be countered
Thought they
by
could
stuff. And
mechanically
realistically,
outplay Bro.
has a great counterpart in Maokai as well that I think you'd also be happy to take. I do think Maokai is a decent amount weaker, as
Azir Senna.
AP junglers and LCK are going away because we're automatically getting the
Senna.
I gotta pick away the Nautilus.
automatically getting the
Senna,
counter.
I don't think you overcomplicate stuff here. A Senna not.
Yeah, I don't mind the Azir prio for BDD. The Kalista is very strong, but you are giving an insanely
What
strong
was it,
bottom
like
lane
Maokai
alongside
was-
that first pick Sejuani by doing this.
Okay, into Sejuani.
You could just go Kalista Renata and say if you want a handshake in that way, you know the Renata's fantastic into Sejuani and Nautilus already, so we're okay to go for it.
Might be Nico as well if they don't end up going for Nautilus. We'll see. That's definitely the pick I think of when it comes to barrels specifically. Loves to
need a
play
dongle
those
because
style of characters.
Wire
What is
down
going to be
and then
the final lock-in here on
tube
the first
overlay show up
rotation?
every time.
So we're not going to get excited about anything until we actually see. There is, of course, also potential that the Sejuani is okay, well, never mind. I was saying Sejuani could theoretically also be flex support. You have a lot of flexibility with the Senna, but this is going to be Senna not, which I think should come as no surprises. KT, they really highly rate the Leona. They've been doing this very consistently.
Yeah. But they want to take Nautilus.
But it's, I agree with
Nongshim want to take Nautilus away
amazing
from
here.
Barrel
It
here.
just feels like a great spot for it, but Leona's power level right now will be prioritized instead. And of course, I mean, it does have good synergy as well alongside of the Kalista, just not the same type.
Yeah.
And not as much like counter into some of the picks on the side of Nongshim. Still a good pick, I would say, in general. As the Yone going to be banned away, you saw them toying with like the Silas pick instead and stuff like that on the side of Nongshim, but I think Yone definitely the pick you would expect.
That's the standout. Sejuani's already been locked in, so I think I wouldn't even mind a Silas ban, honestly. If that's the direction you want to go in, just ban some of these melee mids that can really create a lot of problems for you as you get deeper into the game. Especially with Sejuani, right? The 2v2 becomes a lot stronger when you have someone with an auto attack reset. Might want to not let that one through. We'll see though. Gonna be renekton. I think very much in the same vein for Meow, who probably is just gonna lock Cassante if it's not taken away here by Perfect on R4.
Yeah, Cassante, the stocks are going up. Could be banned here by Nongshim if they give credit for Perfect picking it in the 4th spot and leaving counterpick to Pioshik. Which
I got a notebook I work on. You can't really see it from that
Cassante left
point of
available,
view, I'm sure.
Cryo pick it.
The shout out.
Ivern, okay.
Okay, I like that from KT. They've been paying
Write
attention.
this stuff down.
Do have
Maybe I should do it on spreadsheets.
Azir and Kalista, it's not quite as
Rather have a
insane as I
little
think with double-A character. Stan obviously is kind of the, as she is in many things,
Pen
kind of
and
the
paper
standout
mode and computer for
way. Would make a lot of sense when it comes to Fisher's.
Internet's out, then I don't have
Just
any of
play
my
a Kali
data,
here.
so I always have
I
my
would
little
love it. I
notebook.
think playing an assassin though into Ivern is kind of feels bad.
That is pretty int, yeah.
Go buy a
because-
pin
and
for
there's also
$1 and a
Leona,
notebook
which
for
does have a
$1.
harder time than like a
lot of
Nautilus
work for
would
you.
to lock down an Akali, but still
This
will have some tools. Cassante makes the most sense here. It does kind
Counter
of make me
AP
worried that the
jungler.
combo won't have enough damage available.
What did my notes say about that? Did I say anything about Sejuani and Ivern? Sejuani is good into Ivern. So I don't know why they picked Ivern there, is what I was trying to figure out.
See what Meow is going to pick here. This would definitely help with that.
Starting
I
a
don't
new
think
patch
Sejuani
and
Aatrox is like an amazing combo, but there have been a lot of top lane bans. So
We just know
a
what we
lot
saw
of the things that you normally go are
match
have taken a
31
pretty
T1
considerable
and,
hit. Looks like it's just going to
Bro.
be Cassante here for Perfect, which makes sense, but is going to be rough into the Aatrox when it comes to the laning phase.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, though, it is a lot of comfort for pretty much every top laner in the current meta. They all know how to play Cassante. Some are better than others, but Perfect is great on the pick. Unfortunate for him, he wasn't gifted a Rumble. They had to ban it on the red side. I feel like that's his best pick. But either way, pretty interesting. We see the Ivern coming out here. Generally, we saw it in double marksman comps, which are almost all comps nowadays, but because of all the mid lane...
An amazing combo, but there have been a lot of top lane bans. So a lot of the things that you normally go have taken a pretty considerable hit. Looks like it's just going to be Cassante here for Perfect, which makes sense, but is going to be rough into the Aatrox when it comes to the laning phase.
Save some time and skip ahead.
all the
Definitely.
Coach Sodaron.
Well, here we go.
So, here we go again. Long shim support. Doesn't have the sweeper lens. Barrel has the sweeper lens. Okay, what are we looking for? Any wards up? Barrel might be doing something different than what we saw out of Carria and we saw Palu.
Game number 1 of Nongshim up against KT. Will we get the 3-game banger back and forth? Nongshim challenging a top team again. I mean, I say that KT's tied for 7th. Or will KT just come?
Again, KT beat KT's last win. I think I could be wrong. KT's last match was against T1. I mean, I could go through here and look. It'd take me a while. You guys wouldn't like it. Right here it is, actually. Match 27. T1 versus KT home ground game 3. T1's draft, Tristana, Cassante, Zeri, Zyra, and Alistar. KT's draft, Skarner, Viego, Azir, Ezra, and Braum. And KT won that. KT's first draft. It's Rumble, Vi, Talia, Jinx, and Leona. T1's draft was Zeri, Azir, Skarner, Viego, and Rakan. Hi, buddy. You want up here or you want on the couch? JD? All right. So back to the game. We've got this Senna thing that I like where the AD plays Senna. I'd love to play this in solo queue and get some people in play where I play the support and carry and somebody plays the AD for me on Senna. So hey, hit me up in my channel. I like Leon or somebody out there. I would really like somebody to let me play support and carry like this, and you play the AD and play as support. But I feel like if I try to do it in solo queue, it's not going to happen.
Come in as the favorites and win.
Well, I gotta correct myself actually. I was thinking that Maha was playing Cassante because if you've watched Maha on Challengers, you'd know why.
He is.
What? You gotta go outside? I gotta take the little one outside. I'll be right back. I didn't do that earlier when I was AFK. He laid down in his bed. Okay, we'll go outside. Be right back. Soda stream. Gotta take the. You can see him right there. You like the camera, JD? Take the little one outside. Trying to wrap this up so I can go take him for a walk, but we still got a whole series to watch. So. All right, we're back. Soda Stream. So we're in the middle of this first KT game. So we were in the first KT game here against Nongshim.
He really is, yeah. But the Aatrox actually
Microphone
does
is
help with
on.
some of the damage issues I think the composition of Nongshim might run into, particularly with the Hui Senna combination. Like, obviously going to reach a point eventually where they just take over games.
Okay,
But
so why Fisher is up here getting this Faker ward, everybody calls it. It's a little premature. I think the later you can get it, the better. Also, maybe it would have been nice if he could have got it over this wall here to see where Ivern is. So they don't exactly know where Ivern is right now. I like this, just like this fan, that barrel, and depth. Oh, it's what am I? What am I talking about? Googer and Jiwoo have right here. Deft and Barrel are down here together in the little, what are we calling it? The tri-brush or banana brush. So trying to see how this vision game plays out. The game within the game.
that is a good amount. And even later into the game, I think that Hui...
Because Googer doesn't have his sweeper ward here, sweeper lens. So they're going to have an extra, the blue team's going to have an extra ward to play with, or maybe 2 extra wards because they kept getting swept out mid-series before. So they're going to have a much safer laning phase.
In particular, really wants to get multiple rotations.
My dog, what's up here? What? What, Davey? Are you hungry? You want turkey? What do you want? I think I gotta feed him some. See if he wants more turkey. I'll be right back again. These are the things that I'm getting ironed out here on my stream. Okay, guys, I got little buddy taken care of over here now. I'm gonna have to make a funny AFK sign with JD because I got a really funny picture where you can just I don't know, you almost feel sad for it. He's so cute. But don't let that fool you.
That's the main thing that I'm interested to see.
Okay, so back into
to
this
what extent
game.
Nongshim is going to be able to play that out here, because I really like the composition.
I think I'm handling this better now.
And have Fisher just
becoming less stressful. A lot of my stress was the technical problems in my stream, which I think I'm getting them ironed out, so it's getting better. So I'm happy with the product.
Shots at KT, because KT,
so
obviously they have the
Nongshim have vision right now of where Pyosec is because of this ward that Fisher put down around like a minute and 15 seconds. I think I was talking about how this game's kind of weird because they've got two wards, Senna and Nautilus, so Jiwoo might roam and put a ward up here in the riverside at some point.
But I think eventually you are going to be able to chew through that. They're early to mid-game, though, particularly with this Ivern and Callista.
Beryl has his sweeper lens. It looks like it's about to proc.
Hide on bush.
Yup.
And then not hide on bush. Hide out of bush.
See as well what the Googer is going.
So there's one of the wards they put down. So I'm sure Beryl will get over here and sweep that out soon. So there's one of them, which is probably not where you want it. You probably want the ward more over here where they were, but they couldn't get there, so they were forced to put that there.
Going to max here, I'm sure our resident support player Orcs is anxiously waiting to see.
Yeah, I do wonder what the max is right now for Nautilus. Because I remember with, like, what was that support item? Bloodsong?
Yeah. I imagine
Emax, and you were going for a lot of power and damage.
Yeah.
In the mid-game.
Since I played Ivern on my stream last night, I know these little dots mean that camp ready and that camp ready. So the thing that's kind of rough about Ivern is you got to make 2 trips into the jungle. It's like, yeah, you don't have to do anything to clear them, but you got to literally make twice the trips to pick the jungle farm back up. So I feel like that's easy to exploit.
That still go Emax just for the relative
mechanically
value.
Outplay that. Beryl and Deft get level 2 here, so they go all in. Have to put little buddy back up there. He's done eating. You want on my lap, JD, or you want on the couch? Huh? You want on my lap? Do you like KT or do you like Nongshim, JD? Who are you a fan of? We like Nongshim ramen. Nongshim makes some of the best cheaper ramen you can buy. I think spending like a lot of money for ramen is kind of ridiculous. It seems like it's becoming a thing, but like paid more than like $5 tops for some really good ramen. Tops. I think a thing of Nongshim ramen cost me $3 or $4 a piece. Maybe it's less than that. Kind of expensive, but I really like it. Okay, JD, sit down, bud. Sit down. Do you want here or on the bed? Couch? Lay down. Lay down, bud. Good boy. I'm sure you're just gonna want to get up here soon and go to the couch, so that's why I was trying to put you there. Okay, so Deft and Beryl get the level 2 advantage over Nongshim's bottom lane here, so they're going all in. Oops.
Emax, and we were going for a lot of power and damage.
Sure, they'll burn their flash
in the
at night.
I imagine that you'd still go
all the
Emax just for
summoners
the relative value as
Beryl takes a turret shot there.
Yeah. Beryl does eat a turret shot, kind of unfortunate.
So they didn't.
The idea is still
trade
good, trying
anything.
to pressure after hitting level
There
2.
goes that
There's definitely one trade for Nongshim, though,
Clear
once
that
they get
out.
the level up.
Which, okay, I see why they're running that now, because then you get the ward. Is it the zombie ward? one of the runes. I can't look at him. Eyeball Collection, Ghost Oro, and Zombie Ward. I think it's Zombie Ward they're running. So that is pretty good and clever that you take a sweeper lens and then it puts a ward down for you. So allowing KT to have some extended vision here.
Well, there we go. It's actually
ISX
even. We do see
up over here on this side
his
now,
way
so
through his jungle.
obviously you're going to expect him
obviously
roaming over
can
here on
clear
the
quite
red
fast,
side top jungle.
Given that I don't remember the last time we saw Ivan in LCK, but if you're unfamiliar,
about time to get the
just chilling like who is this weird tree guy? He doesn't. He's a friend of the forest, so he just walks by camps and then he tags them, and then later on he walks by. It's like hello. Which is why
it does sound like that too.
So he'll probably take the scuttle crab and then show bottom or show bottom.
He's currently at like full clearing, free
bottom to
minutes
help
in.
shove this
And,
baby dive. I doubt it. It's probably to go tag the jungle
Well,
camp.
3 minutes.
Yeah,
They're gonna dive.
We're just diving the turret, and level 4,
ISX
Ivern
level
pretty
4
good at
is
doing that. And you see that Jew totally zoned away from the wave. Googer's still here, as they do want to go in for this one once again, as Ivern is going to tank it up, and there's the damage. First blood with the ignite does go over to Beryl, and nice juggling of the turret aggro.
Barrel's ignite down. We've got Cougar's flash is down. Jiwoo's flash is down. Barrel's ignite is down. It's like a little gnat flying around.
And a great dive.
Really looking good here is KT.
And I just saw Sylvie go up here and get the vision. Squire's blue. Check where Pyosek was, even though they kind of knew Pyosek was bottom. Really, I guess you clear out wards doing that. We're seeing if the jungle camps are up. And then BDD's going to get ganked mid lane here. He's got a flash up, but I think he's a goner.
He just used that, so he's going to have to flash out of this one. And there's the flash. No kill. Fisher also low.
Things I look at. I would tell us.
Here comes a very big.
And KT's going to roam around here with Barrel and make a play. Get Fisher.
KT as the roots are in, and Sylvie has to flash himself. You see that POC
Never
wanted
mind,
to continue
it
on.
was for flash. It was for his flash. Teleports down.
Now, but not going to overplay his hand. As once again, KT get a nice win.
And Sylvie, I think, could have definitely gotten the kill there, but then given the roam that would have come through, he definitely would have just immediately died. And that's a really...
I was going to say, Perfect has... I see his ward up here. Millie is overextended, but he can be because he's got the scuttle crap vision right here. So that allows him... Are you tired, bud? Are you tired? You want on the bed? You want to lay on the bed? You want to go to bed? I mean, I'm not going, but you want to go lay on the bed? Come on. I think you're tired. You're going to have to go to sleep. You just ate a bunch of food. bud. Did you work? Okay. Again, not really a big deal. Don't get irritated. I had to get up. You could easily just kind of skip through. Here I am. I wasn't walking away for more than 30 seconds, so I didn't put the window back up. So, anyways, had to put the baby to bed. And we're back into this game. Okay, get rolling here.
Really strong.
Probably done along
So
enough
what
of a
happens
VOD
is
review for
Yoshi
KT.
gets a full clear, dives bot,
Shin
and then
and Bro and
immediately runs towards
T1
mid to
here.
save that play as well. Good flash from G.
Get the flash out of
dies,
Senna.
and then Gugur hooks back here, so feels relatively safe, but he doesn't actually get the auto.
I don't know what the dog's problem is. JD? Come on. You're gonna have to lay in your bed. Come on. You're gonna have to lay in your little dog bed for a little bit. And we'll go on a walk. After I'm done streaming, we'll go out for a walk. It'll be nice. It'll be worth all this work. Good boy. There you go. That's where I think that you would enjoy the legs. You got a little bed beside me. My desk. You've got a couch, my bed, and 2 dog beds. Nobody's spoiled.
Off from Barrel wouldn't have mattered because Pioshik took aggro early on because he's not in range of getting CC'd, so I think really...
No. Go lay in your bed. Over there. You didn't want to be on my lap earlier. You didn't want on my lap earlier. Come on. Lay down.
Nicely done there by KT. You already highlighted the juggling.
Go on a walk
also
after
means
this.
that Gio needs to
That's
show
what he's
up
mad
and to
about.
help out Fisher, who did
Don't
take
let
a bit of a beating from BDD earlier. The one good thing...
Come on, JD. Lay down.
For Nongshim is that Meow is currently proxying. The bad thing is that Pioshik is on his way, is getting pinged out as well, so this proxy is not actually
lay
gonna
down.
come through. And Aatrox's early wave clear isn't really as strong as some other champions where
Barrel
you can just,
in.
like, clear that wave
We're
and
down
still
there.
get out. So he just needs to abandon ship. Not gonna get
Boy.
that proxy off and not gonna have as much
Good
pressure
boy.
on Perfect, although
Okay.
still doing great here, which is good because I think he needs some wins as well. Level up.
Yeah, perfect. He
got
calculates that
Aatrox
perfectly,
flash.
funnily enough. And Mahal is going to have to flash away. And early on, going down a flash here up against the Cassante. Perfect knew he was not in
Ivern's
danger
got
at
a
all.
camp over here, so he's going to have to come over
And
here
he's
and
gonna
collect.
be able to push this wave
pressure
in
up on the top
as well.
side.
And that's actually thanks to Pioshik
He's
showing
setting up
top,
for
right?
Dragon.
Because Mahal had to run all the way
Barrel
around,
is
which
making a
means that,
roam
when
here
that Perfect
early. It looks
was
like
actually
he's...
able to make us back. Like neither
I'd
top
say
laner has
maybe they're posturing to go
left the lane
top
map, so
since
it's-
they
it's
got
not like there
Aatrox
was an
flash
opportunity
now.
for either of them to fall behind in XP.
That's what
So
KT's
big win
planning
there.
and trying to do.
Main thing is that it allows Perfect to have a lot more kill threat on the turret and set up for Pioshik possibly, but Meow not going to be able to play nearly as aggressive. I imagine he's going to go for an early cleaver, though for now is just going to go towards the steel caps. As
Maybe I
there's a
just need
fight
to
on our hands
support
here, but
main and play like Barrel.
Mahal needs to catch that wave on top first, and same for Fisher, so I don't know how much Nongshim can really do here.
I mean, they are posturing pretty far forward, but already one of these grubs is going to go down. It's going to turn into a 4-on-4.
What do we got here? Let's see. What do I look at here? Well, that his flash is down, his teleport's down. ult. He doesn't have ult. Okay, on the other side, BDD doesn't have flash. He doesn't have teleport. Okay, so what type of team fight we got? Ivern here, BDD, perfect barrel. Fisher coming in behind for a flank. He's got his ult. Okay, so level 6, level 6. Cassante's ult is down. So I guess KT's going to have to back off this here in a second.
Ready and waiting with his ult, and now the Hex Flash comes in from Beryl. That is an Aatrox in a bunch of trouble, but has the World Ender, and now Beryl taking up a ton of damage in the front line, but so is Sylvie, and Sylvie will be the first one to go down as Beryl. Oh no, he gets sniped. I thought he was going to get out of there. Also, another Grub did go down to the side of KT as they get the cleanse here out of Jiwoo, and he is in a lot of trouble as well. Down
flash ult play there from BDD to push Jiwoo back. They knew he had his ult down, or his flash down.
And Sparrow staying alive there is absolutely pivotal between Eclipse and the off-choke.
I don't really know where Hawaii
so
went
long
in
because
that
that's
fight.
absolutely pivotal.
What did the mid laner do?
Down here, side of KT. I thought he was going to get out of there. Also, another Grub did go down to the side
I don't know
of KT
why the mid laner from
out of Jiwoo, and he is in a lot of trouble as well. Down he will go.
Nongshim there just goes mid.
Not able to do too much at this
You'd
point
think
in time
they
as
need
give the
Hawaii
kill
in there.
over to BDD.
And Sparrow staying alive there is absolutely pivotal between Eclipse and the off-choke. Leona stays alive for so long because that's what denies the reset.
You get the last void
and by
grub.
the time they do get the kill,
I6 got a couple camps up over in his bottom side of jungle.
Pop off, as Mihao is the one that gets engaged on here, but that's
That
not
way,
the end of the world.
ready for dragon.
The problem is that BDD just gets to get so much damage off for free. And you can see the Nongshim Hellforce is not really ready, and Fisher this early on also just doesn't do that much. Same for the Senna. And then Nongshim, fortunately, in the chase, get taken down. Jiwoo, nice attempts, but like even if he didn't get knocked back, would have ended up going down. Nonetheless, big wins for KT.
Really don't know why Nongshim mid laner went
They're going to hold on
mid
to
and
it
then
first straight
shoved that
Infernal.
wave out.
KT want to stake their claim over this one if they can.
All we can do is guess.
Fish might
We
just come
don't
over
really
and use
know.
Daisy to help take that one down,
Vision there for
especially
the
after Beryl
bear,
helps
or for
clearing
the
out
dragon
vision
pit.
would be pretty huge for KT if they could get
setting
both,
up for dragon
all three of the
here.
grubs and the first Drake, and really
They
put on a
they
lot
know
of
how to
back
play.
pressure early on in this
So,
game.
Want to
mainly
see to what extent
DRX.
they can unlock BDD and Death. I think they both have great early objective take. One of the big weaknesses of Ivern's is that his neutral
So,
takes suck. Like he can't really
at the end of the
solo
day,
the way that a lot of other junglers can.
Barrel, Death, Isaac, BDD should know. They know how to get out of. They know how to play the formula where you get the objectives and 4 dragons, the bear, and close the game out. This is greedy on Nongshim's part here because,
You need actual teammates. Let's put it that way. Do see
of course, I do notice with your Ivern, I didn't mention
between
this.
Permafrost and the
It's difficult to take the dragons and the void grubs. Daisy for
He's
that.
setting up for a dive towards the top side. Pioshik does have smite, so she'll be able to get the blue buff at the
Might
very
be something
least.
where Pyosek
They
think
did
he
know
can get the
this was
dragon.
going on, and then the question is he going to play towards top? Doesn't really look like it. I don't think you want to risk it with an Aatrox.
I noticed
And,
that yesterday when I was
Pioshik's
trying to
top
play
side being
Iron.
up.
I couldn't get the dragon. Like I had to give the
I
dragon
don't know
up
if they spotted him actually with the
because it
forwards that were
wasn't
there.
like level. I think I was level 5, so it wasn't high enough
The
to
catch-up
get
moment. All those camps just
dragon
primed and
because
ready
you
to
need
become
Daisy.
friends. Gets
Ivern
in,
can't
takes
straight
down
up solo
3
the
camps
dragon
in the
without
span of
Daisy.
15 seconds. Here's a fourth one.
Ultimate.
It really makes sense that Pioshik is playing Ivern.
Nongshim
Like, out of all
have
the junglers, I'm like, yes.
First,
he would.
yeah, Ivern's
He is that
kind
guy
of like
that's
a really
willing to
good
play
type
a
of
lot creative
jungler
stuff.
for Pyosik.
Always has been.
So that with Barrel, that's a good
Early
combination.
here, just
Pyosik
for
on
laning.
Ivern.
You see a
Barrel's
really substantial lead,
Leona,
and
but
most
he
of
has a
that
world scan.
is bot lane.
It's like they're trying to make some play
A
bottom
lot of this
here.
has also been the isolated 1v1. I already
I
feel
don't know
like
why they
Uber
want to
and Nautilus
dive
not really.
Nautilus.
Like I know he
Senna,
died once,
but
but he
that's
immediately TP'd
KT's
back. So that's not where this disadvantage is coming from.
Yeah.
Really need a lot more money on the Nautilus for him to actually be not just a support, which is what makes his combo so strong. KT showed us. They're still the only team in the LCK that was able to take a game.
So he just got the Scryer's Bloom, so Pyasic just got vision where Sejuani is. I think Sejuani's going to get caught out in this
here. They don't have much damage, but
jungle here. This is, again, the type of stuff that I would like to see Mickey X and Yike work on. You're here, it's 10 minutes of the game, and you got Barrel and Pyasek in here working on stealing farm from the jungle.
Keep him in place for long enough, as now over the wall, here comes
And
BDD. Didn't even really need him,
ice
but
the
he helps a
cake.
little bit at the end.
BDD comes in.
As Hui Fisher did throw his ult in, but not able to help out
Dragon's
too much.
not up for 3 minutes.
And so that's
Void
just
Grubs
another
look like
death
they're up in
here
another
for
30
Sylvie on the
seconds.
Sejuani.
And this again goes back to the fact that it doesn't feel like Nongshim has any lane
Pyasek's
pressure.
gonna
I
be
feel like
recalling
this is a
here
jungler's kinda your worst
and
nightmare,
going to get the Void
where
Grubs.
like your lanes are just getting shoved in, so you're just getting
Doesn't
permanent
have any
invaded, like,
camps to get
particularly
him.
towards the bot side of the map. I
Nap
think
right
you're
now.
really looking to try and
It's kind of
at least
amazing, I
have a
guess,
little
that
bit more
he's ahead of
pressure there, but
Sejuani.
just doesn't really feel that way. So Barrow can just roam, just get himself.
Looks like when I play
a free
Ivern,
invade
I'm
towards
gonna
the
be
bottom half and
behind.
just be waiting for
Not
Sylvie
gonna
here.
get the farm.
Right, like Deft
Yeah.
is
Or
literally
like when I'm playing
already
Brand.
roaming up towards Krugs in case there is a rotation here. So not all that you can do, as you point out. Don't need.
So I've said Ivern
Sylvie,
supportive
unfortunately, not tanky
jungler.
enough
I think
for that
Ivern's
one.
good as
Nongshim
support,
now,
and you
2.5K,
go and steal buffs later
feels
on.
like a little bit lifeless. They're gonna need to
Jungle
find an amazing
camps,
team fight
while
to try
you're
and come
getting
back from
vision.
this, but unless Mahal really pops off,
I
don't know if they have the
kind of
damage
think
to do
that
so,
Ivern
Valdez.
would be a really good support.
Yeah, it is pretty rough to do
over to that.
I mean, especially, you know, you've got a lot of AoE damage here with the Hui, but you just
And we can
have
pull out
redemption ready
Rengar.
already for Pioshik. And yes, we do have Zeke's here for Sylvie as well, but just feels that like that.
So Perfect is way down in here. You shouldn't be doing this, and this is why he's doing it. He's got all this wards here. He's way overextended. But he's got flash, and he's got all this supreme vision here. Look at all these wards that KT have. In this game, KT's looking good. They looked good against T1. People have said, oh, they're really bad because they're 2 and 4. But I think those are inflated, skewed numbers. It took them a while to get their roster going. I mean, this KT DRX threesome right here, they did the gauntlet at Worlds to come from the bottom and just slowly improve as a team. It's a very long grind, guys. You can't. It's, I think almost impossible to be undefeated now. As many games as you have to play.
It's an early redemption spike in team fights.
Better
can be
off
so
just
huge as now they're going to get the engage on a Sylvie once
keeping
again.
your energy for
As
the end of
follow-up
the
ball
season.
comes in, but Daisy, I told you he was a friend. He is going to block that one, and now we do
So I
have
should
the
probably
kill on
stop
a
this
Sylvie.
and look at the
Down will
analysis.
go a bunch
keep
of
it rolling.
people swept into the team. That's just going to be a double kill here for Deft. As Fisher, he's getting flanked by Perfect, who ran behind the turret.
Some of the reason why
Just to
KT
bully
won
the
that.
way, as the blast cone is probably going to do it to
All
me
that
again.
vision I was just talking
nice
about.
blocking here, but eventually the fear comes in, and Fisher only survives because of a random blast cone in the jungle.
Okay, to be fair, he did actually play that well. He made sure, you know, he did the you guys can't.
A lot of vision on the map.
He
A lot of
manipulated his position. You know, Perfect tried to follow him.
wards. Got
some
Googer
happy
making a
feeling going on.
teleplay bottom here.
And I can't believe
Try to
he's
save his
Samsung,
turret.
fellas. That's very disappointing. As we take a look here, Barrow has been absolutely on point with his engagement, and we're really seeing why the guy has a skin on the champion, why the priority from KT is so high, even though Barrow never plays his own skin, unfortunately.
Daisy MVP.
Yeah, I think Daisy did a whole lot, but I also think that Nongshim probably should stop trying to engage
Hurricane Barrow
on the Leona with, you know, Callista being there and Eclipse and Aftershock. As I think this is a great game right here. It was well done. But I know you disagree, fellas, and that's okay.
Yeah. I do.
One might also say that putting what has been your generally and historically your best player on Senna doesn't really feel like it's working out. And
so it's getting where Sylvie's not going to be able to get farm in his
actually, that's
jungle
good.
here.
That's something. It's not enough, but you know.
Yeah.
It's rough, fellas. I'm trying to find angles, but
hey, I mean, Bro lost game 1 in 23 minutes, and they came back and won a game.
Yeah, I don't think KT is
I had my headphones
yeah
really loud.
I feel like that. So they're always.
I mean, they're always kind of out of sorts, regardless of if they're winning or losing.
Turn them down a little bit. My hearing is like.
Are they gonna? No, they're just.
So KT's down here taking the dragon. There's a couple little camps there that Pyosek has to turn around and get eventually.
Creating room, as Ivern has a real threat.
He's up here getting the scuttle crab and then probably try to go for the rift arrow.
Now Daisy isn't real anymore.
There's a lot of pressure top right now.
Why is that? Because you were saying a real friend.
Oh, I see.
Therefore implying. I mean, maybe Daisy isn't real, and
KT have a really. I didn't even look at the lead. Right now.
He's a really strong psychic. And he's like making us all believe in Daisy.
5K gold lead right now.
Yeah, like Faker earlier showing us the Yasuo.
Exactly.
That was
it's
really
like
cool.
the projection.
These have dragon.
Well,
can we do something here?
They're gonna try. I mean, this turret.
Yeah, I was gonna say Goober's gonna get flash ult.
But now we got a TP from the side of KT as well, and Deft is not dead yet. He tries to flash into the Aatrox, and finally he will be taken down. As now with the TP and everything, Notion
very greedy play that KT made.
Tanaka will come up from the Cassante, but even Cassante isn't crazy enough to get
run out
on
of
this one.
energy
A nice
here.
play from Notion, as they will pick up 3 kills.
Hart got ahead of the horse right there. Barrel.
Might get a bot side turret as well out of it.
Thought they were much stronger than they were. They thought they could 2 versus 4.
Caught off guard. There's Fisher. He was 100% dead there. Very clean with it. Gets the fear.
Nautilus.
And all of a sudden,
it's hard to dive in Nautilus.
It's still a freaking gold lead at 15 minutes, but it's more playable than it was, Valdez, and that's a win.
Yeah, it's about to be cut down a bit here as well. We're going to take this bot turret, get...
Mile is actually quite big. Actually quite fed. So the starts are very aggressive.
So it was what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4. Sylvie's coming down. So yeah, 2 versus 4. I mean, I know Deft and Barrel are good, but I don't think
Cougar
they're
just going in, and this is why I was hoping for more aggression earlier on. The key thing here is that Lord, because without Meow, this would have been a disaster in the 3v3. Don't think they would have had any chance of winning it. And then no TP on either mid laner means that this will just be a man advantage here for Nongshim. Really big win. Getting gold onto the Aatrox, I think, is huge as well. Sunset Sky now done.
I didn't think so, but KT got the Rift Herald already.
We'll pick up the Herald, and also I want to reiterate, I think KT have a composition that
Sylvie's getting a little bit ahead of Ivern.
The really late stages, say like 35 minutes plus, then I think they might actually start struggling, because then I think you start
more and more difficult to get farm off the map
Ivern, because you're going to get to the point where Gio and Fisher are just going to have the damage. But that's 20 minutes away, which is an eternity.
Guessing it'll be Barrel's going to have to help Ivern get the farm.
Quite a length of time. It's pretty lengthy. And KT just going to group up in here, look to push down mid. They do have the Rift Herald, so Barrel, if he did want to use it, he could. For now, he's just going to hang out in an Ivern brush. As he pings himself, probably.
Let's look at the items here.
He's just waiting in this bush.
They have no idea. They have no possible way.
Hide on bush.
Aatrox is on one item.
Barrels in there.
Y is on one item.
No, there's a bunch of pings there.
I think they know.
But it's in the river though. Okay, now they know 100%.
Leona has 4 mobs already.
Another bush. Never mind.
List is on one
If you
item.
think about it, Ivern is just there to enable Hex Flash.
Here's
Barrel has
on one
actual
item.
flash available right now, so he doesn't really need the brush. He can just flash
Ivern's on
normally.
one item.
But once that flash is used, you know, those brushes
20 minutes
get sick
again.
value.
Try to get 2 items by 20 minutes.
Very true.
Hopefully you have all 4 dragons.
Enjoying himself in
Baron
those brushes.
fight.
Also, still,
Baron.
Jiwoo rather
Like
is looking at.
Want to make sure they have 2 items before they do it.
20 minutes, which is not where you want to be as TP comes
Maybe that's
in
something
to
that
defend his
NA
turret.
teams, LEC teams don't pay attention to. 2 item power spike.
I don't know where that was going.
Burn the Baron down.
I mean, Perfect did go unstoppable, and he dashed the other way, so maybe he thought he was going to dash.
Like a prediction.
So that's why you're trying to get
and he wanted
200
to peel
CS
for
by
it,
20
and it just
minutes.
looked really silly. But
Get you the 2 items.
I do think with Sejuani is one of those champions where it's easy to not look bad by just not throwing
It's the
ults.
jungle
I'd rather
farm.
people
I think
just
it's normally about like
throw
50
them
CS
into
off or so.
into the net.
That's where the AP
someone who's played some
junglers
Guanyu
were staying
missed,
with
a
the
lot of
laners.
those, like,
So they would
indefinitely.
have 200 CS by 20
Chronicler's lying. He
or
doesn't
more
miss
than that.
skill shots.
But right now in the
I would love
LCK,
to
we're
say
seeing
that
this AP jungle meta go
Unfortunately,
away.
I played with him before. He doesn't. It doesn't happen.
For brand
How do we
loss.
lose games ever, Valdez?
Our teammates.
Yeah, actually, good point.
Rose said the answer to brand
Not
is
us.
said you
It
won.
can't be. Has
there's
to be
no
everyone
way.
else, yeah.
One.
Well, Barrel's going to go in, and he's got Daisy, the real friend, to help out. And you know what? He's providing a really great front line. There's not a lot of damage into Barrel, and now they have Redemption, and he's going to get healed up. And there's the Fate's Call as well as TP is coming in, and Mahal
Def just
now
saved
might
Barrel's
just
life.
tear
Nope.
Barrel apart, but he's still alive
Flash.
somehow. Flashes away,
Beat
and
it.
finally goes down as a lot of
Think
damage
Barrel
comes in. The
needs
divide is not
flash
great.
there.
It's perfect. Also going to be ulted up here. Flashes on top of BDD. And Giu's getting a lot of value here out of that Senna. If that hook hits Deft as well, maybe he goes down. But it's a pretty good fight here for Nomshim.
That's
Kinda like,
still
do I
a
drink
colossal
tea?
win, as you're saying. Mihal is insanely strong, has the Black Cleaver done, and
for a
it's
while.
gonna be Mountain Drake going over. I want to again
Drag
remind
it,
everyone,
drag
KT
on.
have 2 carries, so if you actually start stacking Mountain Drakes,
Here, Nongshim.
Nongshim
The
do
dragon.
have a shot. This alone is
Their
not enough,
second
but
dragon.
I feel like Barrel, all those earlier plays kind of got to him. As actually Giu gets the 63, so
BDD
still
is
not
important
great,
top
but
lane,
better than
shoved late.
what we were looking at early. As we take another look here, and I do think that this makes a lot of sense with how a lot of the fights have been going. So Barrel uses the Iron Q to get over to the wall, but Sylvie at this point is relatively tanky, and then Giu crucially doesn't actually get knocked down. So you just get the front to back here. A lot of damage goes into Sylvie, but it doesn't really matter. And then Mahal does a whole lot of damage. I want to look at this Q that he's about to find here onto 2 people.
Well, bam.
And that forces a flash. And if BDD doesn't get that shuffle, things might have gone even worse. If that hook hits on Deft, even with the cleanse, he might have been in trouble
Ivern's
as well.
flash
Exactly.
down.
I think
Sante's
KT
flash
actually got off relatively scot-free, and they're still up a good amount of gold. I don't think that they're still close to hitting the expiration date of the
Sylvie
composition, but
is
if you do that like
blue
once or
buff.
twice more, we saw it earlier with Breon today as well. Like, you cannot underestimate
Staying ahead
Nomshim.
of
They just get
Ivern.
to play this very classic front to back.
Yeah,
And
I
KT
mean,
aren't really playing the map, and I feel like that's when Nongshim really struggle.
absolutely. I mean, well, absolutely to that part as well. Maybe not as excitedly, but
I guess I don't
that,
have to
the
give
comp really
constant
benefits from
analysis
each
and
individual
stuff.
Mountain Drake, even the
Gotta be here and
new
watch
age
these games.
Aatrox as well. Just
It's just, it's
Always
good
know what
Aatrox.
to say,
It's
so
very
I'm
good.
Aatrox
sometimes
the way it's
riffing,
supposed to be
raffing.
played, yeah.
He's a bruiser, you know?
I mean, he was
To,
basically
work
unkillable
on my
in that last
craft.
fight. If Deft is not constantly hitting him, and BDD, I suppose, he is going to just
Work a
heal
little
through
bit at
everything
analysis, work a little bit at
At least he doesn't
casting.
two-tap people anymore. So that's
while
Gotta be
also being
well-rounded.
super tanky.
exactly.
Just as tanky.
Yeah, that wasn't very fun. Right now, though, we have no objective on the map outside the Baron, which I don't think either team really wants to do, although KT have a really quick Baron, so if Nongshim overstep or pushing this turret, it could be in some deep trouble. They need to be careful.
Yeah. Daisy going to be caught.
What do we got up here? Let's take another. See, Guger has his flash. Bishop's flash is down. Sylvie's flash is down. His flash is down. No flash.
Called out here, and
Feel a
see that
team
Nongshim
fight
just
ruin right here.
very scared of Daisy.
I do
as
love
I would be.
Daisy being piloted by like a little alien. Look at that.
Yeah.
That's adorable. My God. That's amazing. Look at that.
Isn't that kind of like rewriting lore, though? I don't think Daisy
Now they're at the
normally
2 items.
Well, no, it's because it's a skin, right? It's
Up
a
the
skin
2
universe,
items.
so it's
piloted by
fine.
an alien.
I think
Items.
normally she's a gold.
Items.
But
Items.
not in this skin universe, I guess. Nope.
Nongshim's a little
And
bit
BB
behind.
wasn't even
He's
there,
on
by the
one
way,
and a
when they were
half.
pushing mid. It was just, you know, the illusion. Daisy was there, just standing there, and they're like, that's a little, you know, not sure about that.
Really win a team fight.
They do have pretty nice poke just with Hui. I mean, Hui, that is one of his strong points. But, yeah, they just decided to take it
I
safely.
need to know more
It's
about
been a
Hui.
pretty
I
balanced
played
game
the
in terms of
champion.
action. We've had some
Don't
moments,
exact-
but
I
for
don't
now it's just a little bit of
understand
a
what all
lull
he
state.
does.
Nongshim not over pressuring.
So I'll admit that's something I need to
at.
look into.
Just vibing.
Practice.
KT still has
check
a good amount of
out.
time. I think the timer we set earlier was very apt, as in that post 35 minutes, you're going to get to the point where both Senna and Wei are going to have insane amounts of damage. And KT, if they lose either of their carries early on in the fight, and there is a lot of lockdown for Nongshim, it becomes really hard to play out. Mountain Drake's also going to play a big part in that. You see as
Not
well,
to
like
mouth right, but
here
the way they
Cam,
write
he's just going to go
skills,
for
abilities,
a death cap next. Maybe he'll go
really makes
for
no
stopwatch,
sense to
but
me.
we'll see what he ends up going.
Just go in the
And then
game
Deft,
and test
I
it
imagine
out.
looking
See what it
at
does.
getting the Terminus next, just to chew for what is going to be some very tanky frontline with a Senna.
The way they
as
word
well. Like,
things.
it's important to note that between
That's just
warm-ups
me
and the
personally.
Senna
I'm
healing,
not making fun of them.
we're gonna
slow,
hopefully be looking at some healing reduction. And I know there's what's gonna probably be double Thorn Mail, but I don't know if that quite covers it.
Anytime I read,
Yeah, it doesn't really, especially if
abilities
you got some of those frontliners
not so much
who
the
are not really
older
looking to
champions,
attack
but when we get into
Leona or
newer
K'Sante.
champions,
I know it does happen a lot
like Kawhi,
in
where it's
our
like
games
he
for
will
some
do this,
reason,
but then
mostly just because Leona will.
I don't even
really
like
get up
the
into
way
the
his
front
kit
line
sounds.
and
I don't even
almost force people to attack her.
comprehend.
But yeah, I mean,
Beating
ideally
the
you want to be
champion
beating those guys
knows
that don't have Thorn
abilities do and understand
If KT win
what
this
he
fight,
truly
though,
does.
and they get a big team fight win, they get a Dragon and they get the Baron, I think they're
I don't know
completely
if
vibing.
Riot knows
Mid lane turret still being up though.
they're
for
wording
Nongshim
it
is actually a really
correctly
good
or
win.
not.
Yeah, same for KT,
Not
but
putting them
KT
down.
also still has their outer.
To me
turret in the top
personally,
lane,
it's
and I
really
think that their
confusing.
objectives have taken less of a hit.
All they champion the passive
than
and the
Nongshim.
abilities,
So we do see
the alt.
Wei consistently spotting out
So-
who's hiding in those brushes.
I'm just explaining why I've stayed away
Big
from
fight Val
why.
that's about to come up here for this Dragon. Possible soul point
Trying
for
out
Nongshim.
Whoa.
Figure out
Nice
what
blast from Pyosik, and now
exactly
Beryl's
his
gonna
kit
get in
does.
there as Guger got himself
Have
into a rough spot. The Fate's
some
call
of an
just to
idea.
reposition Beryl here as he throws himself back into the front as BDD is gonna find Fisher, but the follow-up a little bit slow. He is surviving. Finally, he will go down, and the redemption keeps BDD alive for even longer. And all the while, Deft is just raining down spears into everybody in
Perfect
this
down
one.
here.
Meanwhile, Mahaya wasn't even there. He was just zoned the entire time by Perfect, so it's a huge team fight win over to KT, and they want to bite off more.
That's the fight that KT was looking for.
You guys can't stay here. They're just trying to defend this turret. That's not really going to work out for them, as Beryl will just die to the turret.
Donner.
Just Beryl things, you know? And they will
Still
take down
47k gold to 43.
as you guys should go for the Dragon.
K gold
That's the best call.
So Fisher is going to TP in. I wonder if... No, I don't think they'll have the time. I'm like, can maybe
So it's
they
like,
stall
well,
with
if
Fisher
KT
until
could just
Mahal
fix their
TPs in?
mistakes, right?
I don't think they have the ward set up, and no, we're going to see instead TPing towards the top side of the map. This is actually surprisingly close. So it starts with Guger almost finding the hook on Pyosik, then he flashes, and then they go in here. I think a really big part is that Mahal wasn't actually in that fight because he was taken out of it. First he has to flash away, and then I think Perfect later on is going to zone him. It looks like it's just one here because Fisher doesn't have flash. But again, the fact that you don't have the Aatrox reset, yeah, that ult from Perfect was super big because if Mile gets like another Q or two off, if he's actually
It
in
might
that
have
fight,
been
I
like
think Nongshim might have a shot with Sylvie.
got everyone
Jiren
there and
still being
finished the
alive.
game
You
out.
see, actually does a good amount of damage, but
Such
instead
Bonnie ult missing.
take away what I think was the most fed
Now,
member of
JD.
Nongshim, like level.
Trying to say you wouldn't want up here. You get tired of me talking after like 10 minutes and one down. And it's kind of throwing me off on this game, but it's okay.
15 Aatrox on 2.5.
Here we are back into this first
really
game.
nice
Nongshim versus
really
KT.
important win. By itself, not enough, but they are still.
KT have looked really good, and they've looked kind of bad, so they call KT a roller coaster, so I guess it's my type of team.
That's not a knife. I was looking at that, I'm like,
Start the
man,
Baron
I
here.
haven't seen one of those in many years.
Again, I could go into, if you would like more in-depth analysis of this, and I didn't give you good enough analysis, well, shoot me a
Just doing the Baron here, and that's going to
question,
be the
or
for the smite, and now we do have the front line getting pretty low on the side of
sure
KT.
we've talked about enough
But
that
he's eating so much of
satisfied.
this damage, and even Mahal on the Aatrox not able to survive for long enough as Fisher not going to be feeling too good about frontlining on the way as KT to get the
KT
Baron,
get that
and
Baron.
3 bonus kills on top of it.
And right
here.
there is why Ivern is so frustrating to play into. You think you get close, you think you have the reset, and maybe Mahal can pop off, but it's just not enough. The
What,
shielding, the
JD,
heal.
buddy? What? You gotta go outside again? Do you really have to go outside again? Hmm.
To come through. Everyone on KT ends up staying alive, and if Mahal doesn't get the big resets, if he can't buy space,
oh boy,
the fights just aren't going to be won. Yeah, I think
Got a turret down, got
fight
some
in
more
mid,
gold.
that was maybe surmountable, but KT, cool, calm, and collected, immediately follow up with going for Baron, and this is where I think the difference between, you know, like week 2 KT and current KT, I think they actually
Maybe if Millie would have teleported at that control ward in the Baron pit.
Low, but as long as he doesn't die, it doesn't really matter. Cougar, not really that
Took
beefy, and
a good bit of time to run from that one.
at this point, I think you at that point should have
Maybe
just
that
tried to
was a
like
little bit of a confusion on Aatrox's part there, where he should have went for this ward here. Oops. Aatrox, whoa, that's not the right one either. If Aatrox maybe would have teleported on top of that ward, that might have been a completely different game changer there, but maybe miscommunication.
hard commit and just run it out and see what happens. But
I think the item
you have
and
half the
gold
team
difference.
going in, half the team being like, oof, I don't think we'd take this fight, and they were right. I think that's going to be game 1 now, firmly in the grasp of KT. A 10, almost over a 9k gold lead here.
Head of the game now. He's
yeah. And now from ahead,
yes.
the Ivern just feels
He's
like the
Right.
value is just insane. I mean, the shields that he gives, you know, you remember that buff, that big buff on that patch that Ivern got, where we were like, oh, we're going to be seeing Ivern all the time. I think it was at the beginning of spring, actually. Not 100% sure. Maybe it was last summer, but it's you just have shields up all the time. It's just gigantic shields with 3.5 items, and everybody is tanky now. So, you know, maybe lacking a little bit of damage,
that,
but if
so
you ever
Ivern's
die,
shield makes
then Kalista and
Kalista
Azir are
probably
going to be two of the
tanky.
best
That's-
at just staying
Never really
alive
thought
in
about
teamfights
that.
forever.
Like,
Way also needs a
Ivern
lot of
out of the
rotations to
last
actually
game.
get through any of them.
Yeah.
Given that Fisher hasn't really been able to accelerate. And then
Bail
Gio
out
actually
and a
loved the
shield.
Serpent's Fang. I think that's a great buy, especially together with the Executioners, but it's just not enough damage. There's not enough
Probably
time.
see
And
something like
KT
that.
looking to go to a very comfortable 1-0 lead
On
here.
glass.
A lot of cooldowns being
That's-
thrown, but not a whole lot being found, Valdez.
Yeah, and if you're ever in doubt, you can always head back to your giant bush farm that you've got back there.
Got a
And
nice
now Barrel's
engage
just
there
gonna
from Barrel.
pull the
catching
trigger
Cougar.
on the engage, force the flash out of Cougar, as now they're trying to engage on a Cassante. That's how you know things have gone horribly wrong. As down will go the turret now, and we got the front line coming in. Perfect. Oh, he's just got everybody up against
I know,
the
but I'm
wall.
liking
And he might
Barrel's
go down.
Leona
Even
in
Ivern
this
not going to be able to save him, but the Nexus of Nongshin will be the one that goes down in this game. Mahal surviving for about forever.
A few games here.
But it
this
just
week
does
for
not
Leona.
matter. KT pushing in.
Wow, Leona is
as they
very
run out of the
tanky.
Baron buff, and they are up against a way.
This is a Warmog's Leona.
I'm not sure it's going to matter here, Chronicler.
Bramble Vest.
As BDD, yeah, he's just
So-
flexing on him.
Personally, I would like to do better
Talking about the
analysis,
haters
and
here,
that's what I'm working
as
on.
he does take down
I don't
another
want to
member
just sit
of
here and talk
Nongshin,
about
and they're
well,
just
this
going to
team
gather
org
around
is
the
better than
fountain
this
just
org.
that
I want to
extra
give
bit
you
of
really good
BM
analysis.
as they look for that one extra kill. It's not going to
Think,
happen. Down
what
will go
did
the
the other
Nexus.
team
KT
do
will take
wrong
a
while they
clean
lost?
first
Instead of
game
just
of the series.
harping on, well, this team won, or this is a better org.
KT,
So those are some of the things I'm wanting to work here on the Sodaron
They
screen.
kept their cool.
Whatever.
They
I'm
didn't
trying.
really feel
You
like
know,
they were ever
what is
truly
this I'm
big.
trying
They
to
always
do?
felt like, yeah, you know, is the lead big enough? But
I
think
am
we
trying
really
to get
saw why the
Twitch
moment that you
affiliate.
take a fight that isn't optimal
I'm a
against
Twitch
an Ivern,
partner
like there's
right
just
now,
nothing
but
you can do.
if a
Shout
couple
out to
more
Oaks
followers,
actually texted me the specific stats that
and
Pusha got with that
then I
dog
can get
core.
the Twitch
It gave
affiliate.
22
Then
and a half
I can
healing
go
and
to
shield power and
TwitchCon,
like 93 AP.
meet
So that's
everybody,
Actually, yeah, no, that's a
Sodaron.
lot.
I can
to
get away
come
from my
through there,
dog for a
so
day or
I'm sure
two.
Bioshake will get his due. I think that Barrel to me was the standout in
Bring
the
him.
early game, but the team fights in particular, I think Bioshake
Like,
really had
trying to
a
get
great
a
game.
few more
I
followers
think
here on
everyone
Twitch.
KT
That's
had
the
their
main
moments
thing.
perfect.
I really
had a really
think
good
that's
fight
what
in
will
mid.
help get this off.
BDD and Deft, I think self-explanatory, just got to output a lot of
KT
damage
win
in the
game
fight.
one. I don't know if
Nongshim,
it's Game
unfortunately,
series.
they did look close, but
This is
in the
match
end, just
32.
couldn't really
That's
pull
KT
through.
win game
Yeah.
1.
A really fun game for those two.
Pretty
I think
convincing
the
game.
giant shields given over to BDD, who just got to stand there and wait for his moment. And then
I've got to
plays
step
as
away
well.
and
That's gonna be
see if
game
little
one.
buddy
Going
needs
over
to
to
go
KT Russell. We're gonna
outside
take a break and have the space.
and
We'll be
take
right
a
back.
breather. I'll be back in like 15, 20 minutes. Okay.
후원 막을게. 앞에부터. 형아 공 써줘. 더 가네. 뛰었고. 나 허응 안 돼. 큐 맞춰야 돼. 풀어 떨어질까. 가볼래? 끝났어. 형은 조심해. 얘네 풀 좀. 얘네 후에 노프리만 해. 나 이거 피 좀 리젠할게. 이거 나 이거 풀 볼게. 끝내. 안 닿았다. 안 돼. 풀 볼게. 끝났다. 와, 0018 뭐야? 깔끔하다. 죽을 뻔?
미스터리 복면 칼바람 대전 후아유 맨. 우승자입니다. 붕대맨. 지난 시즌 1위 나간 이후로 많은 호평을 남겨주셨습니다. 여러 같은 성원에 힘입어 후아유맨 시즌2를 진행하게 됐습니다. 박수! 이전보다 더 강력해진 예측부로 미스터리한 칼바람 대전.
이상한 사람 아니에요?
누구지 지금 정체를 모르겠어요.
왜 이렇게 잘해?
후아유맨? 정말 쉽지 않습니다.
미스터리 복면 칼바람 대전 후아유 맨.
And aiming now. He's taken some control of the river for the minute. Getting a little bit dicey there, Wolf. 4,000 gold is the lead. It's kind of nuts. Yeah, Jiwoo is now going to get ulted on here by aiming. Killer Instinct comes in. Can he actually get it? He finds the 1v1 as the Ignite will pick up the kill here for Kellen.
Here he is going to arcane shift easily out of that, but it's still going to push him away. As now, look at this once again. In goes Raptor, just following for the flash. They're very deep onto this one. As now the Impale coming in. Big play ultimate though is going to take down the Relic. Desante. Taking, can anyone kill him? The answer is no, as Bulldog just gonna kill the rest of the enemy team as all the focus went on to the Fed Desante, and Quantum Freak easily win the fight.
Lip reading is such a broken strat.
Yeah, Skarner's not in a great spot here as he will have to flash away. Now they're trying to turn on a dude who will have to flash himself, but the Nidalee with the spear and Cuz goes in, immediately gets dashed into, but he's getting so much value. Another spear comes in, and Cuz is just dominating this
right? So for me now, the question becomes to maintain his pressure, and a 4-man dive will be a great example.
This is a lot of pressure, yeah. I like the word you use. They're trying to turn on the death though. He's so low and he will be taken out. As no stun goes on Akuma. He can't even get the kill. Flash rock, no, he misses. And Cario, well, he's probably gonna go down here, but they don't get Guma, and a wonderful... XXL already getting some nice value with his next shots. And KT, you know, they've dragged this Drake over their side. They're just allowing T1 to try to tank it up. Cario looking for an engage, but he's getting extremely low. Has to go into his ult. Now he has to engage, but it comes down to a limited shot to Biotic. As CDD goes in, immediately the Braum goes down. The supports are out, but the resets are coming in, and the Elder Drake is doing its job. Faker and Guma still alive, though, as now trying to go back in here as is. Not sure about that, as Biotic going to be able to take him down. The TV's coming in. KT, they get the Drake.
Oh, really big there. As Wolf set up.
Yeah, trying to make the play onto the Cassante. He does all out the starter into the turn, and Seas has to flash away. Going back in onto the all-out Cassante. Not sure about that one. Impale on a bow. Do they have the damage? So perfect. Goes in, assassinates the Nidalee, and now he's totally fine. Never quitting are the shields that Pyosik is giving on out, as it is a 1-0 so far for KT over Nongshim. What's up, everyone? Digon here in the space to break down that matchup alongside Ox and Wolf. And it was shields for days and not enough damage for Nongshim to break through.
Yeah, we didn't really like the comp that much for KT, Ox and I, in terms of how it works out in isolation. Like as a 5-man team, no double AD carry here. The Azir not going to necessarily get that much value out of this. But when you look at the comp that they're playing into, a lot of burst upfront damage to the way. The Senna's attack speed is quite low, pretty low damage output. It's pretty good, the shields into this comp. You drop the redemption down and nobody can kill anybody on the side of KT.
Yeah, I think target selection has to be really good for Nongshim here. A lot of times they're dumping so much damage in Leona, who gets shielded and takes even less damage. Also, the Aatrox from Pyosik's bushes actually was quite significant, especially when he picked up the Dawn Core to give it quite a bit of AP.
Yeah, it really felt like this was a composition that was on a timer, and KT played against that timer. They're able to get it done. A lot of the time, you don't get to see teams be able to do that. Let's take a look at the highlights here from this last matchup. As around 12 minutes, we had the fight on the bottom side of the river.
There's a fight early on in the game, and you know the composition of Nongshim is not quite online just yet, right? You know, Jiwoo can't really offer much in this situation. Sylvie gets caught first here. Daisy blocks the hook, and overall KT just in a much better position to actually capitalize on this. The ult comes down from Jiwoo as well, but it puts him in a position where he can get ulted here. It's just a cleanup from the side of KT Rolster. I think opting into this fight at this stage of the game with the composition of KT was just not the right play.
Yeah, and since Beryl led the charge, they kind of just focused damage on him. He survived so long, and then the Callista ult there as well, so they don't even get that first target. Just obviously not an ideal way to start the fight.
Yeah, a little ring around the rosy on the blast cone as well. You can see the mind games that were happening. Both teams knew that the timer was there, and they felt like the gold lead was going the way of KT, so the fight was taken. Then at 25 minutes, the mid-fight where things really opened up.
Yeah, and I think here, once again, you know, trying to find an engage onto the Ivan doesn't quite connect. And similarly, we just see Beryl tanking up a lot, able to re-engage. And it's here where BDD really finds a good opportunity to get in the fight and survives just far longer than you'd expect in Azir in this situation. Kind of reminded me of the tank Azirs that we used to see.
Yeah, BDD a little bit overzealous, I think, with this play, but you could just see how much time they can buy with redemption, with the shielding. It almost feels like you could do anything as Azir in this composition because you're so well protected. And yeah, it was a bit of a messy fight for KT, but this is another illustration of the shielding, the healing, all of the ways that you can survive and out damage this Senna or just survive through her damage there. And Guger, you know, he wanted to get that pick on the Ivern. If he hits that hook and they end up blowing Ivern up. Pyosik dies. Maybe the fight looks completely different, but it was actually his attempt there that really gave KT the opportunity to turn it around.
I also think the sort of Moonstone Redemption combo, we've seen it quite a few times before. It's really popular, obviously, on Ivern right now. I just think it's so strong how much it amplifies Redemption, which is already a strong item, and can just get like team-wide resets in terms of health. It's insane.
Yeah, plus putting that on top of Kasante just made it so difficult to get anything done. Let's see who the POG is here of game number 1, and it is Pyosik with his run here. That is 2 from last week and starts off week number 4 with the POG.
24,000 heals and shields to his teammates. 100% KP, that's not 100% KP at 14. That's 100% game-wide. 18 out of 18. I'm expecting he's going to get a 14 out of 14 vote here. Sorry, 12 out of 12 vote here. We're not 14 just yet. Maybe add a few more media.
Justice for host, please. Justice for host votes.
Yeah, all right. But honestly, it was a great Ivern game by him. I think despite the composition, he played it incredibly well.
Yeah, and I think obviously the time we've seen Ivern stand out the most is when paired with picks like Tristana, super powerful. But just the fact that, you know, when piloted well, you can clear the jungle so fast, and the value you can get, even when it's not specifically with an AD carry, still pretty big.
Barrel votes, I'm totally okay with that. Bit of a top and mid situation, a little bit less
Media's
interested in that.
kind of all over the place, you know.
Yeah.
Feels like there's 2 blocks with everyone else that Media just missed.
Media got the Giga Chat Pogs all correct in the first series, but all over the place here. You know, I guess they're just trying to figure out where all the healing came. You know, yeah, they're just trying to figure out where all the damage came from. You know, some boom damage with Callista. I'm not sure.
They just hate support. You know, there's support in the jungle and obviously a support in the bot lane, and they just refuse to vote for them.
You forgot that the mid laner, the bottom laner, and the top laner all got value out of shields from Ivern, and they were like, wow, he's got a big shield, he's doing a lot. They forgot where it came from.
I must say, Kasante, though. Kasante has his own shield, right? Look, what piloted so well, it was all perfect doing it on purpose. All right, game number 1 is done and dusted. How will they do in game number 2? Let's find out together. Thank you, Spacers. As that was one of the rare moments where both Degon and the Korean host stopped talking at the exact same time.
Wow.
Amazing throw from Degon. Unbelievable. He can't even hear her.
Okay, I'm back. Oh, what was I saying? Oh, I was saying I made amazing food today. Guess what I made today? I was saying fried tofu and fried rice. I made this. It's delicious. Can't wait to sit down and eat it. I may start having to do that in breaks and stuff again. I know like probably got a lot of dead time in this stream. So if we've been streaming for 7 hours, maybe we've only got like 6 hours of stream or 5.5 hours of stream. That's fine. You guys can go in and I can probably edit it on YouTube pretty easily. It looks like the video editor is pretty easy to use. So I can eventually go in, or I don't know, hire somebody to edit it, or get a friend out there and pay them to edit it at their time. So there's an option. So it looks pretty easy to edit once you got it up. So what am I saying here? My headphones. I just have to work at this at my own pace, get my own scheduling and eating habit around the streaming, and it'll slowly get there. So I'm sure like next year, if I'm still doing this, I mean, who knows? I'm also starting to see why some of you out there won't help streamers until they've built their thing up a while. I'm starting to see that. I didn't see it from that point of view.
Some Pyosik fans here. Also, Mom.
Like people that are well-known
But it was on the
streamers
sign,
and
I don't
stuff,
know.
they won't help new people.
No, Sim, we'll see if
We'll see if they
have
can
to
come
build
back
your
here in
own
the series.
brand
I
and
would
get it
expect
going
that they
first
stay on the
before
red
they will
or
work
blue
with
side
you
rather,
or
but
help you.
maybe they
And
want
I'm
to try their
starting to see
chances
their
on red
viewpoint.
just to try to mix things up.
That's all I'm
Let's
saying.
see. Nope, they'll just stay on the blue side.
I wonder if we're going to see like an Ivern ban. If that's going to come through.
Saw a lot of that at EWC for a good reason.
Yeah, it's Ivern to me is also one of those champions where I think you can learn how to play around it, but it takes a lot of games. I think a lot of windows that a lot of players will be accustomed to that are kill windows just don't exist when Ivern's there. Much more,
So
even
I'm
more
writing
so
in my little
than
notebook
with
that I
traditional
have. I
genres
write
where
down
you
all
just
the
lose it.
drafts.
Kind of need to learn how to play around that as well. This is very similar.
So
We'll see. KT might just keep the prioritization on it, as they are going to probably just ban the same thing. If you ban Tristan, I feel like Corki just naturally follows as well.
I know something would turn off that I don't write this
Gnome
down.
give
like,
their
on the
POG
computer
vote
screen.
to BDD. So they're
in
alongside
paper.
of middle media there. I don't agree. I think that BDD is totally fine if you ban Azir. In fact, I think he doesn't care at all. As Corki is going to be banned here once again. Same bans, different order from KT. The Sejuani first pick. And what's it going to be this time?
It's like the same thing again,
What will
basically.
it be? There is actually a good amount of the highest priority mets already taken away. You can go towards stuff like the Yone. You can also get really weird with it.
You go Ari-Vi.
Yeah, or LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Work really well.
Vi.
Depending on what BDD prefers.
Let me go to my little notes here. Vi, good at Sejuani.
I don't think that blind Yone is really...
No, I don't think you want
I don't think you want to
Also
do that,
with
especially with Vi. Yeah.
I don't imagine that's...
It just feels like that's the... Okay, this
Oriana,
champion doesn't
I haven't
exist.
seen
Wait.
Ah.
The new meta here.
That's not a
today.
champion.
Okay, maybe the Azir ban was good, actually. I take it back.
Well,
I take it back.
I was like... Yeah,
Huh. Yeah, that's not the combo I was looking for. It still works, right? You can, if I can go in, it's a good ball delivery system, but...
And what if you pick Ivern again? Wait, they already have Vi.
Yeah,
I was like, wow, so many shields. Yeah, this is a good angle for Yone here for
Yone
Fisher, especially with the
into
Sejuani
Oriana.
on their side.
Okay, I got it. You go Yone, Renekton, and pray that they don't ban Ziggs. Easy.
I mean, Ziggs isn't the only AP champion
Well,
that can be played in the bottom
Let's be honest, it's the only one that's going to get played in the LCK. I know that we can play other things.
Yo, middle
When we had the awesome dude meta and we had like Vladimir
Gonna
and
play
Morgana,
and I would love to see. I would
Cassiopeia.
love to see Swain. I would love to see bot lane Karthus, but we both know it's also Karthus obviously also just got hit. I don't know how much it's gonna matter because I think that the draft in last game from KT was also not perfect. It was good, but I don't think it was necessarily like top level when it comes to strengths and synergies, but it worked out very, very well. Deft is going to try and trick another media member into voting for him with the collect. He had a great game, don't get me wrong, but he was very much just, he was there. And he didn't get killed, or he didn't get killed like in a lot of the fights. He just played out his lane well. He had the little oopsie towards bot side, but it's against the Nautilus.
Media was very impressed about how well he laned against Nautilus.
Yeah, I think Guger has not had the best of time.
So, I feel like a Leona ban should come out eventually.
Yeah,
Otherwise, we're just going to get
Glass.
Callista Leona again, because you're not giving them Ezreal Leona.
To see Ivern.
This
on
is
Glass.
the most obvious.
I am
Leona
picking
are-
Leona.
Guys, we're picking Leona.
So now, for Nongshim, I want you to find the Leona and ban
They're
it
not
away.
gonna. I feel like they're just gonna ban like Nautilus, or I can feel.
They'll like ban Rel or something?
No, ban
We're like,
Nico.
wait.
Wait, hold up.
Well, they banned Renata Glass. That one's good with Callista. What else is good with Callista? Not Gnar.
Gnar
I
gets
told
named.
It's not Gnar. Gnar isn't good with Callista.
I told you, man.
Although maybe T1 would play that at some point and prove me wrong. And they're not even going to pick it. Okay.
I like the draft
Well, I guess
time here
let's
because
just
they
throw
drag it out a
everything
little
out the
bit, but
window.
it
No,
gives
shit
you a little bit of
Leona.
time to think of, well, how could this team
That's even Jesus
play out?
like typing like Leona question mark.
Yundo.
Oh, Yundo's
Not a
typing. Where's Leona?
Lista.
And we don't.
Where is Leona?
Deft.
I mean, maybe it just doesn't get Like,
But,
it's Ezreal Leona.
Yeah, it's like a
That's
game of chicken where, okay, if you don't ban it, then KT almost definitely are going to pick it. And then if you don't pick it, then almost definitely
You have to take it away from Barrel, though.
Just has a great R5 pick. Like, I trust Barrel to just pull out something crazy that is going to make this happen.
Because they know 100%
they're
they're
gonna be
playing
wrong.
Leon.
For sure. I think Aatrox is fine. I'm kind of thinking, like, I would actually love Gwen. I think Gwen is really good.
Alistar was banned.
Into Cassandra, I think it goes well with the Sejuani, and you do really need AP.
But that's not a champion.
Yeah, well, I know they're not going to pick it, but I would have liked it. That's not what I was thinking towards. That's more like it. Yeah.
Tarek,
we'll see.
Seraphine?
We're not going to get baited in by Barrel. It might just end up being
I don't mind the Braum at all.
Honestly, I like the Braum a lot more.
Poppy's a similar vein.
Yes!
It's just Tarek! Just...
Woo! I told you Barrel was going to do it. Oh,
I just see some
Barrel.
new stuff here.
Okay, so if you're unfamiliar...
First day of the new patch on the LCK. This is,
Kalista Tarek
again,
is
this is
actually
the first
insane.
patch.
Like, that's a really good
The
2-2.
first day of this new
Because Kalista can hop forward, activate
champions
the
were
stun.
building a
It's
new
also
meta.
a nightmare to play Leona into Tarek.
I start
And
to
I think a
come
lot of
away
what
now.
Nongshim have is really telegraphed, right? Like
Starting to come down to an end.
Leona engage. Sejuani is a little bit more snappy,
Or
but
Leon's probably out there.
I love the Tarek.
Solo
That's
queue.
actually so good.
Well, this is what happens when players in the LCK
At least I can
like
go to
Barrel
bed knowing that there's
don't
somebody out there that
only
wants to see me
Handshake
play a game
commit
of solo
to
queues.
one
I can feel like
specific
I'm.
meta.
I like
They
the
say,
Nong
hey, there are
Shin.
certain picks which are amazing into those comps, and I don't just have to pick the top tier pick.
Look, and I'm not full of BS. Look. Want to know my favorite ramen noodles, guys? It is Nong Shim mushroom and fried tofu. This is my favorite ramen. Shim green. Really good. But I take and add mushrooms and tofu, and I make a big thing of soup and eggs. I use this as the base. I even put potatoes in my ramen soup. It's awesome. Broccoli.
He didn't just have to pick Rel or something random there, you know? Like, the
That's
Tarek
why
makes
it's
so much
important to
sense.
me. I'm trying to get
You know, generally
my
it's not
diet
big,
and
but in this
eating
specific situation,
good with
I
this
love it. It becomes
streaming
amazing.
thing. I don't want to get doing DoorDash and
Big
eating
fan.
junk food.
We'll see. As we have
Only
some global
26K.
fans.
So, okay,
That is a
let's go into the
both
game
like
here.
potential.
The more I stream, I'll probably start skipping through more like this. But I like the idea of you can sit and watch a game with somebody. We're listening to the casters. I mean, the volume's probably got them lower than what I'm listening to, but sometimes it's nice to play off the casters if I'm talking and stuff because they make a good point. Even though I guess that's not why you're turning in to listen to me, but it's like you got a friend because you got a friend that you can watch the game with. I don't have that in my life. Nobody in my life likes League of Legends. They all think it's the most ridiculous, dumb thing there is. So automatically, I don't have anybody to talk or have a conversation with except JD down here and on social media.
I'm just imagining.
So here we go again. Now Tarek has the. I don't know if this is just because it's an extra game and they don't do it in the first game. These are things we're going to pay attention to here on the Soda stream. Yon has got his sweeper ward, so 3 wards. 5 wards. The imaginary line that splits the map that I can't draw straight. Okay.
Valdez. Pioshik ulting in, and then whoever gets ulted
Also, I
gets
didn't
hit
say, but
by...
KT's on red side, which again, it seems like when the better teams or better orgs play the lower orgs, they prefer to have red side. OP.
Like a ball and then deft frozen barrel, and then barrel also stuns you, and it's just... It's a very bad time. Oh, we're gonna get the graphic with the last time Tarek was picked.
So all the players are just fanned out except Yon went back and got the trinket ward. I guess he didn't get a ward swept
Good.
out.
Everyone in chat, join us. How long?
Price is right.
Don't look
A
it
lot
up.
going
How
on
long?
right
How
here.
many days?
I feel like it was played
And then
last year at some point. I'm gonna
Barrel's
say
about to go back.
312 days.
Where did
I'm
their
gonna
wards
say
go is what I'm trying to figure out. So
820
there's his ward.
days.
He's not recalling. They're
Okay.
playing a
Well,
game.
whoever closer,
playing a game right here
I'm not
with
gonna
wins
say
a prize.
like one day, like, cause that'd be
You
sick.
should have said 3.
I guess Leon is waiting to be able to go use their sweeper lens to get
And
that
13.
ward
Yeah,
out.
no, I
That's
know.
actually the way to win.
Well, yeah, I know that.
Which is all that matters.
I'm okay. Jisun and Yundo, they're also
Rested to see will Leona go back up there to
joining
get the ward. And there Yon gets some type of ward up in the river a little bit. Or that's not Yon. BDD. Don't know why. No, that's Piosek's ward. Okay. Hard to tell.
about 700 days. So we have 300.
Piosek's getting a leash there
We
from
have,
Perfect.
Somebody played it.
we have 300, 800, and 700.
Sylvie's getting a really
And
good
I'm
leash
sure
from
everyone
his
in
bottom
chat said
lane.
300
This will
as well.
give KT's bottom lane a little bit of an advantage starting out because they also know that the bottom lane of Nongshim is leashing right now, so because they're missing. So Deft
Yeah,
and
okay.
Barrel are down here.
Without looking it up. Yeah, but if it's close to 300, you'll be right nonetheless, Valdez.
So that's Barrel's ward here. But they're gonna. I think that allows KT to play aggressive because they've got 2 wards.
I just, when it's 312, I want everybody to know that I said...
That you exactly said
Yeah.
that. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Because we know the graphic is coming.
Yeah.
It's on its way.
It's being made right now.
Yon, I think Yon is
Okay,
Oriana
I
counter.
got Wolf with 950. I got Yoon
This
or
means
Deagle.
as Oriana gets a level ahead of Yon, but so BDD's gonna have a rougher time in this mid lane matchup right now.
With 299.
That's the American show.
Yeah,
he knows
Digon.
how to play the game.
Yeah,
Really
and
just
then
trying
Dan
to pay
is,
attention to the
Ox
wards
is
and thinking,
544.
brains
So we
dying.
have a good spread.
Yeah.
Of when was Tarek last played?
Here it comes.
Nongshim they're shoved up so hard that they don't really get a good ward position. It should be more up here on the enemy side of the map over the line that I talk about.
718. So it wasn't...
Barrel will go in here and
Oh,
sweep
it's
this out.
Jisun and Yundo.
You losers. Oh my
I was relatively close. I was
Got a little bit of time left,
It's not
probably
happening,
like
but
30
it was
seconds.
actually Snowflower.
We even at
2 years
Atlas.
ago.
Atlas with 311. Oh, was it Life or Snowflower? It was one of the two against the other. I think it was Life.
Oh, it was live.
It was Life.
Okay, it was
Yeah.
live. Okay. That makes sense. And then he...
But you gotta make plays around the map
Well,
from
not immediately.
Vision.
Yeah, he did leave us.
Event.
Oh, that was. I'm like, wait, that was
Or
when
Vision
Snowflower
allows
came
you to
back.
make
That's
plays
that
around
was,
the map.
That was not great.
Yeah.
That didn't really work out, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, you gotta try everything, including Tarek. This feels like a much better spot for
I thought you were going to draw the historic parallel between Snowflower coming in and Goober coming in.
So I see Sylvie getting the Scryer's Bloom here and getting some vision on the top side, the red top side jungle. So they know where Pyosek is, or they know he's not over here, so obviously he's down here. He's probably going to come down here to the Krugs or something since KT's bottom lane is shoved up so far.
We always make the Bible reference.
Yeah.
Not to the book, but
the
to the player.
Yeah.
The Bible.
Going back.
So one thing that Orianna does really well is lane. She is one of the best laners, and it used to get picked a lot in a bunch of metas just because you basically don't lose to anything that's
gold.
Literally Lost World. She was like, her and Azir were very far ahead of the rest of the curve.
Yep.
When it comes to picks,
I was wrong.
Really,
went back.
She's definitely
got a ward,
not
long
right
sword,
now,
ruby
but
crystal,
so many
elf
advances.
pot.
Once again, Azir, Talia, Tristana, Corki.
Yes, he's going
all
top
taken
lane
away in the
because
first
there's
round.
so much pressure into the lane.
And besides Orianna, I mean, we were thinking like the Ahri could have been chosen just for the nice synergy with the Vi. I mean, Orianna also has synergy with the Vi, but a little bit less kill potential. You know, a little bit less CC, right?
I'm sure he'll gank or go and try to get a flash out of Aatrox.
You know,
Aatrox is overextended over this line that I talk about.
Zoe?
Now Sylvie, it looks like...
Well, you said that about Orianna.
Yo,
She's
it's
on my
probably
screen,
Yo.
Val. Fisher is really struggling, though. And I do think that this is a matchup where you're not supposed to go even, but I feel like he is really taking a beating. And just when it comes to consistently in CS,
probably just back because he's really
able
low
to
on
make it
mana.
work. Obviously, our golden standard when it comes to this is Chovy, so that's also a little unfair.
Yeah.
So we do have the junglers both
Have vision
already
of this
gotten their
Raptors,
first back,
they
so
know
he's
we're
going to have a much earlier power spike because he's buying a very cheap item. Top side, we had a little bit of a risk there. Pierce was actually hovering towards top, but
looks like Yo's
I'm not sure
teleporting
if they
top.
knew whether or not Mahal
Teleporting
had
at the same
warded. If you do end up 2v2ing,
like
early on
ISX
against
going for the
Sejuani,
dragon
which you're
now,
not.
so that's
You're
good.
You're not
KT
winning
wanna
that. Yeah.
guess win this game
Gonna have
quickly and
especially
go
P6,
home.
Post 6, I'm like,
Not
could probably make it
playing
happen with
around
the
in this
isolation,
game.
but not going to be the case.
Dude, take
Right,
the
I'm
dragon
play
in
here,
5
but
minutes.
everybody's level 5.
KT's showing you
So-
how to
There,
win.
Sylvie making
Game.
sure that they actually get it. I don't
Yeah.
think they can actually make it here in time,
Some
though.
games you can't really judge the right way to play.
But the flash out of the Leona here.
Limit
Barrel
testing
with
and
the
trying
killer
other
instinct
things.
on the turret.
I
Not
should
even
be
the
looking
right
at the
champ is
cooldown
Cougar now
stuff right now.
Flashing away, and Depth is just going to get in there and try to collect first blood. But now, immediate cleanse. Depth is struggling, but he does get the first blood. And immediately does get traded back, but still 400 gold does go to the pockets of Deft.
I don't know if that's really worth it. Like, obviously getting the first blood is good. Like, that part's great, but you invest...
What did...
on the Tarek, not even the right...
Just looking here. Okay, so... His flash is down, his flash is down. Got his flash up, flash up. You're also around level 6, so you got a couple ults. Sejuani doesn't have his ult yet. Vi doesn't have his ult yet. His flash is up. BDD, that is. So BDD's flash is up. Barrel lost his heal. I think Deft ends up losing his cleanse and flash in this.
Champ is Cougar now flashing away, and Depth just going to get in there and try to collect first blood. But now, immediate cleanse. Depth.
The game has a little bit of lag when it shows you what summoner spells are down. So there's like this really ugly lag in the client or game.
Is struggling, but he does get the first blood. And immediately does get traded back, but still 400 gold does go to the pockets of Deft.
I don't know if that's
Yeah, Deft lost his cleanse and flash. But mainly is wanting to see what Nongshin have left here. Their flash and all. Okay. Alright.
really worth it. Like, obviously getting the first blood is good. Like, that part's great, but you invest full summoners for your bot lane. And yeah, you get first blood, which is nice. And it goes to Deft, which is also a win. But you also lose the full wave on bot. So I don't know if that's worth it. This was nicely done though. They actually, I think, used the vision of the ward in the ghost rather, and then are able to take down.
Yone does have his ult
get
there.
Cougar very low, but like Deft is just kind of. I don't think he should have
Gotta kill.
went that deep necessarily.
He just, you know, he was inspired because he got that one vote from Right Media in the last game, and he's like, you know what?
There
I
you
gotta
go.
do it for Right Media. I gotta get first blood. I want another vote.
I did get
Nong
it.
Shim
Wants to be noticed.
It's also
got
it's
the
not
void
the
grubs
right,
here.
even with that,
and
I think
sitting
he's able
on
to
top
catch
of
most of the
vision.
wave. Its death timers are still relatively low, so it's still okay. KT favorite trade, but it depends on whether or not Nongshim's going to be able to punish this lack of summoners. If they do actually get another skirmish, could definitely be a difference maker. See if that ends up happening.
Let's see. Sejuani is in the area, so it allows Aatrox to play aggressive in this lane matchup right here. Plus, there's a ward in this Tri-Brush. See, Pyosek is up here, though. I don't think Nongshim know that Pyosek
Happening. Maybe nothing happens, and then
Leona just got the Scryer's Bloom Vision.
And be happy about it. As we do have a lot of great
Clear
dragons.
some
And really,
wards out bottom.
I think a lot of people would say only good
Look
dragons.
to see where
still
Pyosek
left.
is as well.
Which is very cool.
It definitely does feel like Chemtech and Ocean Souls are the two weakest. Obviously,
And then Perfect can play aggressive and shove and overextend because of these two wards right here.
depends on the game and the situation. But
Ocean, I think, has actually a lot of
some distance
very
to get away.
Yeah.
It's either really good
And
or
he
it
has a
doesn't really
slash.
feel like it does anything.
And then Chemtech's only really good when you've got like a lot of tanks or like a Renekton or an Aatrox is like okay, but generally you'll like something else better.
And now we're continuing. Yundo votes for Hextech next. We're just gonna
But Deft and Barrel working around here, just getting some vision. So that's one thing I see on the KT bottom lane. Like Deft works with Barrel.
try
just to
and
get
guess everything in this game.
I'm gonna go for Cloud.
We're crowdsourcing. There's been a lot of clouds. I'm going Infernal.
I feel like Alice is watching over us today.
Fisher.
Fisher's getting caught out here, so what we're looking at is, did Nongshim see where KT and Barrel went?
And now we're continuing. Yundo votes for Hextech next. We're just gonna
think
try
they know
and
where they
guess
are.
everything in this game.
I'm gonna go for Cloud.
We're crowdsourcing. There's
So
been a lot
they're
of
gonna
clouds.
mix
I'm going
play on Yone
I
in the
feel
middle.
like Alice is watching over us today.
Fisher.
Yeah, Fisher is very dead. He's gonna get his ult
Some
blocked here.
miscommunication there with
As
Fisher.
Now Sylvie desperate
Lag,
to try to help
communication
him.
lag within the
As
team.
over the wall comes back Fisher.
Like
He is behind
Sejuani
four people.
missed her
Even
ult,
Jonah
though.
Strong is confused about where to go.
Yeah, just die. Just execute.
Wow, Chronicler toxic.
Well, no, but it's good.
Just die.
Click that Yone got out. JD, you want on the couch, bud? I think I put little one on the couch. We're gonna go on a walk, bud. As soon as this game's over, I'll take you out for a walk. We'll do a walk. Sorry, Leon, I can't play solo queue. Take the dog for a walk. I might be able to play a game of solo queue or two. It just depends if I got the energy or not.
Uh-huh. And Deft is fine. A little jump scare here for the crowd who's going crazy.
I'll try to play a game
And
of
Fisher's
Sejuani.
back, so yeah, no, he's fine. But the rest of the guys down here on the bottom side, not very fine. Way too
Luna got
trying to
caught
get
there. I'm not going to rewind it and relook.
Nongshim, you really don't have to give over leads like that for free. You kind of want them to work for it. Fisher just backs.
Yeah.
I know that BDD wasn't
He wanted to
directly
deny
involved
Chronicler the
For
joy.
those
in that play.
Pyosix.
Why Fisher getting out
Troll
there is actually
ward.
quite big. I think the execute would have been completely fine, but he doesn't have TP, so him actually making it
No.
back is
Aatrox up here is a little bit overextended with no vision, it looks like. He does have a ward in the Raptors, so that allow him a little bit of distance here to get away.
quite nice. I think because of the wave, plus the fact that he did have a lot of bushes to hide in, it kind of can waste a lot of time if you don't get him. Or if he just executes, you know, it's kind of a double bluff. Where if you're like, oh no, I'm going to execute, then it's not worth for them to actually continue. As Barrel's just walking by.
It's like, yeah, it's like the Nidalee thing. Just run into the lane, heal him, and then run away.
So on.
So, BDD is ahead by Yone. Almost 30 or 20 CS. Pyosek and Sejuani are even.
Fair.
He healed him again.
Yep. It's not cool.
Well, we're going to take another look at this.
I don't
mean,
want to.
So they think Deft is alone, I guess, but once you commit here...
Okay, I actually, the idea behind
Sure,
that
where
part
there's
is
Deft,
great,
there's
because
Barrel.
Deft doesn't have sons.
And then there's
So
Biosec
Sylvie
close by.
And Jiu right there. With
there.
you,
Yeah.
That's a good play, because then you lock him down and he dies. But they're not there.
I'm enjoying this whole series we're watching. The Bro series was good.
Yeah. And
KT
now the sums are about to
series.
back up. And now Deft, you know,
It's
one
not
of those
good for
kills.
Nongshim so
Fair
far.
enough. Other one of those
Good
kills
games to
definitely
watch,
shouldn't have gone.
entertaining games. Watchable
Just an
games? Some
awareness
of you
thing,
say these games aren't
communication thing,
watchable.
Still trying to work out some of those issues on the side of Nongshim with this relatively new set of guys in the roster. See Guger trying to stick around here.
Now, is this weird or odd that Deft is sitting on the steel plate
It'd be nice
caps
if he could hit
instead
level
of
6. Barrel was able to do that and then immediately left the lane and doesn't want anything to do with the bottom lane anymore. Every once in a while we take a look at top lane as well. You know, they're still fighting each other. But not much else. That's a nice knockback and a turret shot taken by Mahal, but not going to commit to too much more is perfect.
Yeah, perfect. Sitting on a decent amount of gold and doesn't have that much mana. This could be a good angle.
Yeah, BDD's actually in a lot of trouble here. He does have the flash, but he is going to get a very nice shockwave. It just dodges the follow-up from the Leona. He's totally fine, actually. And now
Ooh, that mystic shot.
Coming on in. You're not doing any damage to that, as the timing very nice here from Barrel. Waits until they absolutely need it. And then the turn comes in. Another kill under the belt of KT.
BDD didn't even have to flash.
He just walked it off.
Mahal shows up, but they don't. Yeah, they don't have Sejuani, so I don't think they can really do a whole lot here. I think Nongshim wanting to fight for this is understandable.
So I see a
There are
lot
two
of
ultimates,
Barrel,
3 ultimates down rather.
Biosec,
on KT.
even Deft coming in. Clear out vision in the enemy jungle,
The fact that they
and
also
take
invested
camps.
a good amount themselves. I don't think there's really an
They're
angle
not
here.
always not stuck in lane the whole game.
Goober's back.
That's probably one annoying
hope we
thing
get
to
a replay
play
of
into
that
right
because
there is you
Why
never
is
know
Hugo
where the
always right?
bottom lane is. half
Yeah,
the time.
wow.
Deft
Hextech
seems to
Soul.
be roaming
It's so
around
fun.
with
I love Hextech Soul.
Barrel a lot. I like that.
That wouldn't have even really been a big difference. Like, I think the problem there was they tried to get the guaranteed E-proc.
I could go
and
pull out the
with that,
Telestrator
if you
right
get E-proc,
now.
Like, there's no
mark the
way
ults.
that BDD ever lives. But by doing so,
It's a
I
process.
think it would have been better to
Slowly
like,
get better.
ult him, force the flash, and then you could try and pivot away from the play. But instead, Sylvie flashes aggressively.
Leon was
They
talking
get the
about
E-proc
being
with 2 AD,
professional
he still gets
earlier.
there, uses ultimate. And now, game slowly starting to slip away from Nongshim.
Tried to think
Yet
of a
again,
professional
full of
answer.
Unfortunate skirmishes. 2 Drakes going over to KT as well, and if they end up picking up Hextech, so I don't think they have like anything insane.
Dragon,
they don't have
next
like
dragon.
Azrael
4
Nidalee,
minutes.
You know, even a Zero.
Rift Herald and
Oriana's pretty good with
Oriana's fine. Yeah,
It's like Sylvie's going up there now, try to get some vision or
not like
take-
S.
But that's
here,
my
as you're
point.
mentioning.
Even
Got a
when
minute
it's
to
not
get
that
him.
good, it's still insane because of the ability haste and attack speed.
Yeah.
Like you still get so much out of it, and
Mid
the
lane,
fact that you have the slow
Yoda
is always going to
still
have a ton of
fighting
value.
by
So
30 CS.
for Nongshim, that next dragon fight is going to be a
Deft
must-win. We'll see
and
if
Jiwoo are
Meow
even,
join. Maybe they can make something work. But thus far,
Deft has 2 kills.
looked a little bit disjointed here.
We're about to get Blade of the
Yeah,
Room.
absolutely. KT looks like they should be able to take down
Deft's
at least
calling right
2 of
now.
the grubs. We'll see if Mahal
Blade of
wants
the
to
Room.
make a play for this by himself. But no, it looks like it should be 3
See, now
to go
KT's
towards KT.
ahead.
Just gonna take all
Beginning.
those
They're
down.
planning ahead. They're planning to get the dragon
Tragic.
2 minutes
Got 'em.
ahead of time instead of
Meanwhile, Fisher's
either
just
being behind the
always
enemy
nice.
team
That might
or
get them a plate.
1 plate?
being thinking they
Not
can
bad.
get there in 30 seconds.
I actually thought BDD was going to
Like, you
TP
gotta
to the spot,
start
but maybe he
planning that
doesn't want
stuff
to, 'cause I
ahead
think
of
they
time
spotted
in your team.
the fact that
Patient,
Sylvie
talking.
is there, Guger is also there, so he would have definitely died if he did.
Blur
Good
your
read
team.
there from BDD.
Hey guys, let's take the dragon in 2 minutes.
Nice nonetheless.
That was
Then
the one
in that 2
point
minute span,
that
let's
fell
start
in this game.
recalling when we
That's
need to. If you got an item
Really interesting, actually, that
close to an item buy,
Huh.
get ready,
Didn't
get the things
expect
needed,
that.
get
I thought
wards,
KT would have gotten like 2 or 3
get
plays
them
just
set up,
you know, by
around the Baron pit,
insisting
around
on
the
them.
Dragon pit, prepare
Especially
the vision
mid.
before
BDD
you
was
go in blind trying to
shoving
take it.
every wave.
It just felt
So
like a lot of
KT
times
looked like they were already
the
ahead of
traits
that.
got
They
the players pretty
Deft right
low,
there.
I guess, and like fully
That first
committed
item
to
for
a
the
long
next
trade so they had
dragon
to
or
back
dragon
afterwards.
fight.
Either way, just one
Ezreal's
play.
on his, Yone's
TP
on
the
his.
bottom side here.
Aatrox has been on
Hold
his
on to
first
this
item for
turret.
quite a while.
Interesting.
Everyone's on their first
I'm trying
item
to
now.
suss out what's happening in this game.
Leona,
I don't know, Valdez. I'm trying to make it fun. There's not a whole lot going on.
Giant spell or Taurus
Sure,
on
Sylvie want to do something.
Gargoyle Stone Plate.
The issue is, I mean, it's just incredible how much value the Taric has in this game, especially from ahead.
Looks like that's what
it definitely
KT's
feels like a
prepping
win
for
more
to get this
kind of
next
situation
dragon.
in this one, as we do have the Sejuani being fully in.
Again, I'm not going into super in-depth analysis. Right now, I did earlier. I'm kind of getting lower energy on my streams. Just enjoying this as a game. Nongshin fan, I like all the LC
Desperate to try to get some kind of kill. Finally, the all-out comes out onto the Aatrox, the one guy who was not
Had
low enough
people in the
Perfect
past,
to kill.
well, you don't go into
Now it looks like he's just going to try to run out of this one. Might be able to.
I don't know
as
what
the
I'm
flash
talking
comes in. Geo does not
I
want to put
would
an
if
end
I
to this
needed
one. Gets
to.
the flash, and now the turn comes out as Beryl is going to go down. And
But I think that was a long time ago.
enough damage through the barrier as KT baited
Better
into
at it.
sticking around so that
Try
Mahalo
to
can get
give
more
some
hits into
in-depth
them.
analysis in my
As he
VODs.
thinks
That's the whole point of what I was talking about.
He's going to have a chance here on Adept, who is going to get knocked up. And
Should have been
eventually
paying
does get
attention to what
taken
KT
down.
was
No
doing right
chased
there,
them
where they
forever.
started
And
running
trying to
away
find
on their
their
back
fate.
foot, and Deft died.
Oh, Valdez! You called it at the top of day!
Actually, I want to see what happened
So that Mahalo can get more out as now it looks like he's just going to try to run out, try to get some low, and the
there. It
TPs are
started at the dragon, and then Perfect teleported in.
down from both sides. Perfect trying to frontline, and now the Ezreal and the Aatrox have an angle here. As
Try to make sense of what this fight is and why KT lost. So it looks like KT lost this fight. So you've got Aatrox in the top lane, Cassante in the top lane. You got Ezreal and Callista roaming down bottom right now to catch up with BDD, Beryl, and Deft. Or no, Piasek, because Deft's Callista running down there. Okay, you got Guger and Sylvie. And where's the fifth? Oh, the fifth one. Okay. So 3 versus 3. Then the 4 versus 4. And then there's going to be a teleport flank. Now, what else do we got? So you got to play Sherlock Holmes. His flash is up. His flash and barrier up. His ignite's up. His flash is up. Okay. Is anybody missing theirs? No. Okay. So why did KT lose this fight here?
It feels like a win more kind of
Piasek is ulting in on, looks like Sylvie.
situation in this one, as we do have the Sejuani being fully engaged.
Probably not the target. So Piasek ulted the wrong target.
And now
Did it for Yone. Yone comes in and ults him after Flies ults down.
But you're already so low, and the TPs are raining.
Okay. Then the TPs come in. Now Guger used his ignite. Ezreal still has barrier. All of Beryl's stuff is down now. I think Deft dies here. His cleanse and flash is up.
Down from both sides.
So Beryl can't really do anything here. He's already used his ult. He's exhausted everything. Guger still has his flash. He just used his ult. See, Aatrox just used his ult. Okay, so Aatrox ult kind of shifted things here. Now what about Cassante's ult? Because Cassante needs room to fight with his ult, right?
Perfect. Trying to frontline, and now the
doesn't.
Ezreal and the Aatrox have an angle here as BDD and Perfect desperate to try to get.
So what happened here was Nongshin. I'm guessing KT needed room, and area to kite around with their comp, like time for Callista to get Rin stacks, and Cassante's ult like takes you from one side of the dragon pit clear to the other side of the dragon pit. So that gives you a huge distance to kite around. So KT needed some area to kite around with this team comp they have, but they got flanked or cornered.
Some kind of kill. Finally, the all-out comes out onto the Aatrox, the one guy who was not low enough.
Aatrox ult really helped turn this fight around.
Now it looks like he's just going to try to run out of this one. Might be able to, as the flash comes in. Gio does not want to put an end to this one. Gets the flash, and now the turn comes out as Feral is going to go down. And Def trying to frontline here into Gio. Doesn't have enough damage through the barrier as KT baited into sticking around so that Mihail can get more hits into them. As he wants to get one more.
Now,
he's going to have a chance here on a dab 2. He's going to get knocked up and eventually does get taken down. Noshim chased them forever and turned the fight in their favor.
Oh,
so now what did Nongshim do? They need to get in there and steal the farm.
Nongshim, that is everything you could possibly want. KT don't actually end up using the ultimate. And like, they know Fisher's there. So this is the one trap I think that you can get with the ultimate of Taric. And like at this point of the fight, and then here, the rest of the team just doesn't have the health bars. Everything else shows, or everyone else shows up, but it's very messy. It's very skirmishy. And Nongshim is able to get a whole lot of value out of that. Then this play here.
I like how a few years ago people were playing Callista top, and they wouldn't use the W, that it's a really bad spell, or they wouldn't get it till very high level. Isn't it worth it to have that vision that
My
runs
God.
around?
The fact that Gio
not doing it now.
survives throughout the barrier. The fact that, look at this, after this, he's forward.
What's going on,
Velvet, he's insane.
After this fight, KT get over here and take the Rift.
Depth won't have access, so he's like, hey, I'm going to layer in one more cube. It's just a smart play. Somehow Noshim is going to get the Rift Herald. I guess it's a trade for the Dragon here. Noshim wanting to stack up those Hextech Drakes early, which does make sense, but KT are getting a lot of gold to immediately come back in the game now. So one Drake to go to Noshim, but KT's sticking around in terms of gold parity.
The second game for me as well, I feel like his Aatrox has actually had a really big impact in these team fights. We'll see the Herald get the charge. First turbo going over to KT. One of the things we haven't really talked about yet, because we always talk about Taric as like an anti-dive tool. You can also try and use it offensively, right? Vi can go a lot more aggressive than normally if you try and use it. So maybe they're going to try and look for something that we used to see with the Nocturne Orianna, right? Where you just have Vi going extremely deep, and then you can target her because of the Taric ult, and then BDD can just hold on top of that. That requires a coordination that we think we saw with KT in game number 1. I don't think there's any cause for concerns for KT fans.
Getting ahead of
itself might
Vi,
cause for concerns.
It's fine, guys. Just relax.
Player or the matchup.
No problem. Like, they're definitely not going to lose this game
to
and then lose the series.
Okay, well,
that would never happen.
As we do see the
something I need to pay attention to.
Going down there. Spot PO Schick.
Money match.
Could have been a big catch. Fisher doesn't want to overextend in the side lane. And I think Fisher has really been, not necessarily a stand-up, but I feel like he's been really stable, which is something that the previous Nongshim mids have always lacked. Like, between Fiesta and Kwame in particular, I think both of them have really rough times in laning phases. And yeah, Fisher fell behind early, but right now, you know, within a wave, I think we'll be like, what, 2-3 CS if he catches all of this, so definitely no cause for concern in that.
I remember I caught on to this thing a couple years ago where I realized how OP this support item is. I started preaching about it on my channel and in my VODs.
Well, I don't know. It should be.
Basically, if you're playing support, you're trying to get the first item charged up as fast as possible, and it gives you a huge lead once you have that.
Either way.
Yes.
Yes, interesting. We were denied a lot of
So
action,
if you have that
but then we got a lot of action that
was a couple years ago, and so they've changed a little bit different now.
I actually think, yeah, game number 1 didn't really deliver. I think this is I think we're slowly, this is the portal to
say you had that like 10
territory where we're
minutes
just going to flip Elders and it's going to be a complete fiesta
You know what you're doing.
of the
You
game.
have
I can
such a
feel
huge
it. Feldas, I think we're on the precipice of it.
KT would do that. Even if they're
difficult to get
intending
an
on
AD
winning,
that
it's just they like to
power
make it
farm and get that
And I
10
know Nongshim
or
isn't
whatever
a
it
challenger
is
team.
now.
It hasn't been for a year and a half.
About it right
But,
now,
you know,
it's
they
something I need
still
to look
find a way.
into.
Which definitely isn't a good thing. Don't get me wrong. That shouldn't be the case. Just want to make that clear. So we set up
Pretty
another
much
trap.
an
any
game right
combo
now.
enjoyers.
Any traps?
A little bit ahead.
Yeah,
Oh, and
this
Fisher
one.
gets caught out there by Piasek with it. There was no vision.
Just want to make that clear. So we set up another trap.
Any combo enjoyers.
Any
Sylvia and Leona. Sylvia and Sejuani and Leona are behind him, so maybe they'll save his life. They don't have a ward or know where Piasek is.
traps?
Yeah, this one, Fisher is going to just unbound soul, as now we do have it coming out, and the stun.
There's his ult.
As
So Piasek, I thought he was going to use his ult there, but he held on to it. So this fight's initiated from Vi's ult.
Pyosik is gonna
Fisher's half dead already.
go in, and there's that offensive nature. He goes in, but there's so many members of Nongshim still here as the Sejuani ultimate comes in, and the Yone is dragged out of position, but they still get the Cassante down. Esmeralda gonna have to walk on an awkward angle here, in a bit of trouble himself. And they have to use the Fate's Call as well, as now he's gonna throw himself back in. They get the kill, and a chance for Death to extend this, and Beryl is still alive on the backside of
That
this.
fight gave Death a lot of time to get Rin stacks. I think they forgot they were playing into Callisto.
Fight somehow. Pyosik doing Krugs is like, wait, we're still fighting?
What Barrel wants
And
you
he's
to do
back.
is waste a lot of time chasing him
From
around.
the side of BDD, still on the chase is the entire team. Is Pyosik just gonna smite him down for the kill? And now this is the perfect Callisto moment. Everybody's super low. They're all running away from you. And Death is
And
able
I
to
guess
pick
that's
up a final
perfect
kill.
time for Baron now. And let's see the teams. 2 items. Piasek's not there yet. So KT don't even have the 2 items on their laners yet. But
Disaster!
they've got 30 seconds on 2 of their laners on Nongshim. So
For
obviously
Nongshim,
this allows
it's KT.
KT to go over here and
But
take the
besides
Baron.
This is a very early Baron, and Gio is there. We'll see if he alone can make it. Oh!
We even have Sante.
I don't know if it's fine, Valdez.
We got Tarek.
They're behind
Heal.
Nash.
He's hitting, he's healing.
That's a little dangerous.
Tarek's hitting and he's healing.
I think they should leave.
Okay, he's gonna leave.
They leave.
They're gonna leave.
Good. That could have gone from great to very.
That was
You
fun
know
to me.
what?
I think
It
he
might
could have
actually be
won
better
that.
for Nongshim. I think they now will have the ability
Alright.
to push in mid and get first rotation to Drake. That can't be the takeaway from that. There's no way. The Hex Gates, I think, will make it a lot harder to really keep control of this area.
So that allows
Really,
them,
like, I
allows
really hope we get
Nongshim to go
a
down
lot
here
of
and take
time
the
right
Scuttle
now.
Crab, which will probably allow Nongshim to get the
Oh,
Dragon.
that's huge. That probably is soul point for KT. Fisher can TP.
Little Baron thing.
But I think KT are really going to push the effort. Yeah, that's going to be
right
it.
there, the
Wow.
answer.
Perfect. Like Fisher, actually, this is. So, I don't know if
AT want to win this game.
I
They
don't
want to get home. They're not
when he gets the Q-free
playing with
interrupt
their
on
food.
Pyosik, then
They are a
BDD
little
goes
bit
for
of
a
behind because they've made some
Nicely
mistakes.
flashed the stun there, and then this is the aggressive Tarka we were talking about. And this
Also,
fight is won
KT
and lost by
active.
either side,
They're
like,
2 and 4.
Really good flash from Pyosik. They should have.
They got to get in the middle of the pack so
Right,
they
you
get
get
the
the kill.
playoffs.
Just play it slow. Just play it slow. Sylvie goes in, gets baited in by the Fate's Call, dies.
Oh,
then
if they
Cooper goes in,
just beat
dies.
1.
And then
if
now
they
all of a
beat
sudden,
Nongshim
you know,
in
your
series,
Aatrox is out of resets. My health dashes in.
probably
Guess
moves
what?
KT up a couple rankings. They were
They
8
really.
I'm
out
learning.
of the 10.
Milkshake and Fisher again, like really cute here as well. Gets the mystery. It doesn't matter. They don't need the damage. He doesn't actually have tools to get on top of the backline. Doesn't have his ultimate. So now Soul Point is there for KT. That really is the only takeaway. I think KT could have gotten a lot more out of that if they hadn't.
Nongshim up here just clearing out vision in the Baron pit.
That ended up not bad backfiring, but it was a little scary there, Valdez.
Oh, a nice sidestep here from BDD. Also going to miss that one, but he
Caught
can't get out of the
BDD out.
Yone ults. That's gonna
Flash
do
was
the
down,
trick.
so
As they're-
I think Nongshim knew they had to make a play there because a known. BD's flash was down.
Everybody and the kitchen sink gets thrown
These
into
teams know this
BDD,
Keep track
and
of
they
it.
do take him out.
Nongshim's like, see champion, kill champion. Missing ults, doesn't, oh
Two
god,
Baron.
now it's them. Well, Pioshi gets the back, but he can get her very, very quickly. I don't think that they're gonna,
I don't
they
think
might
they're
get
gonna
it,
get
it's gonna
Baron.
be a flip. Pioshi gonna make his way over.
Oh, they want to engage onto the Taric, but it's Fate's call to come through, and Perfect TP's into this one. So they do get the TP. Will they continue on the Baron? It looks like yes, they will.
Oh, it's a flip. It's a flip, Valdes!
It's just a flip. It's just a straight up flip. Okay, they're gonna stop damage. Stopping damage.
KT have their KT's vision is superior, and I think it's going to allow them to see this fight and take this Baron.
Waiting to take the fight. The Taric ultimate used.
Nongshin got stuck in the
timing is fantastic.
situation where they don't have any vision, they don't have any ward, so no, they steal the Baron, they get the Baron.
Sylvie to get it down in the flip, and it should go all the way on Nongshin. Even Perfect not gonna take out Jiwoo here. And it's BDD to do it, but it's still Nongshin that win the fight and the Baron to their side.
That's challengers, baby! Oh, a pure 50-50 for the
Got Yone teleporting in here.
And then, I like you. They still get them away from the pit. And then here, actually think KT have the right idea, you know, use the ultimate on
Looking at
Pioshik
KT right now, they're 4-man running
Sylvie
around
and the
bottom
gang actually
lane.
getting out of this pit, I think is nicely done.
Yes,
but
shove this Baron wave.
it's a
Baron
50-50.
buff
It's
wave
11
back.
Like 10 or 1093 when it gets smote by Sylvie, so very nicely done there. And then here, Jiu, just take the gate. Just take the gate, my
Watching
guy.
the mini screen.
No, he didn't.
Says
And
live.
that, gives and actually takes away a lot of the tempo that they could have had. Still though, Valdes, I think Nongshim is looking good. The main question is, can they turn this into no one getting caught inside and actually getting the next dragon? Because it's Nongshim.
Dragon back up in a minute.
And I'm a little scared that someone's just gonna get caught and die. And I don't want that to happen. I want to go the full distance, Valdes. You called it.
There we go. They're going to get on top of Fisher here as the CC chain comes in perfectly, but he is able to flash and get out, so not so perfect after all. But they're at least able to get the flash on him and stop the push from coming down. Still a minute here on this Baron. Already 4,500 gold is the Red Bull Baron power play to Nongshin.
Well, that's actually a really good play from KT. So you get the flash out of Fisher, which
Immune's
is
fully
big.
stacked.
You also get
Trinity
free
Force.
ultimates for Nongshim, whereas Pioshik was the only
Ezreal.
one that used his.
And a 2-item
Let's go back
Yone.
cancel. We'll see if that's enough. I think by 30 seconds, the ults are going to be available again. So that's not going to be the end of
Sylvie's
the world
got
for
his
Nongshim,
war
but they want
mods.
the flash on Fisher, so repositions will be available for him. And we're seeing already that even with just
The items.
resistance items, he was quite tanky. Now actually gets
Pretty
his jack
scary.
shows as well. And I love this from Nongshim. They need to fight very aggressively to ensure that they keep control of this pit. You can't risk the 50-50 this time around. You can't give up the soul. Even though I know that spawns Elder, and that's a great objective to have.
They're very
KT.
excited.
Nongshin
I don't think they should give
stealing
them the
the
opportunity.
ancient
KT is
column.
pretty substantially behind when it comes to the items.
Dragons.
Spike for Yone in particular.
Don't
Can
see any
Nongshim
vision
win
from
the
KT
fight,
at the
Valdes?
Dragon. Minus the
I mean,
little
they're
Callista
in
Ghost.
a favorable position to do so, I would say. They do need Fisher over here.
Now let's take a look and see what's up to before this fight brews. Okay. Ezreal's flash is down. Yone's flash is down. So they could get all in and get a takedown. They would be the ones to initiate, is what I'm saying. If you get caught with a vial or something, the vial's ult is not up right now. Probably like 10 or 15 seconds. Alright. Well, let's see how this dragon fight plays
And
out.
KT, you do have the option to just drop this as well. Let's see what they want to go for as the sun goes in, but that's the...
Perfect.
Yona
Barrel just used.
as the True Shot Barrage gets it, and that's the angle from Fisher. Pretty huge, and now
Like Deft had to immediately use his flash and his cleanse there. He must have got Leona engaged.
as True Shot Barrage
I'm
as
sure that's
well.
what like Googer's just waiting to find Deft out of the right spot to engage on.
Let's see what they want to go for as the sun goes in, but that's Leona as True Shot Barrage gets it, and that's the angle from Fisher. Pretty huge, and now Deft in the front line.
Okay, so Deft
True Shot Barrage gets well.
play out the way I
See
thought
what
it
they wanna
would.
go for as the sun goes in, but that's Leona as True Shot Barrage gets it, and that's the angle from Fisher. Pretty huge, and now Deft in the front line, just being flashed on. But the turret ultimate timing is very good. He's going to stay live, and the Yone ultimate in the front line, a huge shockwave.
I can't believe Deft stayed alive there.
Get the trick done, as now you've got Perfect
Thought
finally
Deft
able to frontline. Down will go
He
Barrel.
dead.
But he is nothing compared to Perfect on Casante.
Got the Oriana shield.
Can they get Warmogs?
Still trying to kite this one out, but he is going to avoid the knock
Arc
here. But
heal.
BDD just does way too much damage
Oh.
at this point in time. The follow-up comes in from KT, and that should be, you would imagine, the Hextech Soul to KT.
Oh, Nongshim.
Even jungled
They
Tark.
get so close.
Pretty
to
good
killing
not too
that, but
long
I think
ago.
they're in a great position if they play that slower, wait out the ultimate,
What?
and leave it be.
Oh,
No.
Sylvie, he's trying, but yeah, I think Perfect.
Dragon
He's the
Soul.
guard. Standing there. Oh, Sylvie, you gotta try. You gotta try. You
They're
gotta try.
behind
you
in
gotta
gold.
try. Just queue in.
Nope.
No.
Too late.
Again, I talk about it on my stream and content. There's a formula to winning League of Legends, where you get the objectives, you get Dragon,
had the right idea as they just sit
the
here
Void
and
Rub,
prod,
the next
slowly
Dragon,
play this one out.
next Void Rub,
And then
then
here-
the next 2 Dragons, Rift
They're
Herald,
so close, but Deft is just
and
barely
not
able to get
completely
it.
necessary.
Does end up
Get a Baron and you can close the game out in 25 minutes. Baron buff, big wave push, Dragon Soul, it's really easy to break into the enemy
The
base,
moment that Freeland shockwaves hit,
get the first
is what
Nexus,
wins the
or
fight.
get the
And then
first
here,
turret or the
Sylvie
inhibitor.
Cougar desperately try to maybe
Just
get a
Need
the
that
Warmogs
Baron
that
buff
Sylvie actually
power to
regens
get
a
that
lot.
final
Here for Gino,
push
I
in the
actually
enemy
wonder
Nexus.
if he couldn't have just Arcane shifted towards the turret and stand behind his other members. But I don't think it would have made a big difference. BDD coming up absolutely clutch in that one. Now the Hextech Soul
Barrel
here.
gets a ward down in his own jungle.
It's going to be a huge power spike for the
Slowly
side
from
of
coming
KT.
up
Obviously,
there
they're
and
still
stealing
down in
far.
gold here. Nongshim enjoying a lead in that facet with their big Red Bull Baron power play that they had, but still, the Hextech Soul is going to provide a lot more than just that small gold lead at this point in the game. It's kind of funny, too, because you were talking about, waiting around, poking game, patient, collected from Nongshim, but the second Deft got chunked, they all just kind of sprinted at him,
Yeah.
And the issue is they were all on the choke against BDD, so right media is still voting for Deft, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, I'm glad you're getting us ready. Okay, KT, just don't flip unnecessarily, okay? You have Hextech Soul, play it out slow, just use the power
Baron
of that. Don't
Dragon Soul.
unnecessarily flip it.
Now, what's up? Meaning summoner spells. Yoon doesn't have his flash. He doesn't have his flash. Aatrox doesn't have his flash. His heal is down. His flash and cleanse is down and won't be back up. Alright, well, let's try to take a look here.
It's challengers, baby.
Don't do it, KT.
No, it's
See Ezreal getting some damage on Perfect.
fine. It's challengers, baby.
They're gonna. We
Mystic shot.
know it's happened.
I think it's gonna steal the Baron.
Everybody is taking damage.
Okay, what's going on here? It's like KT's trying to get out of the Baron pit area.
Right now.
Oh no!
Sitting there, the Tarek ultimate though once again is huge.
Of course, that Fate's Call. I guess they got baited into that Fate's Call.
The front line from Fisher this time is just not good. And now they're able to turn onto the Baron. An easy smite for Pyoshik. And now 5v4, they are running at them. The Hextech Soul helping out quite a lot. Jiu once again trying to be the one guy holding this team together. But I don't think he's quite able to do so as waiting. Jiu has to flash away already.
So KT got what I want.
And BDD just waiting
5
with that
minutes
ball
behind.
for a potential
Fine.
shockwave. At this point
Got the
in time,
Dragon
they're gonna fuse
Soul.
it onto Fisher,
He's got the Baron buff.
and that's
Win
going
a
to be
team
the
fight,
turret,
they
the
should
first
be able
one
to
in mid
close
to go
this
down.
out.
KT able to get
Got
the, and this is
teleports.
where you see those longer fights, getting a ton of value
Probably bait.
out of that soul. BD doesn't even have his,
Nongshim
have his death
got
cap
the
yet.
team
Like once
right
that is
here.
finished, he's going to become an even bigger menace. Gold is relatively even. We're going to reach the point, though, where Perfect's going to be extremely hard to kill. As we take another look here, it actually, again, looks so good for Nongshim. Like, look at this. The health bars are low. Meihao is on the flank. Yeah, he's spotted, but that's not the end of the world. But Fisher, Kyoshik gets him with the ultimate, and then he just dies. It's very straightforward, unfortunately.
And there's no trade back because Barrel ults at the same time. So
yeah. And
that offensive ult we talked about.
If that's Guger or Sylvie, the fight is actually playable. But Fisher is the one guy that can't get caught. I think Fisher up until this point actually had a decent game, but that might end up being all that KT needed as... That's a KT gold graph. I don't think that should come as a surprise to anyone.
Yeah. And not very high and low peaks.
No, this game has been very even. But I think the combination of Hextech plus another Baron should be huge. As, yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
KT's down here.
Yeah. It's Ezreal. I mean,
pushing tier 2 turrets down, and now I think
like AoE damage in team fights, he's spamming a lot. But unfortunately, it's not quite enough to get the team across the line for Jiu, who's having
doing what he
good
should be doing,
but not able to carry at this point in time. So the push coming in from the bottom side.
We got a flank ward.
Left on Baron.
Oh, they got a one flank ward that's not spotted right behind them, and then a deeper one that will get spotted if they end up going in. Doesn't look like they want to use it though. 40 seconds on the Red Bull Baron power play. Bot lane in it being down is quite big, although to be fair, you want to go for bot lane push anyway, because Elder spawns at about a minute and a half. KT really won the mid lane as well.
Yeah, mid and bot would be huge. As you mentioned, top would be best, but ooh, nice stun actually. Def gonna jump back into it. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter.
There's stuff I can probably talk about or analyze.
Yeah.
KT's trying to take advantage
so that's
of
two
the Baron
inhibitors down
buff.
here with the Red Bull Baron power play, 4,000 gold. As well go back
Breaking
into the hands of
base.
KT.
All right, as long as KT doesn't unnecessarily flip Elder and lose that flip, I think... Don't give me the finger guns, Elvis. I think that they should be completely fine from here on out. It's really hard for a short-range composition like Nongshim to win fights if they don't get a flank angle, especially against Taric. And I think with how they've executed some of these fights as well, we can see that they're a little bit unsure as to how to really deal with this. But we'll see as...
Trying to muster up the
good ward.
They just know.
Risk. But look, BDD has death cap. Like he is chunking people out in seconds.
Probably not going to be good.
And that Oblivion Orb actually feels very nice. It does. Like he's got that little bit of extra gold. It's going to be perfect for the next fight. Also, you're dealing with Aatrox mainly, but even the Yone
guys, someone
as
needs to go mid. Like someone needs to go mid and catch that wave and then TP in. That mid wave is you can't just but you can't
just ignore it.
Okay, there we go. You can't just Elder. Okay, so we're gonna set Meow back. It's gonna clear the wave. Does he have death stats? It would actually be quite big.
Rough.
I'm gonna pick that one up.
Looks like
okay, but Aatrox doesn't actually clear that very quickly.
Getting her W off.
Well, as long as you can kill the supers, I guess they're fine. I think KT just pulled the trigger on this now, like really.
So here goes the Elder Dragon. I think
this
it's gonna go
aggressively.
over to
The second the True Shot Barrage sailed past, they started it, and now TP used by Fisher here, and now by Mihail, but it's a little bit late. I mean, this Elder, it's already so low, and they don't have any vision, and it's just gone. They just take the Elder Drake away from Nongshim. And now the Taric ult's gonna help out excellently.
Really tanky. That Aatrox took so much damage right there.
Being hounded by
like,
two, but this game is over.
5 seconds to get melted down by 5
triple
teams.
kill actually going the way of Kyoshik as well. And we are going to have a 2-0 here from KT over Nongshim tonight.
Oh. And KT fans, I'm sure at no
I'll try to
point
muster
in
up
that
the
game
energy here
felt
to come
any
to the
form
game.
of stress for Nongshim. You can see that's a rough loss. That game
AFK.
felt like it might have been in
So,
their grasp.
a little
It just
bit.
wasn't to beat KT. They got the Dragon, they got the Baron, they got the Elder. They're gonna get the 2-0 here.
5
Happy
days.
faces as KT continue their redemption arc. Come on, KT.
All right, they're lining up. Nicely done. Good picture there at the end. Excellent form. And that's going to do it. KT, they get the 2-0. Deft wins the production POG vote. We'll see who actually wins the POG vote.
Okay, so that's the end of the VOD review part
KT,
of
good
Sodaron
stuff
stream
tonight.
today.
Obviously,
And
some
told
stumbles, you know,
how
some
to
fun
play
KT
games.
roller coaster moments. but it's still a clean 2-0.
8-hour stream.
It actually was.
Oh,
there
it
were
just
some
stopped
moments.
it.
Yeah.
Yes, I think like 10 minutes of game 2 that felt a little bit dicey. KT continuing the upswing. Perfect. They played Cassante. They did it well. Wasn't ready to stand up, but didn't need to be. For Nongshim, I think that the main thing in a positive sense is that I think Miao actually looks, they played 2 games at Aatrox, but I think he looks a good amount better. Pioshik, very happy. I think for KT you can see as well, you know, this is not enough just yet. Gotta keep getting those wins.
See, that sign says mom.
Well, I don't know the memes. I'm sure there's a good reason for it. Happy Deft.
Yeah. Everybody's just got smiles, you know, no big performances from Pioshik or anything. I thought he was going to do like a Vi celebration, little uppercut or something, but not meant to be. Not this time.
And it makes sense as well. You know, Nongshim, I feel like Nongshim, Brion, those are the teams where if you win, you take the win. You let it go. I think the drop priority from KT. This is when KT was good in spring as well. This is how they looked. And this is something that all the way back to 2022 DRX as well, the willingness to go for things like the Ivern and the Tarek. I think it's something that, barring T1, a lot of our top teams in the LCK really miss. I think neither Hanwha nor Gen.G are necessarily known for going really off the walls. The play, I'm sure Supreme and Hirai have some notes as to how some of these mid-game fights were played out, but they were able to secure the objectives, and I think mainly in how they set up a lot of these objectives, you can really see the difference between these 2 teams.
You definitely can. There were some good examples, as you mentioned, in the same game. Just because Nongshim was ahead at a certain point, they were trying to do the things that KT then eventually did better later on in the game. This was really the big turning team fight where Deft is going to pick up POG for baiting the whole team. No, but actually it is going to be the Shockwave that comes in here, perfectly timed, and excellent dodge from Deft as well. And this really turned it, because just a big overcommittal from Nongshim, trying to kill a very low Kalista, did not pay off.
Perfect, doing a good job here as well. This is something I really love to see, because it's something that in theory we always talk about, but when you have a character that allows you to displace enemies and they actually zone the enemy jungler, because that should be a no-brainer, but
yeah.
we've all seen moments where that isn't really the case. And KT, very nicely done. Big win here for them. Not an unexpected win, I think, particularly after what they were able to achieve against T1. And then looking ahead as well, they got BNK to play up next, which definitely should be a very, very doable opponent, and then DRX. So KT, the upwards trend continue, and then by the end of round robin 1,
gather for a group photo.
they're going to be, I think, pretty much where we expect them to be. As
the vibes are good. I mean, this team lost 4 series in a row. Giving a thumbs up. Also, BDD and Beryl discussed taking the Krugs while the enemy, while they were pushing in to end the game. They're like, hey, you want to take this? They're like, yeah, let's take the Krugs. Jiwoo, he's trying, but you know, it's just Nongshim.
Give Jiwoo's the light arc, man. Please, next year, someone's got to free this guy.
I'm sure someone will. I mean, he definitely does obviously show that he can win in games where they're not winning, and when they are winning, he's oftentimes the carry, but not this year.
Absolutely not.
So KT with the clean 2-0. Nothing to see here. Let's hand it over to the space to break down this series.
Thank you very much, Valdez and Chronicler, for a great cast on the day, as it is KT get the job done here against Nongshim in the long route here in game number 2 to close out the series. Digon alongside Ox and Wolf here in the space. And yeah, they close it on out. It was clean. Nothing to see here.
Yeah, I mean, I really thought this was going to end up being a 3-gamer, but KT managed to close it out. But it still feels like, you know, if you were thinking, okay, they beat T1, KT back on form, this is redemption, there is still some work to be done. Now, at the end of their first round robin, a lot of the teams they should still be beating, even in this form, but there's still a long way to go before they're playing at a sort of satisfying level.
Yeah, I don't think this is anywhere near the dominant KT we saw last year. Like, not even close. Completely different roster, of course, but there's some work that needs to be done. Let's talk about the draft, because, you know, there was some work that was being done here that we didn't really agree with all too much, but Vi, cool. Vi Ahri, I was like, oh, it's the Lissandra angle. Maybe we'll see, you know, that get pulled out by Fischer, but they went Vi Orianna, which was quite unique and different. Slight buff for the Orianna recently, but it felt like this draft here for KT didn't have a lot of cohesion. Like, you have the Taric, which is great with Kalista, can help protect the Vi, but the ultimates we saw from Beryl were very hit or miss, and it felt very reactionary a lot of the time. On the other hand, the draft from Nongshim was actually quite good. They have Permafrost synergy with the Yone, they've got good follow-up damage, they have great engage, they've got a Bruiser Aatrox, and I think part of why this game ended up being as close as it was, even though KT was a better team, is because the draft had so many different ends, so many different ways to control objective fights, and KT had to follow the play oftentimes. BDD, though, he really clutched out a lot of those fights and brought KT to the 2-0. Nothing to see here.
Yeah, definitely felt like him going the Orianna. I mean, the buff wasn't really major, it was just a bit more base AD, but was a lot about getting him back on a comfort pick. And I feel like, you know, BDD's performances, he's done a lot better when he's been on picks that he's sort of been known for. And he had a strong performance this one, some big shockwaves in the team fights.
Yeah, and early on, there were some messy team fights that both teams opted into. No one dying earlier. I think it was perfect, taking one of the players all the way across the dragon wall, which was a lot of fun on the Cassante. Not a lot of deaths there. So we take a look at the highlights that get us into how this story unfolded here at 20 minutes top side of the map.
This is such a goofy set of plays. Chronicler pointing it out, like Fischer kind of accidentally knocking Pioshik up here, so buys a decent amount of time, and then Nongshim are like, okay, well, let's make something of this. We're grouped up here on top side. Fischer has to flash. Vi ult comes through. And, you know, in these types of moments, you can see the defensive ult coming through again from Beryl here, but it doesn't really work out in terms of the synergy. Pioshik has to flash. They get the pick. And this is the moment where Nongshim should have been like, all right, cool. We escaped death. Fischer's fine. And we got the win out of it. Instead, we're pushing real deep.
Yeah, I think especially you can see even Fischer was like going for the recall to maybe TP back in, and they just end up pushing up too far and start losing more and more members. And then the thing they're forgetting is that they don't have a tower in this lane to really back off to, so the chase is just allowed to come out. BDD using the flash to keep the Aatrox in range, and then the fact they also lose another person here. This could have been a win for Nongshim in this fight, and it just ended up backfiring so hard.
It basically ends up being what loses in the game. You know, like, you had such a... Like, Fischer's Q3 knockup was a miracle that happened, and they were almost able to get a small advantage out of that and pull back and play the map, but, you know, this is the Nongshim way. See champion, kill champion, as the caster said. They just... Eye is way too big for their stomach.
You know, honestly, if they'd recalled Fischer, they could have maybe, like, gone to the Baron and try and set up a play there and gone for a turnaround or something, but, yeah, as you said, just see champion, kill champion.
Yeah, however, they did get the Baron, which was kind of crazy. And then later on here at the Drake Soul fight, this is where the exclamation point was put on by KT.
Yeah, and at this point, it is Soul Point for KT. It's Hextech Soul as well, so if you give this up, it's extremely doomed. And they end up, actually, it's not a terrible spot, you would think, for Nongshim to fight, because KT end up a bit crowded into this choke, but they don't really connect on the targets they want. It's a good initial play here, but the ult from the Taric keeps Deft alive, and then we end up getting this huge shockwave value from BDD on the back end of this engage from Fischer.
And after watching a lot of EWC games, I've really changed my perspective a lot on how LCK teams fight dragons, and it's moments like this that really frustrate me as an LCK commentator, that, you know, you end up getting the ult out of Beryl. Maybe just back off and play the choke point. You know, you see LPL teams do this. You even see LCS teams do this. Just back off and play the choke. You played into the choke when BDD has ult available, and you walked right into this. And it's these kind of micro moments where the thought process, I think, for Nongshim is just a little bit too slow. They don't realize in that moment, because they're working on their hands, working on their mechanics, trying to set up these chain CCs, and then I'm just making the wrong call, just like the call topside. And these are the types of things I feel like for teams that you can fix very quickly with good coaching. We know the coaching staff and the talent scouting in Nongshim is super robust, but I think these are the types of moments you're going to be looking at the team house tonight, being like, you know, how close were we to actually beating KT? Very close, in fact, but no cigar.
All right, well, let's see who the POG is here for game number 2, and it goes to BDD in the mid lane.
Yeah, really
Who do you
strong.
think was going to get it?
Yeah,
Dion?
who do you think?
Yeah, you know, he could have gone multiple different ways, but BDD gets his first one of the year.
Yeah, I mean, really strong performance. I think moments like this where he was collapsed on, avoiding the stun from Sejuani by getting the distance to the ult. But it felt like in team fights, you know, where sometimes other members would have to be bailed up at a Taracle, BDD was pretty frequently positioning well and getting good shockwave value. And I think this was a really big standout moment where the game was still close, despite it being this late, and he kind of secured it with his big shockwave.
Big standout for me for BDD is just how comfortable he looked on the pick. Obviously, a pick he's played a lot throughout his very long and storied career, but sometimes when I see a pick like this in the draft, it makes me raise my eyebrows a little bit. It's not very meta. It didn't seem like it was extremely strong with their comp, but you see him play it this well, how confident he is on it. And you
Okay,
go, well,
guys,
you know, if that's how
back
you're gonna
as
play
by
it, then I'll
request,
respect
I'm
the
gonna
draft.
try to play a game of solo
Couple
queue
there for
here.
Deft and then one for Barrel.
I'm sure it'll be just one
the
game.
Tarek, why are you making the face, Ox?
Right media, just, you know, I'm not as convinced.
Yeah, I don't.
I would like to play more solo queue, so I'm hoping I can get through the VOD reviews a lot quicker and have more time for solo queue as I go on and stream more. If it takes too long, I'll just do a bot game real quick. I mean, you want to see how to get good at champions? And Leon asked me, it doesn't have to be that you're in a ranked game or that it's a PvP game. I'll show you here on stream. But we might be playing a bot game here in a minute just because I don't want to wait 5 minutes. And I'll show you just what you work on. So now you look at Sejuani. You go to Lolytics or op.gg. I kind of like op.gg, Sejuani. So, okay, I want to get good at Sejuani. Well, just not even reading into it. It says that after shock, I don't want to see an ad. Probably have to play a bot game just because it's so late. What, bud? Let me play a game of solo queue, JD. And then I'll take you for a walk. My dog wants to go for a walk really bad. So I'm trying to play solo queue. It's taking so long to find a game this late at night. So that's okay. I'll improvise. Yes. So it doesn't matter, I'm playing into bots. Even though a lot of you think it does. So, what would I do in this situation? I'll go to this, and then I'll, oops, didn't mean to do that. I will type like, jungle please, like this, and copy and paste it. And then I will go in here. Good boy, JD. And bot games are better at this time because I can spam more and more. I can go play like 10 bot games. Play the same champion 10 times in a row. You'll learn more in that than playing a couple ranked games or solo queue games. Wasted like an hour just trying to make a game. So right here we go. I will do this. This is, I will say jungle please, like that. And then I even met Dakar back in the day doing this. See, now people are trolling me. So maybe they'll let me have jungle. I thought I had Sejuani on this champion. Okay, cool. So I thought I had Sejuani, but I don't. I was gonna play her. So okay, Karthus. Alright. I was gonna do Sejuani, do Karthus. And I will jungle please like that. I'll go here. Harvest, cheap shot, and eyeball coach. And that one, treasure hunter. Okay. I think I need like last stand upside. I didn't even get the right runes, but oh well. I needed presence of mind and I took attack speed. That's okay. Just go and keep spamming this like this. And you want to get good at Karthus. Instead of wasting an hour trying to make a game and getting to play your one Sejuani game, or like you're better off going into like 10 bot games in a row playing the same champion over and over. Then tomorrow when you wake up, you go play PvP, or you play your 10 bot games and then you play a couple PvP games. And then the next day you play maybe a few bot games and you play PvP games, but you keep spamming the same champion. It doesn't have to be the same one every time, but just a couple. I like that the bots now jungle. That's another thing. I thought that the way the bot games were, it doesn't teach you how to play the game.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
So I come up here and I ask my team to assist me, please, because I want them to help me take the blue buff.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
It doesn't matter I'm playing bots. It's allowing me to learn the limits to skills, my champion.
Minions have spawned. An enemy has been slain.
That was like really horrible play, but whatever. Dark Seal, and I'll get a refill pot. Okay. I really need a ward, but it's not getting. So I am only. I'm not paying attention to my teammates in this either, since I'm in a bot game. Why I'm focusing on what does my champion do and getting better at it. Oh no, that gets me every time. See, and I didn't do that in a PvP game, so I'm not gonna be as frustrated. I forget that Golem likes to go back like that. This is kind of hard to get this level off right here. But see, I'm not in a PvP game getting frustrated by other people running their mouth at me and telling me I'm bad. So looking out and getting confident, and then after like 10 games of doing this with Karthus, maybe for a week or a couple days, before I go into the PvP game, I just have a lot more confidence. people running their mouth at me telling me it's bad. Or I go in the practice tool just until I'm confident enough to go into a PvP game, which I played Karthus enough, so I'm confident. I should have had the W there, but I wanted to power farm the jungles. I'm gonna shove my wave up. Shouldn't be doing this. Game or something. Bots seem to get really confused by Karthus. Not really paying attention to my kills. I'm not really bragging. I don't think I might be able to take the red buff right there. Why not try? In a bot game. So I'm limit testing. Probably would have backed right there if I was in a PvP game, but since I'm in a bot, seeing if I can get away with this one. I don't think Lily has enough time to I needed that gate. I wanted to play Sejuani. Got to buy her. Shove this wave. And so you can work on getting your mechanics better, so you can be like Faker's level. This is why Faker is above a lot of players. He just has so many games grinded like this. I read that before he played ranked games, he played like thousands of normal games. The reason he played rank was he couldn't find solo queue games. This one you take.
An enemy has been slain.
Alright, so I'm going to clear my bottom side jungle and try to take this dragon. I'm not really paying attention to my laners in this game because I'm just focusing on me. I have 27 farm, the enemy jungler has 7 farm, so I'm way ahead. Okay. Trying to get Karthus.
An enemy has been slain.
Here is itching. So I really need level 6. Alright, there's my 6. That's premature. But That was premature on my part.
Killing spree.
So if you get good at this, you can try new things. A lot of it is you don't have the irritation of people running their mouth or trolling you, or you don't have to worry about lost or you didn't, or win or lose. I think Lily quit. It's not any really different than playing the PvP game. You want to practice like you're playing PvP. That's the problem I see with lower players. They come in the PvP games, or I mean they come in the bot game, and they play for kills. Constantly killing the bots, and that's how they get their gold, and then they don't even learn the lanes. Learn to lane new champions into bots or into other people. Then you won't have the frustration. You'll have the confidence. You'll know how to land your combos and things like that. I need to go back and get another item. Or recall, I didn't get the dragon. I guess I need to go get the void grubs because that's some good XP I'm missing out on. I'm at 60 farm. My Ziggs is ahead of me. First time Karthus, guys. And I did a horrible. I've hit a lot of Qs, but that was really bad work there for me. Why they play Karthus on it all at once. I did a really bad job on farming these void grubs. Spent too much time over there. See, a lot of you guys would be in solo queue right now, or in here and have a bunch of kills, and you'd be like, man, I'm really good at this. Look how bad I did at farming the void grub right here. Why I can't? Oh, I was trying to buy. Okay. Dragon, I'm looking here to use my ult. I don't think I can kill Nasus right there, so I didn't ult. But I mean, it's hard to get like games where you can in the PvP on the NA solo queue to get good. Sometimes you're better off, like I said. Why sit there and waste like 20 minutes just waiting on a game? That's why you guys aren't getting good. Just go mess around in the bot game like this. Try new things. Don't sit there and think you're awesome because you got 20 kills. That doesn't mean you're good. I had bot games where I had 60 kills. Doesn't mean I'm good at the game. And that was like in season 1. I don't even know if I can hold him. I didn't plan to take Karthus. Also, I don't have the right runes. I mean, guys, I'm even missing All my runes. I needed presence of mind, and I don't have it.
Legendary.
Ult comes up here.
Double kill. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Look at that, I got an AFK, but I'm in a bot game, so I don't care. I'm gonna try even harder.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
That's how I got some of my skills. So they AFK people over the years and stuff that I had to get good to be able to win a 4 vs 5.
Legendary.
So also I talk about when I'm jungling, I'm prioritizing this farm over mine. You're so fast. Starting with my jungle. Come back. I really just wanted.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
So you come into these games like this and work out your problems before getting in a solo queue game where you get irritated
Your team has
or
destroyed
you
a turret.
think you're good. Going outside, bud. As soon as this game's over. This would really help. Seeing how good. You gotta make sure you're weaving in auto attacks. You gotta make sure you're weaving in the spells.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Killing spree. A summoner has disconnected. Legendary. Your team has destroyed a turret.
then you type GG first time Karthus. So I wanted to play more, guys, so I will on stream. Let's getting this whole streaming thing down. As the game crashes. This is another reason why I get frustrated at this game. So I was thinking about doing Sejuani, but my client decided to crash, and so I think that's it for today. I was gonna pull out a game of Sejuani, but I'll do it again. So that's what you do. If it's late at night, you can't find PvP games, stop wasting your time. You're not doing any good sitting there watching other people. Get in the game, start doing it like I did there. That's what I did back in the end of Season 2 and Season 3. I was grinding this game all the time. I was playing like 18 hours a day. There, I think it finally came back up. So that's it for the Soda stream today, guys. Thank you for following. Thank you for showing up. Make sure to tell your friends. It's at twitch.tv/Sodaron to follow me. Trying to get a few more followers so I can get the affiliate thing going. I've got a YouTube channel, so that's it. I appreciate you, and I'll see you again.